edition. Welcome to another exciting edition of the Voice of the Call Nation radio show. Man, I'm having some technical difficulties with StreamYard. I like the old one when Google controlled this and everything like that. StreamYard, I don't know. It's what they give us. It is what it is. I wish somebody black would come up with something. It's a good idea that if we had our own tech companies, stuff like this. That's what I say. People tell me how well black people are doing. Man, shut up. You know, I turn on TikTok, it's Chinese, I turn on Facebook, it's some geeky looking white guy, Mark Zuckerberg, and it's Elon Musk, whoever it is, And I'm basically saying to myself, where the fuck is the black people? Don't we have we use social media? So why don't we have our own black owned platform? Why? It's simple, because we're a minority group in America. We don't simply have the numbers, So when people tell you how well black people are doing, they're freaking lying to you. We're just like a percentage of the market, whatever, right, and everything. So we can never dominate anything or scale anything because we simply there's like a boycott from white people towards black businesses. It's just what it is. What it is. It's like when a black person creates something or builds something, white people subconsciously stay away from it for the most part. We don't patronize our businesses like the way we patronize theirs. He said, caller, what are you talking about? I said, well, with black people that work and shop at Walmart. Walmart's not a white. Who the hell is it? If Walmart's not a white corporation, what is it? Oh, I never thought about that. Yeah, the people who founded and own Walmart are fucking white. Everything we do in this country, right? Every telephone carrier, everything we do is controlled by somebody white. America is a white society, a white civilization. And tonight's topic, like, share, and subscribe, folks. We're going to get into this. America basically has become white again. America's Trump's presidency, basically everything when he signed those executive orders, white America's future is secure. Drill, baby, drill. End of birthright citizenship. What else? Release of January 6th protesters. They got everything they want in one day. Everything there's a wish list of dreams of the death penalty for illegal aliens, restoring the death penalty, all the things, closing the borders, ending catch and release, remain in Mexico, declaring the cartels a terrorist organization, drug cartels a terrorist organization, everything on the white people's wish list that they wanted to do for years, but it's finally come to pass. It's here. The time is here. So the whole thing is, like I said, their future. See, white people have one thing. They're going to deal with their problems and their enemies. We chose to be Americans, right? So whatever we think our problems are and whoever we think our enemies are, we have no power to deal with them because we have no civilization. We have no government. We have no military. We have no police. We have no legislation. We have nothing as black people. So I said, well, this is why I'm telling you, right? From now on, I'm gonna mute and time out any FBA here that calls somebody a tether, because it's apparently clear now that the biggest terrorists are the fucking black American. Our future is tethered to white people. If white people do good, America does good, we do good. That's it. Simple as that. There is no more separate, independent black community. That's gone and dead. Our future is basically no, the white America is older because the people. It doesn't matter. The masses of white people, middle class, smooth the guy, votes for the thing. That's another thing, you guys. You minions can't fail to realize. The majority of white people don't care about your idea of an oligarch. They like their white American oligarchs because the majority of white people benefit from those oligarchs. They create jobs. They like this. So the majority of white people are not hurting. I don't know where you live at. They gave the friggin' this is what people when people are uneducated. You think these white people are ever gonna vote your thing, you know? The bottom line is this: the average white person in America supports Trump. It's overwhelmingly supports Trump and gave these people a mandate. They don't care about that. They would rather side with them. It's been like this since this country's been founded. White people will side with the slave traders, the rich planters, and everything over what's right, whatever in their own interest. That's America is for you. They don't care about that. They know as long as those people up top look like them, that's how they feel safe. If you haven't figured that out, you must not be it's smooth the God, you must be a black immigrant. Let me guess, you're a black immigrant. Only a black immigrant who doesn't understand America would think like that, like you do. The rich white, there's no such in America, there's no rich or poor. White people are white people, whether they're rich, poor, underclass, middle class, working one. White people are white people, and they all stick together based on that common race. That's what it means by living in a racist country. Nothing matters except for race. So you think, oh yeah, I'm gonna get the white working people are gonna join you. Oh, you saw with that how well that turned out for Obama, right? He was repudiated. White people would rather support rich white men than listen to freaking Barack Obama. So like, share, and subscribe, folks. Grab a beer. Yeah, tonight's a beer night because as an inauguration, this is beer night. Look, I looked at that. I was watching the inauguration today. I was like blown away. Donald Trump is a freaking funny dude. He's that dude. Not only the president, this is going to be the best 4 years because Trump is hilarious. He's serious, but he's freaking hilarious. He's taking swipes at Biden while he signed executive orders. Oh my God, he doesn't give a fuck. He has no respect for Biden. Oh my God, that shit was so fucking funny, man. And he took a swipe at Jimmy Carter. I mean, oh my God, man, this is gonna be fun, man. And only people I hate, really, I never really like. I can't say hate, but people I strongly dislike are liberals, black and white. I can't stand them. These crying, crybaby, racism is everywhere. Liberals. So, like I said, I got that in common with the MAGA people. I don't like MAGA, but we both have a mutual hatred of fucking white liberals, and everything like that. They're the most annoying people on the freaking planet. So the bottom line, they're gone. AOC crying. Oh, I won't attend the inauguration. Nobody wants you to attend the damn inauguration. You freaking stupid. She's a freaking bartender. You freaking rat. AOC's like a freaking rat. You ever know say rats have those big long teeth and whatnot? Yeah. It's moving. I said, I'm so educated, brother. I'm highly aware of what you speak of. The people at the top can't. Look, first of all, there are no poor white people in this country. That's another myth. You people don't get it, do you? The average white person is not poor. Only like 3% of the white population is poor. White people, the wealth in this country is firmly in the white people's working class hands, middle class hands. They don't care about none of that shit, The bottom line is they think their country is more important than their economic situation. That's the problem right there. And on top of the fact that Trump's a millionaire and a billionaire, whatever like that, that makes it even better to vote for him. But the bottom line is this: if you think friggin' white people are gonna friggin' vote for Democrats, you say, dude, you're looking at the friggin' what world do you live in? Do you see who's in office right now? He won in a landslide. And who was voting for him? The poor whites, the working class whites, those who put him over the top. So if you think you're going to come up with some new plan to move those people away, you're sadly mistaken. I suggest you figure something else out, because the bottom line is this, and that's a problem. What I love about this election, the people who are against us black nationalists are the people who believe that people that believe that they're going to basically win some new order with friggin' the masses of white people. It's not going to happen. A smoother God. We're not joining together. You're not joining together with no white folks. They're not going to be with you. They don't care about you or what you say. So They're like this. As long as they know they're doing better than you, that's all they care about. You haven't figured that out. White people are going to join together with you. You got to stop watching MSNBC. The average white person does not give a shit about what happens to you. All they know is Donald Trump means, and the Republicans mean that they're in charge, they're in power. That's all they care about. So this idea, white people ain't that damn poor, and whatever how poor they are, they're not that damn poor, to vote with you. So like I said, man, people need to understand it's over. The election's over, right? All you people, all you rainbow people, Smooth guys, most rainbow people, Oh, rainbow, rainbow, rainbow. Let's all come out and hold hands and become a rainbow and all this kind of freaking corny nonsense. That does not work. Black, white, smooth, politically, no. Can you have a beer with a white person? Yeah. Can you hang out? Can you do business with them? Sure. When it comes down to politics and whatnot, no. It don't work like that. White people are first and last white people. They think white. They don't think about the whatever things you think you have. And only black people are acceptable on both sides is black people who spew their nonsense. If you're a black liberal, you better be talking about what white liberals care about. Gays, illegal aliens, blah, blah. You can't have your own opinion. If you're a black conservative, you can't be talking about what you care. You got to talk about the black conservative, the white conservative point of view. You ain't allowed to have your own point of view in this thing. It's just basically you aping and tethering yourself to whatever white people do, whether you're liberal or conservative. That's why I don't get into any of these political categories, because I'm not MAGA. MAGA is actually for the white people, I'm not liberal. Liberalism is for white liberals. I have nothing to do with any one of them. I'm a black nationalist, so I don't care about either one of these political parties, Out of the two who I think is more dangerous, I think liberals are more dangerous, like Malcolm X said, because they're more deceitful. They have you believing that you're on their side. They're one of you and everything, I didn't call you a faggot, bro. I get it. You're a Liberian American. Okay, I get it. I got a lot of Liberian Americans here that freaking, I love my Liberian Americans, man, but you guys are deluded. You know nothing about this country. After being here since the war, you have no idea about this country. They're not gonna vote with you. Poor white people. There are no poor white people and whatnot disenfranchised. I don't know where you're getting that from, bro. So white people are not going to friggin' vote with you and everything. It's over with. The future of white America is secure, right? Those 200 executive orders, they're like that. So where's the black racist executive orders? Where's somebody signing executive orders dealing with our issues and everything globally, whatever? There are none, because we black people have failed to one, get the hell out of this country, return to our ancestral homeland, and build a great nation of our own and avenge our ancestors. We didn't do that. We chose to be Americans and everything like that, and hoping that white people would join us in our misery and stupidity. Yeah, Trump is every other. It was a wish list that they got for it. It's like Trump was like Santa Claus today. It's like Christmas came late. Trump was like Santa Claus. He gave white America everything they want. It's like a big Christmas present, and the birthright citizenship. It was like he just sitting there signing that right in front of them right now. Basically, it was just something to behold, to watch. I was like, that's real power. That's real freaking power. I saw today. I watched today. I just go to work today. I sat home all day watching the inauguration ceremonies and everything like that, the swearing in, everything. I watched the swearing in of J.D. Vance and Donald Trump. Watched Trump's speech. That speech was really, really. Usually his speeches have a little humor in them and stuff like that. His tone and the way he looked. Let me tell you something, folks. All these people think that this guy's playing. This man is not playing. You see what these executive orders, and you see the tone of his inauguration speech. It wasn't upbeat and joyous like he was in 2016. Now it was basically like, I'm ready for you. I dare anybody. He has a power in his hands. Nobody could touch him now. He's untouchable. So he's like, it was like his tone was like a message to everybody that came after him, that there's going to be hell to pay. Once he took that oath of office, he just looked around like all these freaking people out here that tried to destroy me, weaponize the Justice Department, like that Marshawn in New York, man. He said he said he needs to be deported back to freaking Colombia, where we came from. That's the thing about America, right? I'm not gonna I'm not gonna sound xenophobic right now, which I'm not. But to be honest with you, like there's something to behold that when you got people like Ocasio-Cortez, Ilhan Omar, and Talib Kweli coming from Palestine, when you got people coming from third world countries, uh, in the highest rank of our government, they're bringing their third world values to America. The third world people don't care about borders and infrastructure and stuff like this. And these people basically come in a country and like this guy, Marshawn, completely weaponized the justice system with Alvin Bragg to bring charges against Trump that was trumped up, whatever, like that. And I'm saying that's something you hear about in third world countries. Now you got third world sort of things in the friggin' thing, I said, well, hold up, what you call it? You don't say PTV early. You don't understand something. To the victor belongs the spoils. The European settlers conquered and built this land through their manifest necessity, see the shining sea. When you start winning wars, then you could say something. Until the white man loses a war, this country is his. You don't seem to understand that. So the bottom line is this: all these people that came here after the fact, these people who can't assimilate to this country, there's, I guess, it's time for them to go back home. I guess, if you ask my opinion, but if you are going to be here, you should try to assimilate and adopt the culture of the country that you're in. That's what I do believe. But I don't believe people should be able to come here and try to destroy the country's benefit from the country's generosity by taking them in and work to undermine the country's institution from within. I don't think that's right. And that's what you have in this country. And I think a lot of people, particularly white Americans, black people too, have just had it with immigrants, I'm people stationed in Virginia. I was stationed in Virginia Beach. Good for you. We're all in the military, so more than them. I don't know what you're talking. I don't know what you mean by that. All I know is this country right here. You join the military. You're really fighting for white people's interests. No, I'm saying, look, bro. Let me say this, bro. If you basically don't understand something, Truquo, America is a white country. America is a white country that has a debt to the African American because of slavery. That's it. Black America is a minority group that America feels obligated to because of slavery. That's it. Other than that, Black America is just a minority group. Everybody else just came over here, Chinese, everything like that. They're really not Americans. They're just here as minority groups. And, and like I said, it's clear from this election that America wants to be white again. Simple as that, Or people say America, white people have no chance of winning. Okay. Yeah, I know. Africa, man, I know Africa got nuclear weapons, PPT, early. Africa got submarines. Oh, yeah, man. I saw an African warship the other day. Does Africa even have battleships flowing the seas? Does Africa got freaking advanced aircraft and everything, drones, military-grade drones? No. America could basically itself could probably take out China, Japan, Africa, all at the same time. What? So what is PTV Early's talking about? I have no idea. It's all like goofy shit. I don't know. Look. Let me say something. Right? Donald Trump is the only president. My friend Nee was talking about this today. He's the only president in history that I know about that's ever mentioned or tried to reach out to the black community. He's the only one that ever mentioned black people as from the presidency. Barack Obama never mentioned Black America. George W. Bush never did. Bill Clinton never did that I know about. Ronald Reagan never. He talked about black people vaguely. Nixon did. Black people even there. And Lyndon Baines Johnson. Kennedy too. Kennedy. So Kennedy said something during the civil rights era. Johnson said something, and then Nixon said something. But that was about it. That was about it. Nothing really deep. No one. They would talk to black people in passing. Donald Trump was the first person as president that campaigned that tried to campaign for the black vote. First one, he had the most votes because he asked for them, and that was just enough to put him over the top. How about World War I, World War II, the Korean War, the Iraq War? Do you know your history, PTV, early? The Revolutionary War. Do you understand war? The war, the Spanish-American War. Do you understand that? Like I said, if you don't know history, man, then shut the hell up. What white people went to World War I. Do you understand how many people died in World War II? Do you understand the Russo-Japanese War? All these wars that happened. They won no wars, dude. Man, look, you can't be this stupid. Tell me you're trolling me. If you're not, I'm gonna fucking kick you out of here. Tell me you're trolling me. They won no wars. Are you fucking kidding? So they got this. They control the world right now because everybody they conquered. They conquered the Indians. They beat the Japanese. So coast to coast, sea to shining sea, from Canada to Argentina, the white race wiped out all the indigenous people, anything through war. I guess you never heard the conquistadors that took over Montezuma and all of the Aztec people, Mayans and Aztecs. I guess you never heard of that, right? I guess you never heard about the Boer War in South Africa, the Blood River, where the Boers defeated the Zulus. I guess you never heard of that, right? Because you're a fucking idiot, Yeah, freaking idiot. You don't know history. Just say you're living a fantasy, pseudo fantasy about black people. The bottom line, the days of pseudo is over, right? It's time to fucking just be honest with ourselves, man. We fucking have 500 years of taking L's, and the bottom line is, it looks like we're going to spend another 500 years taking L's because the black people don't even have it in them to have a nation of their own. You don't even have it in you to have a nation of your own. You want to sit here and pretend like America is your country and also like that. You're fighting in the white man's fucking military. Talk about what have they won? What, are you fucking stupid or something? Lord have me. I'll say, I don't know how much more I can take of this shit. Really, I don't. I don't know how much more I can take of fucking illiterates and stupid people. Get to the point, man, I'm just like saying, what the hell am I doing with this movement? Because like I said, majority of black people are just fucking stupid, just dumb. We're American, Colin. Okay, yeah, okay, you're American. Let's say you're American, right? Then you should have no problem with Donald Trump. You should be out there singing FB. You should be out there saying, "My country, 'tis of the sweet land of liberty," or "I'm proud to be an American. At least I know I'm for Lee Greenwood." Okay, FB, you're Lee Greenwood now, right? But when you're American, bro, you know that what you got to get out of your head. You got to get out of the idea that you want reparations. You can't be both. You can't ask for reparations and be American at the same time. That's just like Jews say they want reparations from Nazi Germany, and they walk around with swastikas on their shirt. See how ridiculous that sounds? Or the Chinese ask for reparations from Japan, flag. It doesn't fit. That doesn't really matter because yeah. Yeah, there was a lot of white people at the inauguration. There was black people there too, but there was a lot. This was basically the sheer size of these crowds and everything. It reminds people who this country is. I don't even call it white supremacy. I just call it just white America. When people realize that America has always been a white country, right? And we were always people that were trying to get into their society and whatever like that, If you believe America is this multiracial society, you think it's white supremacy. So you think the natural order is color blindness and all that. That's what liberals have tricked black people to believe. If they were honest with us and say, yeah, this country was built on a tribal idea of whiteness, then we can have a clear understanding. But when you say that these people, like people will get up and tell you, yeah, well, we want to fight for what our ancestors fought for, uh, 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 equality, yeah, liberty and all that stuff like that. But it was meant for white people, right? It was meant for white people. Hey, look, I have no problem with that. I have no problem with basically people founding a republic. My whole problem is this, though. If you want to build your republic, right, you should have never brought us over here. As simple as that. When I see Black America, I see a crime. That's a crime scene. That's a crime scene. Someone needs to be indicted. Someone needs to pay for this. A crime has been committed just by black people being in this country. A crime has been committed for us even being here. So I don't know what to tell you. Now, you can go along with the thing. I see the black band Mississippi Valley playing at the inauguration. I'm gonna tell you something. That was very powerful. That was very powerful. I'll be honest with you, because it was basically like a message it was sending, because they were basically playing that. It sounded like African drums, almost like boom, 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 boom. I was like, damn, that was very powerful. It reminds people that the black people are really Africans, by those drums and everything like that. That's another thing the FBI don't understand. Why is our music and rhythm, we still got the drum and everything, all our stuff like that we do, our step shows and everything, it's straight out of African culture that we retained. So how is it our drums and everything look so African and whatnot, but yet people will say, well, we're not African, we never came from Africa, I have nothing to do with Africa. Man, shut your ass up. Yeah. The bottom line is white people are basically saying they want their country back, and they got it. They got their country, Effie said, Colin, you could have been born white, but I wasn't. I was born black. I'm an African slave descendant. My ancestors were taken here in the transatlantic slave trade, Holocaust, that no one ever paid for. So it is what it is. Alfonso Moore says, of all Martin Luther King, a silent judge, civil rights leadership did was sell out what work about a black American culture based on Boule. Yeah. Something people don't seem to understand something, right? The civil rights destruction of black in the guise of civil rights. What white people said we're going to do is they reconstructed the black family and destroyed our career. Instead of black people saying we need jobs, right? We want to be able to build families like that. But the civil rights movement came and basically restructured the black community, took black men out of the home and stuff like that, elevated black women, and stuff like this, And so basically, we used to have 90% marriage rate in Black America. 90% of all black people before 1960 were born in two-family homes. By the time the civil rights generation came around with their social engineering, Black family was in shambles. So please, when people start talking about, you better be grateful for the civil rights movement, I think not. If you look at Black America, I can show you examples. Places like Nyack, New York, Spring Valley, and we had nice black enclaves in this country. We managed to through using the extended family system, like not the nuclear family system. We were able to survive with our own homes, everything like that, build nice communities. And somebody told us that it was wrong for uncles and aunts to live under the same roof as kids. You got to have 1.2 kids in a house, everything, which was not sustainable at the time. That was something for white America, right? White middle America. They tried to make us do the white middle America thing. That's why the black family fell apart. Our family has always been traditionally an extended family. structure. We always said, so we work together. We'll strengthen numbers. So when they took that away from us and tried not only the nuclear family, they tried to they create the single motherhood. Because I think about it, we went from most black women lived in families with multiple generations living there to single mothers. How the hell that happen? If you say, where's your daughter at? Say your daughter living under your roof, whatever like that. She's living in some housing project. That's all thanks to the civil rights movement, and the social experiment on. That's why people who aren't educated or don't understand what they did to us. The civil rights movement always praise the civil rights movement, but civil rights movement dismantled a good section of Black America. What's going to happen to Black people in the next 4 years? It's going to be interesting. What I think is Black America, right, is going to get more and more tethered to white society because we have not built up anything in the Pan-African Black nationalist world. So that's basically. But what could happen if Black people could basically use this opportunity, right, to get into global trade, get into cryptocurrency, get into banking and stuff like that. Politically, the Black political class let us down. We were not prepared for this. Everything in the Black political class for the last decade is with us serving somebody else's interests. What do we care about? Why is it that we're marching for 2 men to get married and stuff like that? Why are we marching for people who broke the law to come in here illegally? Why is that our fight? So what could happen, brother, if you want to ask, if Black people basically say, something, and it's going to be a hard thing because we're just loving people. Black America loves everybody, fights for everybody, but not itself. If we use this opportunity to try to build among ourselves, we'll be fine. But if we let the Democrats tell us that we got to get the Democrats back in power, and the whole thing is the Democrats want to come back in power so they can replace us with the Republicans and everything to balance it out. I'm not saying become a Republican, but at least give the Democrats a run for their money. Well, they got to come back to the table. And when they do come back to the table, they got to say something about something tangible. And we have to know what we want. If they can't give us what we want, then we'll forget about it. We'll go ahead and vote for whoever we want. What it is? We'll say, something, we like Trump because he makes us laugh. Hey, I'll say he's funny. He's funny. Well, give me other reason why I should vote for you guys. Well, we didn't. No, that's not good enough. We did DACA. What the hell DACA got to do with me? Oh, we passed the LGBT. What the fuck does that got to do with me? Oh, we gave $200 billion to Ukraine. What the hell does Ukraine got to do with us? See, Black people got to learn how to start being selfish. What about us? And I ain't talking about appointing some Black woman to some political office somewhere like Stacey Abrams. They will do that. They always get a Black woman like Joe Biden. Perfect one I'm going to talk about. Joe Biden said he wanted to pick a Black woman, Kamala, and he wanted to put a Black woman on the Supreme Court. And then he gave us a Black holiday, Juneteenth. And that's what buys the Black vote. See what it means? See how they, if Black people, if that's all it takes to win Black people, you put some, and then Ketanji Jackson is on the Supreme Court justice. This lady is a buffoon. This lady is a freaking buffoon. So it's ridiculous. Mary Sheffield, I don't know who that is. Alfonso says, MLK. Alfonso Morris, are you the brother that called in the other night? Who guarded Nixon rebelled against Western Protestant Church going Black Culture Society, lived under 100 years for liberation, free thought, and women's rights project. Yeah, I know. Black America basically had our own, almost like our own governing system through our fraternities, through our Black churches and everything like that. Black America was like its own government inside. We governed ourselves pretty much, All we really needed was jobs, and opportunity, and access to jobs and wealth and capital. We didn't need the freaking civil rights movement restructuring and telling us all this other stuff like that nonsense, you know. So Chuko, man, we are not joining with no feminists. These people are a fucking enemy too. Yeah, man. I thank you, Alfonso, for calling in, man. You were really, really educated. You know, I rarely get callers like you, and I really appreciate it. Please don't ever be a stranger. You know, I really, it was an honor for you to call in. You know, I really appreciate what you were saying. You know. Yeah, we're at the point right now. We are completely dependent on white America. So it wasn't like that a couple of generations ago. Black people were very resourceful. When white people were killing themselves during the Depression and whatnot, black people were doing good during the Depression because we knew how to network with each other and do our own bartering and stuff like that. We had our own underground commerce in America. You know, black people in the 1920s and 30s, black people had money. You know, in this country. You know, people don't realize that we formed our own policy banks, some of everything. We knew how to pull our nickel because we always spent with each other. You know, but somehow during the civil rights movement, all that changed. You know, when they brought us into the mainstream, they friggin' took over our institutions and all stuff like this. They dismantled Black America. But one of the things we had was like the Negro Leagues. That was basically showing Black people that we could friggin' make money ourselves. These guys were making some money. People that were the vendors and everything were making money. People would put they have, even though we say, well, what's this league? Well, people like baseball, right? So basically, black people say, okay, we can't play in a Negro League. We'll have our own Negro leagues. And these guys played. People went out there, brought their food, and they have a good time and everything like that. And those fellowship, you know. But and the people who sold tickets to these events made money. Everything, people made money and everything. So it was a business enterprise. These teams were a business enterprise. But then they said, no, we can't have that. We got to get rid of the Negro leagues because what's next? If you have a Negro league that's successful, what's stopping black people saying, look, let's have our own internal government? See what it means to, or even black banks and stuff like that. They had to stop all that stuff in the name of progress. You know, progress meant being near white people. You know, near I got to thee. Progress. Civil rights movement taught us that going to a white school and being around white people was our goal. And they recruited black people from the entertainment industry to push this narrative, right? Somehow I seen videos, right? But they'll interview black kids when it was like this. It's how racist these people were. He said they asked this one guy, white reporter asked this guy, it's like in the 1950s. Well, how do you think about going? Are you excited to go to a new white school? He goes, yes, I get to learn something because I'm going to be around white people. That's a thought process they had our people in, that you're not going to learn unless you're sitting next to a white kid. You know, it was just something else. Now, bottom line is this: all these people that believe that, you know, you won. You know, now Black America is completely dependent on white America. You know, white America's future is secured. You know, with Donald Trump in office and everything. And the bottom line is this: the only way way up for black people is tethering themselves to white people. You know, that's why I don't want to hear nothing about no FBA people calling somebody a tether, because the biggest tether in the world is a black American. He's the biggest tether. You know, we have no government of our own. We have nothing. You know, we have no flag someplace else. We have nothing. You know, only thing we have is the mercy of white America and the good graces of white America. That's all black America has. You know, so it is what it is. We thought we were going to win something with Kamala. Are you kidding me? You know, that's what it was all about, folks. Kamala. That's what y'all are depending on. It just, I put the link in the chat room. You want to call about this? What do you guys think? You know, is Black America got a secure future or not? You know, or should Black America just ride the Trump train? You know, see what it leads to. You know, Lil John, shut up. You know, Trump is pro-American, and the majority of Americans are white. The history of this country is white. America is not a black country, fool. America's a white country. You know, like I said, people like him are delusional. This is why I said we have to do something also about mental illness in the black community. You know, Mental illness. You see it played out on the show all the time with these people that call in. Mental fucking illness, and mental illness. And speaking of which, we got my brother Mantu Mandinka.
Hey, what's up, big bro?
What's going on, brother? What's on your mind?
Oh, nothing. I just came in. I didn't really hear your whole spiel, so
No, I was
I just
basically
heard.
saying, like, you got this idiot Little John talk about America's a black country. See, let's also talk about mental illness, right? And like I said, I was watching inauguration all day. If you can't realize that, what kind of country is this? This was America is a. See, when you used to watch Obama inauguration, it looked like, oh, America's changed, diversity and whatnot. All that's out the door. Would you see that inauguration and whatnot? People, white people, right? They
Yeah,
go, they basically saying they want their country, the civilization back. And they got it back. You see those executive orders he was signing.
I didn't really pay too much attention to it. Catch me up, man.
Okay, you got to pay attention to this, brother. What you call? He signed 200 executive orders today, right? Everything
You
from ending
going?
birth rights. It was
Yeah,
a friggin' wish list of everything they always wanted. He goes undoing the Biden ban on drilling oil. He did all and withdrawing America from the climate accords, and withdrawing America from the World Trade Organization. It was like a wish list of white Americans. Everything they hate, came to pass.
you signed all that shit today.
Yeah, man. Executive order. He signed all that shit, like 200 things. He signed executive order pardoning the January 6th people, insurrectionists, whatever. And so
Man,
he did all that one day. We got Negroes been talking to us for 200-300 years, haven't done shit.
damn.
Like I said, Negro. I said the question last night. Of
Oh,
course, we the black man is just done, man. White people when they want something, they don't understand real power. Black people don't understand real power. We don't understand power at all. It's like we don't want power.
yeah.
No,
Well, I mean, I knew once he won that shit, it was gonna be off the hook anyway.
yeah, he won. And the bottom line, he's not playing, man, with his shit, man. He's like this. I tell him, okay, Lil John says only immigrants in America say America is a white country. We're a large ethnic group. No, we're not. Hispanics are the largest ethnic group. And Lil John's getting frisky, calling me stupid. This guy doesn't even know demographics. Black people only 12% of the population. Fool. White people are like 70% of the population. Hispanics are like 25% of the population. Hispanic is a race, whatever culture, ethnic group, whatever. So what do you deal with rigging morons? What are you talking about? Black people
All
are the
right,
majority.
Lil John, hit the link. You gotta get up here and
No,
explain
I
this
don't want to.
now.
I don't want to talk to this. No, I not tonight,
Oh,
man. I'm trying to have a
okay.
good night tonight, man. It's not him tonight, man. It's a
All right.
made up language group. It's a made up language group. Come on. Yeah. So, oh yeah, you know something? I wasn't watching the whole thing. I had to go to the store. I wonder did he sign a thing? Remember he said he was ending taxes on tips. Tax on
Oh
tips.
yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah.
I wonder what happened to that one. I guess I gotta get because I was watching most of it, right? But I had to leave. I had to go out to the store. You know,
But I was
that's
watching. I
but
was
he was.
tuning in and out, but I wasn't really paying attention
Did you
to it.
see that the Mississippi Valley when
Nah,
he
what
played?
happened in
Oh
Mississippi Valley?
man, that was powerful. The black HBCU band. Oh my God, that was really powerful, man. You could hear those drums. African drums.
Oh, well, they
It
had a
sounds
marching
like
band.
yeah, it was a marching band. But you got to hear the
Okay.
drums they were playing. It's like, boom, it sounded like African drums. That thing was
Yeah,
powerful, man. It sounded like it
yeah,
reminds people that black people were still Africans. Those are
yeah,
definitely African drums. So that's why people tell me they're not African. How do you explain that? And then the step show they performed the step. That's African dance right there.
Hey, did you hear about the clown Snoop Dogg and all them performing for Donald Trump?
Look. The bottom line is this: they understand one thing. Donald Trump is the majority of their people that pay their money are white, right? And the country has made it clear that you got to get in line and whatnot. So I don't refer to anybody playing. That's it's all business. They're entertainers, man. I don't really take entertainers seriously. That's what they do,
They
you
was
know.
talking real shit though, man. Like, oh fuck Donald Trump and this. They made songs about it and everything.
But yeah, I know. But the thing is,
Like,
you gotta understand something. A lot of people before Donald Trump ran for office, every rapper was talking about I'm gonna be like Trump, Raekwon,
yeah, I know. That's what.
everybody's talking about being like Trump. Then he ran. The media told you he was racist, and then people start running with it. You
Yeah,
know.
I heard on them. Snoop Dogg made a song to fuck Donald Trump. Rick Ross made some shit about fuck Donald Trump, and
That's what
all,
was selling
all
back then.
yeah, all them same motherfuckers now. He got they all kissed the ring, and them niggas is
50
punk.
Cent, all of them, because the bottom line, you got that could tell you about rappers, right? Their paymasters back then said, "This is what we're gonna go with." Right? I remember Chelsea Handley, 50 Cent said he was gonna vote for Trump because of taxes, whatever. And Chelsea
Yeah.
Handley got up and said, "50, if you want to do another romp with me and whatnot, you better come." And 50 went out and said, "I'm sorry, I ain't vote for Trump because he want to get back." You know what I'm saying? She promised to give him some ass again, and then he changed his whole fucking thing for that blonde pussy, So
Yeah,
I take That's why I said when you look at rappers, I don't take their political views seriously. They're whoever
okay.
pays them.
Yeah, them is that shit is crazy, bro.
Yeah, they basically what you call it, they basically will do whatever who's paying whoever's in charge. Now those same people they realize don't have any power anymore. So they're like,
Yeah,
okay,
they be
now.
switch like that shit is normal. Like, yeah, like man, that's like no integrity, no honor. You don't have nothing.
Yeah,
But the pay,
so
you got a paycheck though.
you got a paycheck one night. So that's what it is. People like, oh, I'm like, look. Bottom line is, I said consistently. I don't really care for him, but I'm not going to cape for Biden. Biden was a disaster. That was a
Yeah, that's
disaster. For 4 years, that was that. And it pissed me off was if people thought that I was going to forget about that COVID shit. That COVID shit pissed me off. Still, I think about it to this day, pisses me off.
yeah,
All the shit
that
I
was
had to go through during COVID time, how inconvenienced I was and whatnot, and they didn't make any logical sense. And Biden pardoned this guy Fauci. And
yeah, man, that motherfucker should be in jail.
it was a gain of function. The guy was experimenting over there and stuff like
Yeah,
this. I want to know who in the government green lights fucking biological experiment. What's the purpose of that?
yeah,
Biological warfare and stuff like that, and experiments and everything. It's like, look, I was looking at that thing when I think about it right now, and then these motherfuckers actually, through the Green New Deal, talk about everyone's going to switch to electric cars. Who the fuck gives people the decision to turn everybody's life upside down just like that? You know what I'm saying? And so
yeah,
therefore, when all this shit was going along, and also not saying I'm not crazy, right? And I'm not no Republican, whatever like that. But I do know you can't just have people coming across the border. I don't give you know what I'm saying? You just can't do that. You just can't open a border up and then take care of these people because the country will go bankrupt. You cannot do that. I don't know a whole lot, but I know something was not right. And there was basically Biden literally opened the border up and let all these people in. And I'm saying to myself,
yeah.
I said, what the fuck are you guys what are you doing? I said, you know who these people are gonna replace? Black people.
So
They're there
that
to
so
replace black people.
that's what you think that was all about?
It's all it's about because the bottom line, this is what it is, brother. America has been fighting for. Do you ever study the labor movement in America?
Yeah, yeah,
Okay, we've been the labor movement, which includes black people, right? Have been fighting for wages, like things like time off, sick leave,
yeah.
good
Unions and all
what's like
that.
that for generations, right? For like almost 100 years, right?
Yeah,
The
yeah.
illegal alien situation was threatening to undermine that because let me tell you something. if you could basically hire people off the books, whatever, or use temporary services where you don't have to report their social security, you can just pay them a certain thing. You don't have to have workman's comp on them or health care on them. You know how much money you save? Now, if companies will realize they're making way more money or hire 3 times as many people using that way than hiring regular American workers that you got to properly employ. You know? So
Yeah.
if that would have kept up, if Harris would have won, that would have kept up, and you would have had like a good 30%, 30-40% of the workforce working like that. That means there'll be really no chance for the average black person to get a job again. You know, so
Hmm.
that's what you were looking at. Because, like I said, black people always say, "Oh, when Donald Trump said the black jobs." Come on, Dark Migo, bro. He said black jobs are under threat. Black people. What are you talking about black jobs? It's your jobs, nigga. You know the jobs that you want.
Yeah.
This is what I'm saying. This is what you tell. This is what I'm talking about, right? People can talk all they want, right? There are black jobs, there are Asian jobs, there's white jobs, right? White jobs are the premium. For example, there's this girl, right? This nerdy looking white girl, right? On Spotify, right? Spotify, I don't even really how Spotify makes any money, right? Well, this girl, I was going to look at this girl interview, right? She worked for Spotify, right? As an analyst or something like that. You know how much money she makes? The tech analysis, right? $300,000 a year. That's a white job. You know what I'm saying? You know, the people that work at Twitter and all that, like that, Google making $200,000 a year for sitting around playing games all day, or in a room playing games all day, looking at games. Those are white jobs, you know?
No.
You know what I'm saying? Those are white jobs, you know? That's what
So
they
what?
mean.
What's
The
the
white
black?
people, for the most part, black jobs are UPS, truck, you know,
Yeah,
post
warehouse.
office, warehouses, stuff like this. That's what we do for the most part. Yeah, white people doing that too, but the coveted jobs that America treasures, those go to white people. Black people, they're not going to give no black person no job making $300,000 a year just to freaking be a tech analyst, you know, giving their opinion, whatnot, you know.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Don't want those are reserved for white because white it's still white privilege in this country. You know?
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Yeah,
And
I know what you mean by that, but that was offensive when he said that shit though.
yeah, but it was
But
offensive, but it was the
but
truth though, you know?
but I know what you mean by they still get the white privilege and shit like that.
And that's the
Yeah.
reality. I mean, the bottom line is this: they know for a fact of the matter is, ain't no, and even the Indians. You know, Indians. Let me tell you something. Now, I'm gonna say this on the show, and I hope I don't forget flagging out like that. Yo, be careful with these Indian motherfuckers. You know, because they look. Even though Indians do a lot of tech, there's a lot of criminals. And you don't think so when you think criminals. You don't think Indians, right? What do you think of Nigerians? You think everybody else, right? There's a lot of
Yeah.
Indians who are scamming. You know, in the tech world. Be careful.
Oh,
You
Facts.
know.
I'm in the tech world, bro. A lot of them be on
yeah.
BS. No lie.
Yeah, I learned
Yeah.
that. And so I'm saying like this. So therefore, what I'm saying is, even the freaking Indians who claim that they're so technical, like Kaiser don't think the Indians are like this. They don't make the money white people make. The Asians in tech don't make the freaking money that the white people make. The white people make the money in technology and whatnot. You know, and
Exactly.
stuff
You
like
know
that.
what's funny, bro? And then the crazy part is, but people be trying to say like, racism doesn't exist. Do you know that like they gatekeep shit from you if they know you're black?
Yeah, I
I didn't
know.
know that.
Yeah.
I was like, yo,
Hell
I had to
yeah.
hide the hold on, I had to hide the fact, Collar, that I was black for 2 months in order to learn something, bro. Once
Of
they
course,
Not
found
a
out
of
I was
course,
a
of
hold on,
course.
once they found out I was a nigga, bro, they kind of started closing the box. They kind of stopped chilling, giving me info and shit like that. I was like, damn, this shit
Exactly.
is
That's how it
real.
is. It's like it's a world they live in, right? A world they live in. And the only way you can really access that world until we get to the point like where we have a nation of our own or shit like that, where we're at the top, you know, and like that, we control everything.
Yeah.
It's gonna be like that, you
And
know.
even when you get in, yeah, it's like even
known,
when you
man.
get in, you still have to pay. And then when you pay, they still will limit you with, with certain certain info and shit like that. They won't give you the full thing. But they'll give you enough, so you can feel like you got your money's worth. But it's not
Yeah,
really the true
yeah. Which
source.
they'll give you if you do make it in their world. Okay, they'll say you're doing good for a black person, you know.
Yeah, they'll make you like the token Negro and shit.
You
That's
will
all.
never have what they have. That's what I do know. Like I said, those people, I would love to see how many black people work at Google. I would love to see that. In Silicon Valley, top jobs. Those guys are making, for doing really. I mean, I ain't gonna say it's nothing, but you see what they do at Google all day. They play ping pong and shit like that. They throw balls. You know what I'm saying? It's like a fun atmosphere. And they make you a couple of $100,000 a year, right? And they freaking got that's a life they have. They going on trips and stuff like that paid for. Twitter, those guys freaking when Elon Musk took over, a lot of these guys were there making all this money and whatnot, and a lot of them times they weren't even showing up for work. Remember, he tried to make them come back to work. They were working from home and everything. So they got privileged lives that we'll never have in this country. That's just the way it is. They're always one step ahead of us and everything like that. And very few black people get through that door. So when you say black, but we are doing jobs like UPS, FedEx, sanitation, stuff like that. If black people lose that, man, we really got nothing. You ain't gonna see the Indians, whoever out taking the white people's job. That's not gonna happen. Their jobs are secure. You know, Black
Yeah,
people's
but
jobs.
Kyla, I kind of figured it out though. Like the only reason why they kind of have the Asians, the Indians, and the whites, they kind of have a foot up is because they kind of have generational wealth, or they have two parents that can kind of pay to kind of get them in the door. Majority of black people don't have that, or we just have terrible spending habits, so we can't
Right.
get to
We're not
that point.
organized.
Exactly. So it's like once we like I wouldn't say reparations, but once everybody black kind of has like 50,000 at dispose in order for them to go learn something, then that's when we'll kind of move a little bit forward.
Yeah, we definitely need something. I suggested that we build a black owned stock exchange, where we can pool our money together and people can invest and build wealth and generational wealth and stuff like that. That's what I believe. We can have a place where companies, we can list our own companies and finance our company. We own shit. So if we have that, when and then have every last single black person as linked up to that, we have to also teach black people how to invest. That has to become part of the culture. Until the point where everybody has an investment account. And we're investing, we're getting into
Yeah,
crypto.
but like you said, we gotta control that shit to make sure that we win. Cause
Yeah,
if you don't, I
yeah,
mean,
we have to establish a we. The
yeah,
bottom line, people for the most part are walking away from being black. That's what I'm seeing right now. It's like
damn.
I say all the time. I say, okay, we could do a black. Like I said, even though I mean, I don't know what people think about Killer Mike and all of them that had that bank. Whatever, it's not really a bank, but it's a banking service. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
Yeah,
people were clowning it when that, but it was the right idea, though.
yeah. I mean,
It
yeah,
was a right.
Killer Mike. I I think he did a like a special where he was trying to buy all black, and it was almost like damn near impossible to be, go from black businesses all day just to survive.
Right,
It,
right.
it,
It's just
yeah,
it's people. It's not easy. I was trying to tell Jonathan. I've been
yeah.
at this for many years. Trying to get black people to invest their money and doing shit is not easy, man. I don't know what's gonna take, man, but it's not easy just to say, okay, we're black. Let's just work together, because all that black shit goes out the door when black people got to put up money, I'm telling you, that's how Negroes are. I've been out there. Yeah, yeah. As soon as you start talking about money, like, why are you looking away? Why are you looking down? Same damn thing. So you start talking about money, man, Negro disappear. Yeah, habida. It's a hamina. You know, that's what it is, man. Black people, man. I don't know what's gonna take, but one thing I do know, we cannot ever call Caribbeans or Africans tethers anymore.
Why?
We're,
Why you say that?
we're tethered to white America, right? It is what it is.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
If Donald Trump is successful and America goes to its golden age, black people will definitely benefit. But you got to live with the fact that white people always throw that in your face. You know, White people were real. They throw that in your face. You know, they're like, "Oh, black unemployment's low. Oh, black people homeownership is up." You know, and then you end up thanking a white man instead of being mad at him. Now you're thanking him. You know, or you're in a conundrum. You're mad at the white man, but you know the white man's money and his what you got with him is good. You know, it's like being a woman that's in an abusive relationship, but she won't want to leave because it's a big house. You know, it's like she lives in a big house and her husband got money, but he abuses her every day. You know, so she can't leave. That's what Black America is right now, and White America. As White America goes stronger, you know, the hold on Black America is going to become greater. You know, that's just the truth. And then it don't help when you got so many Black people from overseas trying to come here. You know, that just puts the thing that America's is the best place to be. When it's like you got see this is what happened with Tariq, right? He was going around and he was a black nationalist, America's racist, blah blah blah, hidden color this, hidden color that, right? But as soon as it became clear that okay, if you guys don't want to be part of America, black immigrants will come in here to replace you. Suddenly, they created the ADOS FBA shit, you know, to stake their claim about their place in America. But that's gone because I do believe that that the idea that Black America is independent and they have foundation. No, your foundation is with white America. Until we break that or have an alternative, that's the way it is. So people gonna come over here and they're like, "Why should we respect you?" That's why I said about this farce about the civil rights movement is a lie. You know, the civil rights movement it was over exaggerated the importance of it. You know, on one hand, okay, getting rid of Jim Crow laws was good. You know,
Yeah.
on the other hand, what came in the civil rights movement was social engineering. Do you know, like before the
Yeah.
civil rights movement, 90% of black families were intact?
Yeah. Yeah, it had black businesses, black cities,
We had
every
black
black.
community. We had
Yeah,
really black communities here, you know, in America before the
yeah.
civil rights.
I was listening to this guy's live stream earlier about that, and some sisters got on there. They was like, "Man, fuck that integration shit."
Yeah, I know. We integrated and we lost everything.
Yeah,
Yep.
I was like, a lot of people feel like that.
Yeah, integration. We lost everything, you know. Hey, Big Black, what's going on? What's on your mind, brother?
Yeah, can you hear me?
I hear you, brother.
Big black.
Yeah, I heard y'all yesterday. I don't know what's the thing about
Oh
drag
yeah,
drag me
we
through the
was
mud,
wild,
man.
Oh, we
we was
weren't
wild,
dragging you, man. You're our brother, Big Black. Just
we
that
was
what you
wild
call
out
Ramani
yesterday.
was just basically saying that you if you're a tech guy, help us out with this stock exchange thing.
Well,
You
listen.
know?
I'm trying to tell y'all, man. This is the feat that you're trying to accomplish is far from an easy feat. I
It's
mean, if
not
it
I
was
know it's not
that
easy, but you
easy,
can do it.
no, if it was that easy, that'd have been done. That you're
No, I don't
talking
think
about.
people I disagree because I don't think people have the mind, you know.
Nah, you're dealing with again a lot of legalities. You probably need a
Yeah, we're ready for
mathematician
that.
for all the math that you need to compute as far as to go into that. Just to bring up just for the a ticker that's accurate. You know,
Yeah, I
understand what
know,
I'm saying?
but you know, you could
Um,
always build a ticker is accurate to, like, because you have this the exchange, like New York and Nasdaq and everything like that, and you show all the stocks and everything listed there. You can have your own exchange, and basically, it's like a real like it's like logging into an account, and it streams live right there on your own platform. You just got to know. I had a guy built one before, you know, he had his all tickers and everything streaming on his platform. Then he had a thing where if ticker reached a certain level, he programmed to it will automatically invest when it hits a certain level or falls off. Whatever. He was studying analytics, and he was actually making money and whatnot. You know, the
but you
black guy.
but but you're
And
talking
so
about your. It's one thing about mimicking, right? A ticker that's already that someone already built, as far as like the stock exchange itself, right? But
right.
another type of stock exchange, but that it's its own ticker. There's a lot of
Yeah, well, what I'm
mathematical
saying is you
computations
can
in that.
have that, you can have both, right? But in one place, and then you have another index right there of experimental of stocks that that are completely black, whatever like that, that people have access to. They can invest. whatever like that. But so they can invest in the regular Nasdaq or New York Stock Exchange and the new stock ticker, that we have and whatnot. That'll be just all black, whatever like that. But I think it's possible, man.
It's
It's possible.
possible, but you're talking about at least $2 million worth of jobs itself. You're talking about a DBA, that's a database
Right,
administrator.
right. It's gonna take a
That's
lot, but I'm saying, what if we put it together on paper and shop it to different types of black investors and stuff like that, and say, hey, look, that's what I want. I just want somebody to say, put this down on paper and say, hey, this is a good idea. This is how it could work. Blah blah blah, and then get somebody to say, something, that's a good idea.
that's
Based in China.
it's especially if somebody. I mean, you can generate lots of money. I mean,
Of course, be
uh,
talking
uh,
about big, and also have a program where you're going nationwide and basically teaching black people how to invest. And also tell them it's not a get rich quick scheme. It's about building wealth. Building wealth is having stocks, bonds, treasury bonds, whatnot. Your trust, 401k, tethered to this new exchange where you can buy up stocks in different companies and stuff like that. If you have a
right.
401k, you can list your 401k in there, and the investor will buy your securities broker will basically stock your foreign exchange with hot stocks and whatnot. It's on the exchange, on the Nasdaq or this other place, that we got. So
Yeah,
we're
but I'm
teaching,
just
we're
talking
creating a
about.
culture of investment. I believe that's going to be the future of Black America. I think we have to become a culture of investment. I don't think we could be a working class people anymore. I
Yeah, I'm
really
just
don't think.
talking about just crossing your T's and dotting your I's before you even get to the programming level, right?
Yeah.
That's going to take you're going to have to hire some brilliant minds to make sure
Oh yeah, like I
you don't
said,
mess up
I
people
do
money.
believe we got the people out there. Like I said, I just want this platform to grow so I can reach. I know there's people out there that probably saying, look, the whole thing is this. My only problem I have right now is I'm thinking that a lot of our best minds are now wrapped up in America. We might have the black movement had probably have lost friggin' black America, the black intelligentsia forever. That's what I fear, because when they come look at the so-called Pan-African world and the Black conscious world, look online. What do they see? Foolishness, right?
Hmm. Yeah.
And a
Yeah.
lot of times people like, man, I ain't being around these niggas. They'll never get it. They're ignorant and whatnot. That's why I try to at all times. A lot of people don't like when I say stuff, right? But people look at me and say, this guy Collar knows what he's talking about. He knows business. He knows what he's talking about, right? That's why I do it, because I don't know who's listening. You know, so
And
a lot of times people don't understand business, and I understand. It's like, let me give you a big black. Hold on, let me say this, right? I had this woman a couple of years ago, one of my clients, right, and she was a black middle class lady, right, but she got caught up in that Nuwapian shit, in Virginia, right, and she was
hmm
basically, I mean, you could tell in her thing she was crazy, you know. No, look, I'm dead serious, right? I'm dead serious, right? These people are fucking crazy, And so therefore, I said to myself, that's when I said when I was in her house. That's what I said to myself. I gotta separate myself from freaking crazy people. I don't care about so-called black unity no more. I got to get away from these crazy people. She was telling me that she goes, yeah, and the bread we eat, it got this in it. When I said, not more fucking bread, right? She goes, the water, I would like to go to the lake and get my water. I said, lady, I'm gonna say to myself, lady, water is purified, right? Because if you don't have purification of water, you will die, of all kinds of microorganisms, stuff like this. That's why water has to be treated before it goes into your system, you know that's just scientific law. But she was like, "Oh no, see, we getting water from the sink. That water's coming from." I said, and when people are that far gone and ignorant and shit, and delusional, there's no helping them. So that's why when people like that call my show, I put them in check, right? So I don't want nobody looking at them and say, "I heard this lady say this," and Carl didn't say nothing. No, I'm gonna check them and say, "Look, lady, you don't know what you're talking about. This is just right here. There's nothing wrong with water treated water that comes to your house and everything like that. It's treated before it gets to your house. That water is safe to drink. You know." Of that, now Flint, Michigan is because the reason why Flint, Michigan happened was because the black people. Well, there's a lot of reasons. Like Dollar Bill disagree with me. I understand that the jobs left and Flint didn't have a tax base. I get that, right? But if you're not changing pipes and doing all the things like that regularly, you're going to have rust and corroding. That's what happened. You know, so the city did not keep up with the maintenance and stuff like that for generations, and the water system failed. You know, and so whose fault is that? Well, okay, the city didn't have no money because why did the businesses leave? Or why are we depending on the white businesses? Why couldn't we replace the businesses and bring people back to create our own tax base? Why are we so dependent on the white man? You see what I mean by us being tethers? You know, you know, everything we do is the job shut down, the factory shut down. You mean to tell me we call ourselves the builders of civilization, and we're the builders of civilization, but we can't fucking build a goddamn factory? I mean, these are questions we got to freaking ask. Because all I know is I'm looking at this inauguration, and the white man is up there signing 300, 200 executive orders, giving them everything they freaking want. And we're sitting there crying over years. Why don't we have this? Blah, 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 blah. And we ain't got no power whatsoever. We can't even
God damn.
maintain cities in America.
I can't believe 200 executive orders on day one, man.
That's power. That's what power is all about. That's what power is all about. Something we don't seem like we want.
Now, I never claimed to be something, and but at the same time, you got to watch people that that come up and say they're this and say they're that, but they're just great Googlers. My brother Jonathan, I'm surprised at my brother Jonathan because he doesn't know anything. But when Kaiser and Jonathan was swearing up and down, I asked them, I said, "What is a database?" They said SQL. If you type up what SQL stands for, it stands for structured query language. I told them it was a language. It's not a database. So you just got to be weary with a lot of people that like to do a lot of
I like
Googling.
Jonathan, but he talks a lot of shit, man. He talks a lot of shit like he knows something. He talks a lot of shit. I know about him. He talks about Kaizo too. They talk a lot of shit. And everything like that. But the whole thing is,
You got to be proud of Jonathan though, from where he came from to be.
oh yeah, I'm proud of Jonathan. I don't want him thinking that he could go be half. You got to be in this all the way. If he wants to be a real black nationalist, that he got to join Team African build black society and black nation endgame. If we don't have that, man, we can't basically go like this. But I think he's a smart guy. Jonathan's very smart. He just needs some. I don't know. He needs some guidance. Some guidance. I think he'll get there. Somebody he should hook up with is my brother Bomani. Because like I said, that'll be this guy Bomani's a tech guy. And he, what you call bills, he does his trips one night. So he's a businessman. I respect money because he delivers, on his stuff he says he's going to do. He delivers, he basically, he talks very little, but he delivers a lot, so, he like this. But, yeah, so the thing is, what I'm trying to say today is I'm looking at this inauguration, right? And I'm saying to myself, white America is secure. Where are I haven't heard from any of these so-called black leaders yet. Who in the black America has made a speech lately? Does everybody retire from the movement or something? Am I missing something here?
Well, today was MLK Day, so they was making a lot of speeches today.
Who was making speeches?
I think his granddaughter made a speech, or his daughter, or something like that.
Okay, what were they saying? What were they saying?
Well, she was saying, everything is at stake now because Donald Trump is in office. Saying that he's a fat.
Hold on. Did these people understand something, right? They don't need to understand something, right? There's not a goddamn thing they could do about Donald Trump in office. That's what America wants.
Right,
now,
right.
once you understand that, now what's your next move?
Yeah, I mean, you said it was making speeches, but it was making speeches.
And say that's what the only thing I say like this. See, while they're making speeches, this man up here signing executive orders.
Right, right.
There's something friggin' fundamentally wrong with this whole picture, you know? I'm saying while he's making, while we're making speeches talking about racism, like Michael Eric Dyson, that's another idiot, racism, sexism, blah blah blah. He was babbling, this guy came out of nowhere, racism, sexism, okay, that's all good, racism, sexism, blah 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 blah. But the bottom line is, I'm watching Donald Trump is taking office right now. All the stuff that he said he was going to do, he's actually going to carry out. He said he's going to deport millions of people here legally.
Yeah, they already got the task force ready to go.
So everything he said he was going to do. Why is it that I have never seen in my lifetime a black man, right? If me as look, it's like this. It's all about the will of the people. America in the 1900s, right? Thought that Spain had bombed the USS Maine in Havana Harbor, right? So America cried for Spain's blood. In America, every American cried death to Spain. And America, guess what? Declared war on Spain. Then they found out years later that Spain had nothing to do with it, In the wake of that, we grabbed the Philippines, we grabbed Puerto Rico, we grabbed all these islands in the Caribbean and everything, all on misinformation, right? That shows the power of the will of a nation. The nation wanted to go to war with Spain, and that's what happened. Show me why that we can sit here, like I was playing the other night, and this idiot principal is telling me that's good. I'm watching friggin' a rogue government like the Congolese execute like 200 boys. That broke my heart, man.
Oh yeah, I heard him. He was
He's saying, well,
that's a regular occurrence over there.
What?
What's going on?
Who's this?
You got a new person on the show.
Solon Don. Hey, y'all talking about Trump?
Introduce yourself. Yeah, introduce yourself, brother.
Yo, this is Solon Don. I'm repping Missouri, USA.
Okay, what's on your mind?
Y'all talking about these new Trump executive orders?
Yeah, well, I'm talking about that, but I'm talking about the whole how it relates to. We talk about black issues on this platform, right? So I'm saying, okay, the Trump executive orders, right? They basically, he got elected by the majority in the electoral college, legally elected president of the country. So he has every right to do that. That's their business, whatever they're doing. I'm saying,
but they pro family executive orders. So one is the two genders, right? That's positive for the black
I know that. I know that. Well, I agree with you. Some of the executive I agree with. But my point I'm trying to make is,
thanks. Y'all have a good night.
Where are the black people? Why don't we have any? When am I going to see black people anywhere? So, in other words, basically, are you familiar? Solon, are you familiar with the ADOS FBA movement?
Oh yeah. They signed another executive order, no birthright citizenship.
Oh, let me ask you a question, right? Now, the ADOS FBA movement called Caribbeans and Africans tethers. Now, what I'm saying is this: so could it be that the ADOS FBA are tethers now? Because you see, everything that Trump is doing, it seems like black people might benefit from. Could it be?
Well, America is a black country.
Oh no!
So
okay, this is fucking. This is fucking Lil John, man. No,
Lil John.
Goodbye.
Well, what's wrong with being pro?
Oh man, get out of here! Get out of here! No, fuck Lil John. I told you, you can't come up here, Lil John, until you put your camera on. You can't come up here until you put your fucking camera on, man. He's trying to be slick, man. He had me going there for a little while. He had me going. He had me going there for a little while, man. That's that nigga Lil John, man. Trying to be slick, man. Oh man, so that's brother Bomani.
You got somebody else up here now.
Bomani, I don't know what's going on with his camera. Bomani, your camera is on now.
Yes,
there we go. What's going on, brother?
Greetings, brother. Greetings, man.
Yo, are you watching? Were you watching his inauguration today, Bomani?
Well, I mean, while I was working on a few computers.
Yeah, I took the day off and watched this shit all day.
Oh, you know,
Mark is kind of going in and
Yeah, I
out.
think your mic's going in and out, Bomani.
There you go, man. She should be able to hear me loud
Yeah,
and
I hear
clear.
you clear, loud and
Like,
clear.
yes, I while I was here doing some work, I was watching some of it, and the only thing that you can just think of is that these people have literally pulled off history where they literally just formulate 13 colonies. Now they have 50 states, and they're making it clear on their agenda that this is their direction and what they want to do with their country, that they stole, that they have built up, that they have stolen our people, and that they have committed all the atrocities that they need to commit to stay in power and build what they need to build. And while they're doing that, it's just sad that all our people are doing is just complaining. I try to avoid a lot of these, outside of like talking here or talking to certain people. I try to avoid these conversations with just black people about Trump and things like that, because this is what you got to deal with for the next 4 years. So you can be positive, make the best of it. And I'm telling people, I was like, why would you want this man to fail when we're going to be the ones to suffer if he fails? If he succeeds, and we'll be able to get some benefits, and then we can keep on pushing our Africa plan, because that's what you want. You want America to have an economy flowing to where we can find ways how to get access to the things that we need to make what we need to make in Africa, because after a while it's going to be a situation where it's just going to be tighter and tighter. And you never know, you may not have somebody as generous as a Donald Trump that comes in and literally going to do things to where I'm sure we'll benefit as a people. I mean, the last 4 years was painful, man. So it's like, the thing of it is like, what do you really have to lose? These people have a legacy that they're putting in place to build for their family. Like when you see Trump, you see his sons, you see his daughters, you see his family. When you see people like Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, you don't see that same energy. So these people have a different legacy building, and in success of their legacy that they're building, fortunately, we as a people can get some of the action, because if we think about even black countries, most black countries are running away where your own people suffer. Example, we dealt with it in Jamaica, where you're there and you're doing all the things, you're doing all your voting, you're doing all the support, but then your country turn around and sell out investments to everyone else, and then your people suffer. So when you have someone like a Donald Trump that's saying that he's going to make America great again, and I'm not like saying that, oh, he's going to be this great thing. At least he's saying that he's going to prioritize making sure the people in his country, the citizens of his country, including black people that were born in America, create opportunities for them. That's better than when our governments in Africa and the Caribbean say that they're going to do certain things and they turn around and just mess us over. To where if you go around and ask black people from predominantly black countries how they feel about their government, I can't think of any one of them that will say, yeah, they may say, yeah, I love Trinidad, I love Jamaica, and I love my people, and I love my country, but they're not going to agree that the government is for them and building anything for them. So this is where I'm not saying that black people in America should be happy, but this is the man that you're dealing with, and he seems to have more energies than other people. So, I mean, what you got to lose other than this? Take advantage of what's coming your way, and as long as the economy is flowing, then you can get your hustle on. America is built on a hustle. If you got skills, talents, and you got innovations, you can make a way. But I feel bad for the black folks who have been here for generations and have wasted life and have not taken advantage of any of the opportunities. And those are the ones that you're going to see just complaining, because the money is going to flow and they're not going to be in a position to benefit anything from it. And then they're just going to blame everything on the system of racism and white supremacy, which is their favorite words to repeat.
And they're going to be attacking people like you and I when we're making success. They're like,
Absolutely,
oh,
brother.
man, I didn't call us sellouts, man. They're making money. Look at this, man, We got to be poor, righteous teachers all the time,
Yeah, the hell with that poor righteous teachers.
That.
You and I can't build what we're trying to build in West Africa with just little money or people just donating $1 on live and things like that. We have to go out there and get access to some real capital and get access to some real equipment and get access to to the real things that you need. And the last 4 years, I didn't see that happening. I mean, so this may be our chance. Because a lot of us have been in limbo literally in the last 4 years, not blaming anything on any specific government, but from the whole COVID collapse. But now you have the world that's the rest of the world is going in right now. Right now you have all of these world leaders. They're trembling in their boots. They was even shaking in their boots Trump was a president-elect, and now that he's officially the president, he has that power. But if people thought that the people that were running against him were gonna actually be a strong candidate to make America this continuous dynamic power, it's a joke. And it's like you want the best people to literally be in position, because when things go good in America, we benefit. When things go messed and companies are laying off, we're the ones that feel it. So people have to literally think about those things before they start wishing death to the president, wishing what kind of negative, nasty.
Yeah, they had a march today for the so-called people and whatnot. Protested the usual suspects, Al Sharpton, all
The
of them out there.
usual
It's just, it's the point. I'm tired, man. I really am. Are we supposed to always be suffering and having nothing and whatnot, losing all the time and
Yeah.
whatnot?
See, here's the thing, Carla, is that what I'm noticing now, you see like the breakdown of the Democratic Party now. It's like there was this Asian woman out in California that was like a very prominent fundraiser for the Democrats. Her name was Lindy Lee, and she raised literally $100 million for the Kamala Harris campaign. Literally $100 million, and basically she was all invested in stuff in the Democratic Party machine out in California. She was all invested in the Kamala Harris campaign. And when Kamala Harris lost, they interviewed her, and she said that when Kamala Harris did like her Zoom call with all the fundraisers, she said there was no accountability for the $100 million that had been wasted on her campaign. No, nobody mentioned it. And then she also said that the thing that stuck out to her was Kamala Harris was talking about her Thanksgiving Day recipe. And here this woman they just lost, and it's like I said, this woman is Asian, okay, and the Democrats they've gotten like these, especially since the early 2000s, they've gotten like these Asian women out in California to vote Democrat, and it gives all this money to the Democratic Party. They all heavily supported Obama, and now they're pissed because and this woman she's literally pissed. She's like, there was no accountability for the that they lost. She wants that money back, but she has no way to get
But
it
she
back.
actually, the story is she lost. They raised 1.2 billion or something like that. All that money was lost when Kamala was in 25 million in a hole. That's all that money is.
Yeah, yeah,
That's a budget of
yeah,
most
but
countries.
yeah, and so here's the thing. The point I'm trying to make is that this like with Obama, I thought they was gonna try to I thought the Democrats were gonna try to I noticed that, or at least with Biden, all the things that the Democrats could have done to solidify their power, like that they could have made Washington D.C. a state.
All
They
that
could
stuff.
have.
All
They
that
could
stuff.
have.
Hold on. Let me ask you a
Yeah,
question,
they
bro.
could have. Wait, wait, hold on.
What does
They
that
could have.
got to do
They
with
could have
black people?
ended the filibuster. All that stuff they could have done. It's like they didn't do it, and now it's like the Republicans they doing everything they can to solidify their power.
Yeah, well,
It's
hold
like
on, brother. Hold on,
it's like
brother
the
Dama. Hold
Democrats
on.
they obsolete now. Like go
Yeah,
ahead, go ahead.
all due respect, man. All that stuff right there means nothing to us. The statehood for DC, the filibuster, all that stuff like that. Because the bottom line, the Democrats, as far as black people are, had no agenda. They had no agenda. All the stuff they were fighting for, LGBTQ rights, men to play in women's sports and whatnot, that was their values. So that to me, the question I'm asking tonight is, white America got what they want, right? Black America still don't know what they want. The Democrats ran a campaign. I really don't know who their base is. Is it gays? Is it illegal aliens? Is it feminist women? I think it's Hollywood types. I think it's white liberals. That whole cabal, and the so-called POCs, people of color. When all these people hate us, all these other groups of people hate us. They don't like this. What I'm saying is we have to have an agenda that basically have the black male vote in mind, and that none of the Democrats, nothing the Democrats said, and they tried to send out Obama at the last minute when you saw that happen, right? black people said, "Hell, get the hell out of here,"
Yeah.
because that's what they knew. Look, let me tell you something how this works, right? You have the on top of the Democratic Party are liberal white males in partner with gay white males, right? And then you right under them you have white lesbian females and white straight females that are single, right? Then under them, I would say who comes under the Asians? Oh, Asians, and then other POC people of color, right? And then under the POC brand, you have black females, right? Black females are
Yeah.
under the POC. On the bottom of the Democrats, the very last are straight black men. Didn't know after the women, black women, you have gay black men. That's your Don Lemons and all of them down. They're down there. Then under the gay black men and under black females are black men, straight black men. We're on the bottom. And the only thing we have to do is just follow what they say, shut up, and just get out there and vote. So all these
Yeah,
people.
and what has happened? Yeah, what has happened now is black men have rejected the Democratic Party. You look at states like Texas, as many as 50% of black men in Texas voted for Trump. That is you had large urban areas, large parts of New York City, the Bronx and stuff, places that had voted Democrats for decades. They've been voting Democrats since the 1940s. Okay, they voted for Donald Trump, and I think that even after Trump's first, when his term is up, his movement is going to continue, and they're going to start winning places like California too. And you got all the Latinos in California. They tired of it. I'm a native of California, but I know that the Latino community out there, they sick of the Democrats, especially the Hispanic mid, because a lot of those guys are entrepreneurs, businessmen. They're truck drivers and stuff. I'm a truck driver. They're putting all these regulations on the semi trucks and stuff. You can't have a truck if it's this old because of the emissions and stuff, and we're not gonna let you register it in the state. You got to register your truck in Nevada or in the neighboring states. They made it hard. They're making it hard as hell, for them to make a living, for business people to make a living in California. And then another thing that struck out to me was I know it was last year, out in Hollywood, you had the Armenian community out in Hollywood protesting like the LGBT literature in the schools, and that's huge because the Armenians they make up a big voting block out in the Los Angeles area. And I don't think people realize that Los Angeles have a huge Armenian American population out there, and they was out there mad as a motherfucker about them putting these LGBT, these like not LGBT, but like these sexual like books for young children in these schools.
Yeah, well, Trump signed an executive order, ended that. So, like I said, white America basically, Trump was like Santa Claus today. Basically, he was like sitting up there like Santa Claus.
I'm not even talking about white folks. I'm talking about other minorities.
I know.
Did he sign the executive order for the truckers, so y'all don't have to go through all that stuff?
I don't know. I don't think I've seen all that. That's probably coming. But the thing is that he basically said there's only two genders. Sign that, male and female. That's it, So that's the LGBTQ people are done, And so also, I don't know if it's on the executive order, but he did say that any country that participates in BRICS is going to have 100% tariff on all their goods and services. So,
hey man, Tyler, guess who's joined BRICS?
Who?
Nigeria.
So, like I said,
there's no when did Nigeria join BRICS? I mean, that's a joke, right? Yeah,
look it up, man.
Naira is so bad right now.
I thought he was
going to say it up, bro.
I thought he was going to say Indonesia because I know that
Google
one.
It, man. Google it.
No, I know Spain joined it.
Yeah, You know,
Yeah, that was breaking news.
it's crazy. They named the Nigerian president the most corrupted person in the entire world. That don't really connect.
Like I said, I played a video yesterday of a lady who got all her money stolen in Nigeria, a black lady from Chicago. So I'm just pleading with the president. Well, my sister, plead all you want. That dude's a crook. He probably won't stole it. You know.
Yeah.
I lost all my money. I bought this like 3 properties, whatever like that. I invested my money. I said, wrong country, lady. You come there. If you don't know what you're doing, look, if you want to invest in Africa, you want property, talk to my brother Bomani here. He'll steer you right. People going out there, that's what we always say. Bomani, right? You go up there and try to do shit on your own, right? Bypass all of us. We try to tell you we got the connections. I got connections in Liberia. If you want to land in Liberia.
I mean, absolutely all the do's and don'ts. And then the issue when you tell people about the don'ts is that they contribute the don't to make it seem like you have an issue with the people in the country. But it's like just because people are not organized for you to trust them, don't mean that you have an issue with the country. The fact of it is like this is your hard-earned investment. People talk about America like the money that's come from an ATM, and it's like we're people who struggle to build our wealth, and then just to just throw it away in Africa is just unacceptable. So I'm telling people, you call me, I'll save your life, but you may not like some of the things I have to say as far as how things go in the country, but there's nobody that I've met since I started going to countries like Ghana that has been able to come here, sit down with me, or talk with me in general. And whether they agree or disagree with me, come back and tell me that I was wrong about anything. Like there's nothing that they would ever. They usually say that you're 100% right about the things, and that has made me to where I didn't lose out because I didn't make certain decisions. Because when you have a bunch of people coming up to you say they can do this, they can do that, they got connections, it's just all lies. So people have to understand the sequence of how to get business done in the different countries. Is like the trust system that you have in America that's backed by regulations and backed by courts and backed by courts.
That's important.
Law, it may be those laws and those courts are the same in other countries, but they don't operate the same. As a matter of fact, you have these white attorneys. The greatest thing that they'll ever be about is about taking on their own system and their own courts and getting you some money so they can get some money. So that's, for me personally, that's incentive. But when you're gonna say, well, I'm not gonna go against this person because they're part of my tribe, and even Bomani, even though you're trying to bring ridiculous amount of investments in the country, I got to side with the person.
Didn't you have to fire a couple lawyers in Ghana?
I've hired 4 lawyers and I fired all 4 of them. I thought all 4 of them was the worst set of people that I've ever met in my life.
Damn.
And so even a lawyer doesn't save you, because the different lawyers came from different recommendations. And even the last one, I mean, you should see his office and ways that, and he's supposed to be a stand-up guy, but even in that situation, they're gonna try you because they feel like you're here, and then they can just play around with your money. And I tell people, if they don't believe me, they can just literally just Google all these things that goes on, and then people may say, why are you still in West Africa? And West Africa has caused you all this. West Africa is the fight for us. That's our historical connection that was taken from us. None of our ancestors can come up from the grave and say that we volunteered to give up our citizenship and leave the shores of Mother Africa. So that's our connection to going back to restore our ancestors' glory, and then also just being open to working with our people in the different countries. But the fact of it is, when it comes to education, you're talking about most countries that you're dealing with. You're talking about the majority of people you're going to deal with will be compared to somebody who has a junior high school education. Not trying to be disrespectful.
Even if they're a politician,
the education system is that bad to where someone literally graduating high school would have more education than someone who claim that they went to university. Like we have one person on our Liberia crew, they claim that she's a university graduate, but I mean that I couldn't tell by that bimbo's mindset. So that's another thing that we're dealing with. You're telling people that, hey, we can transform things overnight because you do have a young generation that want opportunities, and so that's our play. But at the same time too, when people tell you that they're chief and they're king, don't believe them. All lies. And if they are, run.
Run the other direction, man.
Run the other direction.
Yeah, so
I
like I
mean,
said,
are there
you've been through it
success
all.
stories? Yeah, there are success stories, but most of the people who have success stories, check what happened. If you have success stories with building a town or building a land or building a house, that means that you have probably went to hell 2 or 3 times, and then you figure out at the end how to actually do it. But then by that time, you lost ridiculous amount of money. So that's what you hear from the people that are successful in Africa. Well, I was able to get it done, but but you hear the but part that I lost all this money. I went through this, but not everybody is gonna have that kind of energy to go through that fight. So we as a people have to make things right by giving our people the best solutions to live, do business, and invest in Africa. And if we're telling them that don't trust majority of the local people, I'm being real. You cannot trust them, and don't trust the majority of people that call themselves professional. You have to go through a rigorous process to having people prove to you that they're about what you're about, because we as a people from the African diaspora, we as a people have a vision that no one else has on the African continent. We have a vision of, we have seen nation building in America. We're looking at nation building at its finest right now with Donald Trump. People counted him out 4 years ago, and now he's back. And and this may be a blessing for us. Like, this may be our last chance to really just figure it out and stick together and then make these moves in Africa where we can control what we need to control and not leave things in the hands of people who with village education or low education, thinking that, oh, let me just give this person a chance just to give him a chance. Just like here, you're not, you have a $500,000 house. You're not going to call a dumbest technician to come there and do a bunch of electrical wiring and things like that in your house. You're just not going to do that because you value your investment. So just like we value our investment, we just have to find the best of the people. And the best of the people may be 1 to 10%. And that's what we have to find, because the 90+% are not about us. They're not for building anything. They're just living hand to mouth. And anyone they can steal from, they'll steal from. So unfortunately, they can't do that to the Chinese, the Lebanese, and the Indians, because their cycle is completely tight. If I'm a man from India and I'm in East Africa, why would I need an African to do anything for me? I don't, because I have all of my Indian brothers and sisters, and I have my crew, my group, and I have my gangsters or whatever. You have everything that you need. We as a people, we don't have that. So we put ourselves in a vulnerable situation because people look like us and people are from our origins. And that's where we make our mistakes.
Hey, tell them the importance of having that Black Star. How would that solve that by having the Black Star panel where you have a diverse diasporans living there that could do everything?
Exactly. The greatest plan I've ever had, and many people have copied it and rewrote their own situation. And then you also have many of our own Black people sabotage it to where we could be on another level where we're there. But as I mentioned, when you're trying to build certain things, someone is going to come for you and mess up with your plans because of jealousy, hatred, or just them being just non-paid or paid agents. And most of them are non-paid agents. They just do it for the excitement of this being a self-hating Black person. But as far as us building a Pan-African, and let me tell people in Africa, a Pan-African community represent all lives of Black people around the entire world. You're talking about Black people from Trinidad, Brazil, Jamaica, America, Canada, different parts of Europe, Asia, Australia, wherever. So you will have the most diverse group of Black people that you would ever see. And at the same time, too, you're setting up a community or town where you have the things that the people that you know and have connected with that they want. No one wants to live in a society to where every day they turn around, the water is off, the internet goes down, the power goes down, or you have your neighbors climbing your wall and stealing things in your house. No one wants to live in that society. So you're trying to create something to where people can live in these, you lived in Virginia, you live in Virginia, so you know about all these beautiful communities. I lived in Virginia Beach. I love Virginia Beach. And now I live here in the South Side in Georgia, and you have beautiful communities which are predominantly Black people. And then when you meet those Black people and you connect with them, they're clear with you that they want a quality of life. So if America is going to provide it, they're going to stay in America. If we're going to step our game up and provide it for them in Africa, they're willing to go. I have people that is even in their 70s and some in their 50s looking to retire. They're open to repatriation and nation building in Africa. But at the same time, too, they want their comfort of life, and they want to be safe and secure. They don't want to have the threats of people climbing their fence, breaking their house, and doing certain things. So you building a community and providing that basic way of life or people appreciate, more and more people will come. But to tell people that they need to just come to Africa and then live with the people is a joke. And I tell people, reason why I say that is like I have friends who literally went against what I explained to them, and I was like, you're gonna be a person from the African diaspora, and you're gonna go and live amongst a bunch of people that they're from a certain tribe, and you are completely not a part of that connection. And then when things go wrong, which they realize, when the police have to be called, when when the power company has to be called, you get thrown under the bus because they start talking in their language, and then all they're saying is that F this foreigner. Who is this foreigner? This foreigner coming in and think that they're better than you. And the so-called foreigner is not thinking that they're better than you. So-called foreigner is saying, I'm hiring people, I'm creating opportunities, I'm trying to be a part of this country because this is my ancestral roots, and I made sacrifices to be here. But then the local tribesman is not going to look at it like that. And that's where you have your issues. So if you're around your own brothers and sisters, like I'm from Jamaica, not from Brazil, but then the African diaspora, what you have in common with them is that we're stolen, and we're also under the same subjugation of white power, which most of us on the planet are under. But it's like, just because we live in nice communities and we have nice jobs and have great opportunities, don't mean that we feel free. So so you're trying to have this
Okay,
conversation.
now, brother, let me just say now.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm very familiar with you, but brother, I can't
Go
think
ahead.
everybody's name. What is your screen name again?
Nambomani Tayemba,
Yeah.
fearless leader.
Oh, okay. So can I just call you Tayemba or
You can call me Bomani is fine, but
Bomani?
Tayemba is
Bomani, yes.
fine.
And I'm very familiar with you, brother. I've watched a lot of your channels and stuff. But my thing is this, brother. I think that as of now, because I understand, um, you're a diaspora brother,
I'm from
and that type
Jamaica.
of thing.
I was born in Jamaica, to be direct.
Okay, yeah. But
Grew up
my thing is
grew up
this,
in New York
brother. I
since I was
think
11.
that we may have to rethink the way we look at things because the paradigm is shifting now. If Nigeria joins BRICS, all right,
They're just gonna mess up BRICS if
that's
they join BRICS. They're gonna collapse BRICS because these are the most crooked people on the planet.
yeah. But see, here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. If Nigeria joins BRICS, right,
It's gonna fall apart.
they're not. But hold on, brother. They're not gonna, because I think they're gonna join BRICS. They're gonna join BRICS. They're gonna get in closer with China. That's just what it's gonna be.
That's a joke.
This was destined. I believe this was destined, and this was a preordained thing decades ago. Once China started investing heavily in Nigeria, but I think now more than ever, Kala and and um, and the
Money.
thing is, yeah, Bumani.
I'm listening to him.
Yeah, the thing, the thing is, and I've always said this: if we're gonna go to Africa as Black Americans, might as well just go to Liberia and just build that up, because you trying to go to all these places, trying to go to the Gambia, trying to go to all into, you know, um, Ghana. We still don't know what's gonna happen with Ghana. We don't know.
Brother, we had this conversation before. Let me tell you something, right? And like I said, with all due respect, what you need to do is come on a tour with us to Liberia. You gotta go to Liberia, learn some about the country, right? It's that right there. Right now, what he's doing in Ghana is way more advanced. Ghana is, as far as like a settlement right now, Ghana is way more advanced than Liberia is, as far as that's concerned. Liberia is a great country we can connect with and everything, but as far as us trying to rewrite and reconnect with that country like that, it's not happening. As long as you got the Elvises of the world, Liberia is never going to be that country for us to go to and live.
Oh
And
shit, he popped
I
up as soon as
disagree,
you said
because
his
see, here's the
name.
thing.
What?
What happens if the diaspora? Because you got Nigeria joining BRICS. Okay, what if Ghana
That's
joins
not good
BRICS?
for us, bro. Why?
But
You know why it's not good for us?
But see, what I'm saying, brother, is that Nigeria joined BRICS. What if Ghana joins BRICS? Are they gonna still want to bring all these people from America into Ghana? If they're in BRICS,
let me say this, brother.
if they're close in
Ghana,
with China like that,
Ghana knows who butters their bread. Is always going to
Well,
say. It's black people from the diaspora. That U.S. currency. That's what the fuels all this. BRICS is like friggin' like 100 years away from that, and the whole thing is like you said. Trump just said, any country that joins BRICS, we're going to tax you 100%. That means if you got an airline ticket to a country that's in BRICS, it's going to double. You know, if you do anything in a country that joins BRICS, it's going to be double. Right? That means you can forget that. And not only that, we black people in America, right? The one thing that we have where we negotiate is we have the U.S. dollar, most powerful thing in the world. So I would not want that compromise just yet, as long until we get what we want to be established on the continent and stuff like that. Then maybe 20 years from now, yeah, they want to join BRICS, yeah, fine. But right now, we need to basically use the. Why would I give my power up, just to see Nigeria and Africa join BRICS? Why would I do? Why would I do that?
Give up what power?
U.S. dollar,
yeah, but
Black
see, here's
America,
the thing, fella, and
Oh, you talking about the
think about
dollar?
this. At what point does because Trump is already talking about buying Greenland, and I think he's gonna do it. Number one, they need it for strategic reasons. It's just like Alaska. They need it for military reasons. Because of the curvature
or the white
the
man's
earth.
like that. He could just want it. White people.
Yeah,
The
but
difference
see, here's the
between
thing,
you and I
Tyler,
is
brother,
the white
let me
man.
finish,
The white
Tyler,
man
hold on.
wants something. He goes and get it. Black people sit
Yeah,
back and
but see,
dream.
here's the thing,
We make
Tyler,
YouTube videos. We plan. We
Yeah,
cry.
but Tyler, let me finish. The thing is, they need it because, they got this militarily aggressive Russia. If they, the curvature of the Earth, because, Greenland is like way up there, like by the North Pole. If they put missiles up there, or if they put airplanes up there, or anything like that, those airplanes or missiles, they'll be like in striking distance of like Moscow, like really fast.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good strategic.
So the thing
military
is like but then I also look at Africa. Is Trump gonna have any designs on Africa? Because here's the thing.
That's a good thing, bro.
Tyler, let me finish,
Come on, bro. You gotta let somebody else talk, bro.
Okay,
Gotta let somebody else. That's what we have a conversation for. Look, you asked about Africa, right? And let me tell you, the good thing is Trump has no desire or interest in Africa. That's a good thing. I don't know why black people keep asking for it. If you freaking keep asking for it, they're gonna give it to you. It's best that people, Americans, Obama wreaked havoc in Africa, Biden wreaked havoc in Africa, right? Trump pretty much left Africa alone. In those years, Bramani will tell you things were going good in Africa, culturally, economically, and everything like that. Without the United States meddling on the continent, they weren't pushing the LGBTQ. None of that shit when Trump was in office,
Yeah, brother, I remember like it was yesterday. It was 2017, 2018, and 2019, the 3 best years that we have ever had in business, literally. And it was peaceful in Africa because, it's like, what more do we want from America? You finally have a president that is not going to wreak havoc in Africa. Now he has to make his move because he has to compete with China, but it's like, his priority is America. His priority is all the people complain about jobs and careers and opportunities and everything being outsourced. I'm telling people, Kamala couldn't handle this kind of, handle this kind of smoke. This man is going into, he's taking over a country that's just on some crazy situation, wars everywhere. And it takes, whether they want to call him a white supremacist, it takes a bold white man to do that. It's not going to be anybody else. And so sometimes in leadership, especially a country that they fought and wreak havoc for.
America, in other words, what you're saying,
let them do their thing.
Not a banana republic,
Yeah, let them do their thing, brother. And while they're doing their thing, especially since he's not going to be focused on Africa, that's when we can make our move, And so
but Monty, you gotta listen to what I'm saying, though, brother.
Well, try to be direct with your points. I'm clear instead of this where you just
but Monty, listen to me, brother.
Go ahead.
It's like chess, right? it's like chess,
Okay.
And chess is a dynamic game, and the pieces are always moving. You gotta look at how the pieces have moved, okay?
Okay, explain how the pieces have been
But
moved.
brother,
Explain it.
listen, you got the ADOS movement in the U.S. now. I mean, not you got ADOS, you got FBA,
Which is another joke.
FBA, brother, listen.
And FBA another joke.
But brother, wait till I'm done to refute it. Don't just Here's the thing, brother. You're on this Pan-African, we got to go to Africa, and brother, you don't know. In a few years, we may be in war in Africa. In a few years, we might have an aircraft carrier off the coast of Africa.
In a few years, brother, in a few years, the Martians can come to America.
What you
and
need
take
to
over America.
understand
I'm not
is
American.
that all those Black Americans that's in Ghana and stuff, they might have to be evacuated out of there.
Hey, listen. Hey, hold on. Let me get this one.
The thing that's going on with BRICS is serious. This is a serious
you're literally
thing.
assuming shit you're literally assuming stuff that makes no sense. And you're trying to tell me that you're trying to correct me on something, but you're talking about things that make no sense. In a few years, it's like who made you, who made you Miss Cleo to where you can tell who made you Miss Cleo the psychic to where you can tell the future. It's like we're talking about the relevance of what's going on now and how we can take advantage of it. And then you're telling me it may be a war in Africa in the next few years. I mean,
do they really think that's gonna stop us? No.
But the thing of it is, Kala, is like people literally trying to put off about, well, you're into repatriation and Pan-Africanism.
It's 100%.
But I'm also an American business person that's here working business and contributing to society. But at the same time, too, you have to ask me all the time, do you feel free? People, my cousin just called me. It was like, what's going on? What you're doing? Your schedule flexible. It was like, I was like, I'm on my way to South Africa. He was like, you just got back. I was like, that's the name of the game, brother. That's our mission. We take people to Africa. We build connections. We build relationships. We show up. And this is one of the number one reasons why everyone who have a Ghanaian citizenship should be thankful of people like myself and all those others who will put the work in and have made the country very, very relevant and kept the connection. Those things make a difference. If we're thinking about this, well, we're wasting our time making a move. So what should we do? We should sit here in America as sitting ducks while we have all the resources that we have. And then what should we do? I should have sit around every month and look at all the income I make and then literally hit the pay button and just keep on paying everybody and keep on just giving the money out, and to where you just living hand to mouth every month, or you just literally you're enjoying life, but you're giving away the maximum amount of your resources back to the system, versus you having an opportunity to say, hey, I can use some of my profits to get land. I can use some of my profits to build a movement, create some energy to where we can make some move somewhere else, to where we can build something for ourselves. That's a key thing, building something for ourselves. As long as we stay in America, we're just going to have to just literally follow the laws of Donald Trump or whoever else is coming. And that's not exactly the worst thing, because you're backed by a country that has something going for itself where you can live a quality of life. But at the same time, too, is that enough? Does living a quality of life and being under the dictatorship of the same people who stole us and literally enslaved us without compensation? They compensated their slave owners, but still today, we have the guy's talking about ADOS and FBA. Still today, the complaint is about reparations, which I don't know how these isolated movements who claim to this own Black people in America is going to make things better for Black people. But guy, brother.
That reference is not happening. It's not happening. The bottom line is this. And bottom line is, brother and Diamond, I don't have nothing against his brother, but when you start talking about
those Indian guys, right? One of those guys that think he's an Indian, so he has no need. He has no need to go to Africa or build something else because he feels like he's
see, if somebody says they're not interested in Africa, I'm fine. But don't basically get up and tell us we can't do that, because we're saying like this. We're saying, like I said, a just in case factor. Like when I used to live in the hood back in the days I first moved to Virginia, I slept with my fucking gat under my pillow. Why? Just in case niggas came in my fucking house.
You James Bond now?
It's look, niggas are crazy back then, That's what crack houses went. I said, yo, I moved to Ocean View. You remember Ocean View, right? In Norfolk.
Oh yeah, absolutely straight hood.
Yo, you had white girls fucking shooting up fucking houses. White girls with gold fronts on, shooting niggas up and whatnot, slinging dope and whatnot. It's just shit was wild back then, you know. White girls packing gats, you know. That's how wild that shit was back then, you know. I had to sleep with my gat under my pillow, man. You know, like you motherfucker come in here, like when I hear shit outside, when somebody kick this door and they going down. You know, I had my gat pounded the door one night. This motherfucker come through this door, he's dead, you know. Anyway, it's a just in case factor, right? Having something over in Africa, and Vermont community is a prototype. I believe we're going to build like 100 of them, you know? And so therefore we have
all over the continent
community that become municipalities that they can be self-sufficient, where we basically have everything we need in these communities and whatnot, and they're going to grow into nation states one day, you know? So the bottom line is that's the future for Black. That's our manifest destiny. The white man's manifest destiny now, he wants Greenland, he wants Panama back, and they basically just renamed the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. So
Canada too.
Yeah, and what?
Canada.
Oh yeah, and they want Canada too. You know,
yo, brother, that is bold, man. And the man wasn't even a president, man. And the man, and that's what I'm saying about white dominance is like they do what needs to be done. You know what I mean? You think about when Britain and the French had all of these colonies, and be thankful, people that listen to me, Claire, be thankful, not praise and hate off it a little bit, but be thankful for him, because during World War II, if he didn't put them under pressure,
exactly,
on the French
Africa was
British. Who knows what will be the situation? But it's like when those major powers, for the first time in a long time, that they feel outside of Napoleon, where they feeling pressured. There's no way they could hold all those colonies in Africa, the Caribbean islands, Central and South America. So there you have it. Sometimes you just you need the right evil in place so you can do what you need to do. And this is a situation now where we're back at, man, where this is our clear path to making moves in the next 4 years. So instead of people complaining about Trump as president, use it as the perfect decoy to get what needs to be done. Because you never know who's going to be. Somebody may be coming after him worse than that. It may be Kamala Harris. And if that happened 4 years later, brother, by that time, my community be ready to react and move. So people need to work on their exit plan, especially if you're about really nation building. Because you can't sit here and just be under the hopes of America that things are going to change and you're going to get reparations and all these things are going to happen. Those things may never happen. So what is the end game? Are you going to work on another move?
All right, but Monty, let me just say this. First of all, I'm not a reparationist. I don't need reparations. I know how to make my own money. I know how to start my own business, start my own LLC. I know how to get my money game, popping. So I am not a reparationist. But at the same time, what I'm looking at, I was on Discord talking to a Cameroonian American girl today, and they were talking about Martin Luther King Day. And you know what this girl said? There was a white dude that was talking with us. She was talking to this white dude, and she was telling this white dude, I don't celebrate Martin Luther King Day because I'm African, and that is not my history. This was a Cameroonian American girl saying this, and then she turned around and she said that that's their history, referring to Black America, us, FBA. But she said that is not my history. I'm French. I'm from Cameroon. This is what this girl said.
So what is that? What is the point? If Cameroon is so great, then she could.
The point is this: these Africans,
move back to Cameroon,
and that's how they think. They think like that. See, you on this Pan-Africanism, you think we all in this big black family.
No, man, you got it all wrong, man. You're clearly not listening.
Let him finish so I can say what I need to say, because I got something for him right here. And so I'm clearly on this kind of.
I want to hear what you got, because, brother, I'm out here in these streets, and I see what it is. You know what I mean? And I'm at the point now. I just think that we better off as Black Americans if um we just build with each other first. And if you want to build with somebody,
I'm with you on
well,
the build.
Well,
hold
you
on.
know,
If you
just
want to
do
build with
those
somebody
things.
outside of the U.S., why don't we make connections more with our international FBA diaspora, like the Black Nova Scotians and stuff like that. Even the blacks, Bohemians and the Black people in the Caribbean.
I get you clearly, but
Why
you
not do that?
you
You
still got to
talking
be
about going to Africa and these
hold on.
Africans?
You still have to make
They're
it clear.
nothing like us.
Why does this,
They don't share our history.
what I want to find
Go
out
ahead,
from you is
brother.
why does this
They're
why
nothing
does this
like
one
us.
Cameroonian person?
Dama, I got to remove. I need Bomani to respond to that.
Yeah, I'm trying to respond. So, brother, what I want to find out from you is like you heard from this one Cameroonian girl, one Cameroonian lady or sister, and then she feel that way. She has a right to feel the way she feel because maybe she feels like I celebrate Martin Luther King Day. Just like when I was watching the inauguration, I mean, Dr. King was a great man. Some people may have heard me when we were talking about Dr. King and Martin Luther King, but that's a different subject and debate. But Dr. King is a great man and fought for his people. And maybe she from somewhere else. I grew up here. I moved to Brooklyn, New York when I was, my family moved when I was 11. So I was able to go to school from the 6th grade on and up. So you end up being a part of the culture, and you're living the same life that everybody else is living. You're going to school. You're learning the country. You're learning the culture of the people that you're around, and so you're more into American culture. And she may be someone else that is a hateful person from another country that literally say, no, I just want to come to America to take advantage of the opportunities that Black people literally fought for, but I don't want to be a part of their struggle. And to me, that is a sick thing to say. So yes, I'm into Pan-Africanism. I believe in the struggle of Black America. I believe in the struggle of the African diaspora. And I believe that we have a great opportunity, and it doesn't have to be our entire population. Only thing you're asking for is about 1 to 10%, and 10% is a little probably hard, but more closer to 1% of people to be open to saying, hey, this is our ancestral land. This is our connection, even though we've been divided. And just like, it's like we feel more comfortable with dealing with white supremacy versus the African tribalism. And is it an easy thing to deal with? Absolutely not. But at the same time, too, are we supposed to just be here as sitting ducks and sit here and hope and pray that we can literally get along with all of these different groups of Black people? Like me and you, Kala, we talk about a whole bunch of them, from Umar Johnson that has his own fake ass Princess of Pan-Africanism movement to these people who call themselves FBA, which is just a complete joke. But it's like, how are we supposed to build with them? Personally, Kala, I'm better off building with you. You have a passion about Africa. You have a passion about nation building. You have a passion about Black people need to create additional opportunities. So that's where you and I connect. If you're just one of those hateful ass niggles here that ain't about nothing, there's nothing we can connect on. So if the guy that was on a little while ago, if he can find other Black people that he can connect with, and I guess that's why FBA is working out for them, because they can connect on being this group of Black people, privileged Black people in America that hate because they literally hate all other Black people. Because, well, when we get reparations, nigga, if you ever get reparations, if you ever get reparations, it's only for you, and then the rest of the people, the Black people in Jamaica, they just need to go call England and say, yo, man, we need to get reparations from you, and the Brazilians need to call the Portuguese and get reparations for them. And it's like, so you're talking about building with each other, but then you're talking about excluding so much of us. This is still the Americas, North America, South America, Central America, the Caribbean communities, all part of the Americas. And somehow people find ways to just divide us, and it's like, am I supposed to really build with that? I want to build with Pan-Africanism, which is more of a universal philosophy of groups of Black people coming together. So now when we are groups of Black people in Africa, now we don't have to worry about tribalism, because we're our Pan-African energy, which is bringing most of the culture, especially our stolen culture, that some of it may not even be practiced in Africa anymore, because we don't. And that's why people love places like Brazil. But that's what we're up against. Either we build a Pan-African state to where we can connect with the rest of our people in Africa. Other than that, it's going to be like, it's going to be like, before you jump in, It's gonna be
Okay.
basically us facing tribalism.
Okay.
So
Okay.
that's
let
why
me say this.
Pan-Africanism makes
All
a
right. All
difference.
right.
And
Bamani,
Pan-Africanism
brother,
is
let me
also
respond.
Pan-Africanism is also the philosophy of one of the great nations of Africa, which is Ghana, from
Okay,
Kwame Nkrumah.
Bamani,
And
please let me respond, brother. All right.
go
Here's
ahead
the
and
thing, brother.
respond. Because
Here's the thing.
you feel like you're in a dire
Is
need to just
that
respond because you just gotta say
is
something
that
and you
yeah?
can't
Here's the
listen.
thing.
Go
You
ahead.
know. You have to look at a situation on the ground. Okay. If I'm on the ground, all right. If we was in a war, Bamani, all right. I'm a captain or whatever, and I'm on the ground, and you're the general, and I'm trying to tell you, General Bamani, this is what's going on. This is what we facing out here on the front line, and I tell you that, and you not believing me. I told you what that Cameroonian girl told me, and you sitting here saying, "Well, that's just one girl." But I said, "Nah, bruh, it's a lot of them that feel like that. A lot of these Nigerians and stuff come up here. You see them, you see how they are on Kaizo's channel. Kaizo, they
What
come
does
in
that
here.
matter? What does
When
that does
these
not matter? And
Nigerians
here,
come
that's
up
me
here,
cutting you off now.
these
That does not
people
matter.
are not
Just
our
because you have,
people, man.
just because
They they are not our people,
so
bruh.
who's your people, Negro? Who's your people? Your people, the Indians in America? Are those your people? This is why I can't talk to uneducated black people who have never read books, never studied anything, never traveled, never literally been out there unorganized black people to do anything. They literally find themselves defeatless and literally find themselves a failure of the system. So they take these talking points. So this Negro is gonna literally talk about some Cameroonian person which none of us know about. And like I mentioned to him, I was like, yo, if you're coming from Cameroon and you're 20 years old and you have been propped up by your community, say, we need you to go to America, get a job, use some of that money from America and invest back into the country or take care of your family. And that's what you have a lot of people doing. So if they decide this, you know what? I don't really want to be a part of this thing that's going on in America because I don't understand. That's fine. Stay the hell out of it. And that's honorable.
Yeah.
Stay out of it and do what you need to do. And people like myself, I'm not going to take that position. I grew up in a black conscious energy where I met dynamic people from America, dynamic people from the Rasta community, from the Caribbean community who encouraged me, who empowered me, who supported what we're doing. And what we're doing, I don't feel like it's a lost cause. I feel like we have to make another play. And while we're talking about making another play, other people want to be against us making the other play. And that other play is say, hey, we're going to build relationships in Africa. Do I agree with a lot of stuff that goes on in Africa? No. But am I still, and do I talk against it? Absolutely. And am I still consistently going back to the drawing board and figure it out? Absolutely. Because I want to be free. I am not free under American rule. I appreciate the quality of life. I appreciate to be able to send my son to a good school, be able to have a nice quality of life, but that's not enough. I want to be able to pass on an empire to my family, to my generations, to my people, to be able to do something for us. All of us can't get up every day and be selfish and say, well, this African that came here, he doesn't like black people anywhere. He doesn't like other black people outside of Africa. It's like we're using one or two people to make bad examples of why we shouldn't put the work in and why we shouldn't commit to organizing as a people and compete with the rest of the world, because that's what it's going to take. It's going to take us to compete against the rest of the world. Other than that, where they look at it, America is what it is. So, I mean, I don't think the white people are going to give up their power anytime soon, no matter how much Asians and Indians they bring in. But Africa can easily be taken over by the Chinese and the Indians in the next few years because they're in that position and they've been there for generations. And then if they work with the Lebanese, the game is over. And if we don't participate in that movement and make a push, then that's it. But people like myself, I have all my great technical skills that I'm thankful for the United States of America, United States military, United States Airlines, United States school system for giving me an opportunity so I can work on a game plan to be self-reliant and self-sufficient and do something for my people. And I think that's when it comes into being real. You're here in America, what are you doing to build something? Because all I see is people challenging what I talk about and challenging what we're building. And that's consistently what you and I have in common, Khaled. That's all they do. But then they never give us a better game plan other than, well, this person from Cameroon ain't about nothing. This person from Cameroon don't celebrate Martin Luther King Day, and she's not part of America, so she's not like us. So what everybody is doing now, they're using that verse.
Negro
They're not
Negro
like us.
Stone
They're not
tactic.
like us.
Yeah, it's just a bunch of petty ass
The
shit.
reality of it is you do your DNA, and every single last one of us, you're doing your DNA, and I guarantee I put my life on it. Your DNA is gonna say this, whether you do it from African ancestry or you do it from the local, the local hood shop down at the bottom that do fake DNA or whatever the situation. It's gonna all say two locations: West and Central Africa, and nowhere else, and anywhere else maybe less than 5%. So how did they not like us?
Yeah.
All right, now let me say this, like, brother, and see, it's the same thing, brother. You're not listening. You sitting up here.
Listen to what?
You
Get me
you
right
you
to your
don't
point
want to
so I can be
believe
clear,
me.
because you're not listening. You're the
You
one
don't
that's being
you don't
illiterate and
you don't want to
unintelligent.
believe me. You
Well,
act
you're
like.
you're using
But I'm
you're
trying to,
using one person. So you cannot use one person and explain it. You got to go more than that, brother.
and I'm telling you,
You're
man,
talking to an
it's
educated
when
person,
that
not
girl
talking to a
told me
village
that.
idiot
But
or a
brother,
stupid
you
ass
need to
hood
listen.
nigga.
When
Yeah, there's
that
a lot.
girl
There's a
told
lot
me
of
that,
Indama. There's a lot of ignorant Africans who don't know any. Look, let me tell you something, right? People come to this country, right? And the bottom line is what that just shows me is we can't just hold Africa because you ask the same Indians when they come
Yeah,
here?
you can't just be offended by one little girl, man.
Nobody gives a damn about that. Most black people in America don't know about Martin Luther King, you know? So the bottom line is this. So we can't create these sacred things. Like I said earlier about the civil rights movement. The civil rights movement, like the brother Alonzo that came in the other night, I appreciate him calling in. I wish you could call tonight. It was overblown in history, right? And so black people in America think that immigrants owe them so much because of the so-called civil rights movement. They don't understand the civil rights movement is going to happen regardless of the black people. Why? Because simply America was trying to sell itself to the world as this country that's alternative to the communists, you know? So they were going to have civil rights everywhere. Just that they put a black face on it and say, hey, look, black people are there. Hey, IC3, how you doing? Had your picture up here. Captain Crunch, how you doing? You know, I got the Captain Crunch there. I did that just for ICT because I knew it was coming by, man.
Yeah,
Captain Crunch.
he's a black version of Captain Crunch. That's for real.
Yeah, that's what chocolate Captain Crunch. You know, I got Captain Crunch up on the screen. You
I
know,
see, dude. Yeah.
Captain Crunch. I give 100 for Captain Crunch every time IC3 comes up here. I want to go down and eat some Captain Crunch. You know,
Yeah.
but the whole thing that I'm trying to say is this. So yeah, I get it. People from immigrant background, they don't really care about the struggle or whatnot. You know, they can't. Look, let me tell you something. You coming from Cameroon, one of the poorest places on earth, right? You got a 20 people in a village depending on you. The last thing you're thinking about is the struggle. They got enough struggle back home. You
I mean,
know,
brother Kala, are they really gonna jeopardize the gift that they were given and the mission that they were given? So
and that
I
passport,
resonate with that.
green card, they ain't trying to get in
Because
trouble.
I got some people just like that from Jamaica, but it's like when people ask me, I was like, no, I chose different. I'm part of the culture in America. I grew up in this physical culture in America. You know what I mean? Like I'm around more people from America than anything else since I've been here in the country. It's not like I was around a bunch of people from, even though we live in Flatbush, it's not like you're around a bunch of people from the Caribbean community. You're around a bunch of people from America. That's who you work with, you live with, you do business with, you connect with. So you take on that struggle, and some of us choose not to. But the ones of us who did, Marcus Garvey wasn't even from here, and then he's talking about connecting with Black America and building Africa. I mean, so some of us have to step up and be men and be leaders, and some of us can't always take this weak position of being a bunch of I don't want to use a bunch of wussies, if that's the nicest word. That's probably the nicest word I can find without using some dirty profanity. And step up, you know what I mean? And for this guy that's to tell me they're not, so if they're not like us, so what do? I sit here and try to work with FBA who don't like people like myself, try to work with a bunch of other organizations that don't respect people like myself, versus working with a Pan-African, versus working with people who believe in Pan-African. And the people who really truly believe in Pan-Africanism, they believe in a universal principle. They don't believe it's this movement in America that does talk about Black people saving the rest of the world. They actually believe in a global connection and believe in actually being a part of communities and towns in Africa where you have all facets of Black people from all over the place.
And that is like
If
our
you don't
religion.
diversify that energy in Africa, then you're going to be subjugated to tribalism. And that's what Pan-Africanism can cure.
Yeah, tribalism.
which is the most dangerous thing. Tribalism, racism, all the isms and schisms, very dangerous.
Way more dangerous than white supremacy and racism. I think it's way more
Yeah,
destructive.
tribalism is probably worse because at least with racism, they get things done. Tribalism, you're gonna stop me from getting things done because I'm not your tribesman. Racism, you literally pay LeBron James $500 million a year because you're gonna make $5 billion off him. So you don't mind making him making him this great guy because now you're able to make a profit from him. And it's like, if you're a white supremacist, that's not the worst thing. The most important thing for a white supremacist is sustain power. And that's why you have
let me just say this. So are you
now
building something in Ghana that's gonna
he has a community? Hey, Bomani, you want to?
I'm not only a person who literally people consult with to live and do business in Africa in general. But yes, as far as Ghana, we have our tour business. We built a foundation, and that's our connection to America.
Let me just say this now.
What we have is a Pan-African community. The Pan-African community, what it represents is number one thing it represents a great connection of skills transfer. I am a dedicated technician, from electrical technician in high school, the aircraft technician in the Navy, the aircraft technician in the airlines, to my own independent business here, doing a combination of all those things.
Let me say this.
And those are what we're going to transfer to Africa, and we're going to create opportunities.
Let me say this. Look, IC3, stop coming up here and talk about this gangster shit. We're businessmen, we're not gangsters. So if you got to, what you got to do is take your welfare check in the UK and get the hell out of here, because we're not gangsters. We're not that stupid shit. You're never gonna get no place. We're not. We're doing what we want to do. That's what I said. We put these people. That's why I'm glad working with Bomani. Work with somebody to get something done. If I had to rely on people,
hey, Bomani, how's your project coming along? If you don't mind.
Well, directly, I'm always going to tell you that we have our struggles because you have hateful, jealous Negroes from the African diaspora, and then you have hateful, jealous Negroes on the African continent. So you're in between both of those parties, and it is not the easiest fight. But at the same time, too, you do what you can get done. You build little by little. You learn from your mistakes, which is what's going to end up happening, because you're going to make mistakes because you're not in the same environment that plays a certain game. You're in an environment that there's no rules. And when I mean there's no rules, there's physically no rules. So so it's not like you can go down here to, in the state of Georgia, and you go get your land deed and you can do certain things and everything is all good and you build. But then,
I got your thing up. Is this right here, number 8? Is this where the Jagazi community is? I click on that.
Yes, that's just foundation information, and the YouTube videos give you more updated videos. But yeah, that's the foundation.
Are there pictures in here?
Yes, there's pictures and there's links to pictures, but I mean, there's no need to show anybody any of those things. They can. He's talking
about what Bomani's doing. I was gonna show him, if you want.
I mean, and you scroll down a little bit, you can mute the music. It was just the music has a life of its own whenever the page changes. Yeah. But once you scroll down, it will show you a link to pictures and videos, which will give you links to pictures and videos, but it also give you introduction of the community and show some of the houses being built and things like that. And I'm not making it seem like I'm any great developer. I'm a person, I've had my struggles, and that's why I'm telling people that someone who has been kicking down and been shaken down is sharing this with you, that yes, you're gonna have these issues. And it's no different from the issues that we have had in this country with the system. We consistently have consistent issues, but it's like as soon as we go to Africa and we run into one or two things, we're just ready to quit and give up and then go back to this, try to be buddy with the white supremacist system. I mean, as you see, there's bylaws. As you see, there's bylaws. It's
like a mini government. But mine has like a government going on.
Oh, go ahead.
I see I'm gonna have to come back another day, Kala. I support you, Kala. But if you just want to sit up here and just be so invested in this Bomani dude, and to the point
this is my partner, yo. Let me tell you something. Why? Adama.
Yeah, I mean,
Because
let me
look, Bomani is a freaking real thing. He's
come back
delivered.
another day.
Well, Tyler, let me hear what this guy has to say, though. I mean, brother, speak your mind, but and then and be
Nah,
clear
man,
and
I'm
be
gonna
clear
just
to the
let
point.
you
Because you keep on
evidently
telling me about some Cameroonian girl, and that's your only point. It's like I hear you loud and clear, but you're not listening to me. I hear you loud and clear. What point does that make? So go ahead, I'm listening. I'll mute
No,
myself.
if you wanna, I see that you just wanna sit and talk with Kala and just have it be you and Kala, so that's fine. So I'll just remove myself and I can just come back another day. Kala, he's doing streams every day, so I can just come back tomorrow or next week or
We're trying to hear your point.
whenever
but
I
the
You
only
want.
gotta,
point is
you
about-
got,
You're
But
not
you gotta
telling.
make your point, man. Just
I'm
get
not.
straight
I
to
don't
it.
really.
I mean, it
I
got to
don't
be
really
more than
want to
just a
talk.
Cameroonian girl.
If
You got.
you just
I mean,
don't
you're
go
not
on
convincing me
like
why.
these big
Why I
rants
should.
and stuff, it's not a conversation. So you guys have a nice day.
All right, brother.
All right, all right.
Well, hope you find a life.
Yeah, I don't get it, man. Like I said,
That's my
the
thing,
whole thing
Colin.
is
That's why.
we already know where these people like him come from. They're like, well, they always talk about the problem. We know the problems, but that ain't gonna stop what we're trying to do. 'Cause what we're trying to do, we know we're doing the right thing. Let me tell you something. Tomorrow's show is going to be entitled "Black America: The Pan African Liberation of Africa." Africa needs to be liberated. And people say, "Oh, you sound like a savior." Yes. When I saw those 200 boys, well, mind these boys are crying, pissing their pants, about to be shot, executed, and then now they didn't even give them the dignity of a private execution in front of everybody in the world. And you got people like Principally saying, "Well, they deserve it." What, for stealing because they're hungry? You got a country that basically don't give nothing for the people. They always brag about how much wealth the Congo got, all this stuff like this. Then why is Congo the poorest place on earth? It's a hell on fucking earth, And these same Congolese, they blame more for their problem, Paul Kagame. While Paul Kagame basically is building his country, the Congo's in hell, and they want to blame Paul Kagame for all their problems and everything like that. They don't blame the French, the Belgium, anything like that. So I'm sick and tired of Congo. Then they got a nerve when the country falls apart, just friggin' execute the friggin' poor, because the kids are poor. They're doing bad things. You got soldiers and politicians paying kids to beat up people, rob people, and stuff like that. So it's lawlessness, But you don't see them rounding up the soldiers and the politicians these kids are working for, They forget executing. You see, Vermont, it'll break your heart if you watch this video. These kids are sitting there crying, like, they're about to die. These kids like they're more than 17, 18 years old, and the country is going to execute them, and then you have these Africans in the chat talking about, yeah, they got what they deserve. We're tired of crime,
Yeah.
whatnot. Yeah.
Yeah,
Why don't you try building an economy?
We're all tired of crime, but the issue is when we don't create a certain economy, crime exists. Even when Donald Trump build whatever economy he's built, there'll be a level of crime. But it's like if they're able to pull off a great economy, they'll reduce unemployment and then also you will reduce some level of crime to a point. But it's like in some of these countries that we have, some of the black countries that I mentioned, the unemployment rate could be as high as 75%. I mean, this is real, 25 to 75%. So people are living hand to mouth, and if you like, most of us are not in a situation where we can say we literally went days hungry, because like I've never been in that life. My son definitely have never been in that life, and we have no idea of how that feels. So even the property that we have, people have broken into houses, stolen certain things, and but for me to signify that they deserve the death sentence because they stole things and destroyed people's homes and did certain things, it's terrible. I mean, and people are facing a loss, but to take someone's life for that, because you have to look at the reason why they're doing it. The reason why they're doing it because number one, they don't know any better how to just get something, because they're trying to eat, they're trying to survive, and they're living day to day. And it's and that situation. So if you create a better economy, if you create security, and if you actually try to work with the people who don't have nothing, you can kind of balance things out. And I'm not saying that it's going to solve all the problems, but at the same time, too, it's still based on the economy and opportunities.
Yeah, Congo has no economy,
No economy and no opportunities.
It was nothing. I mean, literally no infrastructure, nothing. You got 4-year-old babies picking coltan up, 4 years old. You know?
Yeah, the thing is, the crazy thing about it,
You
may watch a video on YouTube that shows a Congo couple making a few $1,000s a month and living well. But then when you add that into calculation, just like I was talking to the brother who the lady said what she said, and it's like, yeah, you're gonna have that small percentage of people who actually feel a certain way or actually live a quality of life. But it's like, how dare you speak for the rest of the African continent? People in Africa, when I talk to people, I meet people all the time. I mean, I'm in a world where I've made 40 different journeys across 12 countries, and some countries obviously over and over. And you're meeting people. You're the one that's running the show. You're the one that's running the business. And people, some people sit down and talk with you, and then and that's how you're able to get good feedback. And so they'll tell you about their struggles of being a young man and having to take care of your wife and your children, and you're out.
Yeah,
and then the boss is not paying you much of any money and things like that. And so they're saying that, I'm thankful for the opportunity. I mean, I just wish we could have a little bit more. We can have something to where we can actually just live a quality of life and not live hand to mouth and day to day. Now, people want these opportunities. So that's what I don't like about these people who come on YouTube and challenge people like myself, challenge people like us, and make it seem like all Africans don't want anything, or they don't want us to come there. They don't like us.
It's their pride. It's their pride.
I have issues doing things. And the main issue I've ever had is this, when you try to do business is a nasty thing that things go wrong, whether it's in this country or another country. So let me even put that to the side. But when we do tourism, you come into a country, you meet incredible people. And some of those people may be shy, but most of them, I would say, are very, real people who go through real struggle. There's someone that works at a hotel. There may be a bartender, a chef. There may be somebody else working at a resort, or somebody working in the tourism as a tour guide and things. And you're not making much, but you love your country and you want to see better happen. And so my general overview of someone who has been traveling to Africa for 20 straight years nonstop across 12 countries is that the Africans that I meet and connect with, they explain that they want better opportunities and they would love to have more people from other parts of the Black world come there and create opportunities and do business. And they're thankful for you and other people who come there, and then they can get tips, or they can get an opportunity. They can meet people. They can see a brighter future that, other Black people live a certain way of life. Why can't we live this way? In New York City, they got infrastructure. Why can't our country have infrastructure? So how dare somebody from this country tell us what Africans don't want, and they don't want to be a part? Why would they not want to do? Me as a person from Jamaica and my whole family lineage from Jamaica, we have done nothing to the Africans. That's our people. We're the ones, unfortunately, that was sold into slavery, and we end up on an island. And so for us to go back, I mean, what issues can they really have with us? As a matter of fact, they should be thankful, because now I'm not holding you accountable and saying, well, y'all sold me out to slavery. Y'all let me get taken off to slavery. It's like, we're not coming with that situation. We just come and say, what? We were divided as a people, and now we want to come back and figure out a way how we can do this together.
Yeah, and Principe was telling me last night, yeah, we got to begin the reconciliation before you come back. No, we have nothing to apologize for. We're coming back because we know it's all right.
What did we ever do wrong? We were taken away from our home continent.
He said, we don't know what our tribes did to deserve to get enslaved, whatever like that. I mean, this is shit they're talking about now. How do we know y'all were innocent? How do y'all? I mean, stop. Motherfuckers was. I'll ask them to sit minding their business, going about their day, and next thing somebody throw a net on their head and drag them to the coast. And some white man giving them trinkets and everything, and then while they getting hauled off in a ship, whatever. That's exactly what happened. We were hunted down like animals and sold on that body like animals. Really, literally like animals.
Exactly. So how can you be the so how can so we are the victims? And I mean, when people think about another crime that's just literally sick, it's just the transporting of people. What we call it nowadays, what's the word? transporting people like transport women from one part of the world to the next part and use them as sex slaves.
Human trafficking.
Human trafficking, and so it's like, and that's what we dealt with as a people. We dealt with an insane situation of human trafficking, and then now we have the spirit and energy. Is like we don't have the hatred that we don't have a hatred. We're coming back to our content. We realize that, hey, this is what we have to do as a people. We have to connect, because we live a nice quality of life, but when people really want to get down to the definition and sit down and have a real conversation and saying, are we really free, or can we really do what we need to do? And that's why people like Umar Johnson's having all these problems, because he's thinking that all of these people who are celebrities should be looking at him as this great Pan-African leader, and they should just give him money and they should just invest in him and support him, and that's not going to happen.
Yeah, it's not gonna happen, bro. You're absolutely right.
That's what I gotta say with people. They need to stop fantasizing and understand that only way you achieve anything is with fight. You know what I mean? That's why Europe has been in the mess that it has been. I mean, you just have different countries over the period of time trying to take over from one to the next, and now all of them are weak in Europe now. Brother, do you ever think that you'll see a day when all of Europe is weak?
They're weak. That's why I said.
I mean, brother, you're talking about the so-called some of the greatest nations and kingdoms ever. From the Romans, the Spanish, the Portuguese, the French, the British, the Germans. They're all weak now.
That's why I said I buy the whole idea that the white man's Thanos and whatnot. Like, but the white man, no, your country, Sierra Leone, are just stupid. Anytime you basically can't figure out basic shit, basic shit. I mean, it don't take a genius to figure out. If you want to really boom that part of West Africa, build a simple damn highway from Freetown to Monrovia. It's simple. That's like going from Jersey to Maryland. Imagine building an expressway, a highway where you could just drive from up thing to Freetown. Imagine the trade along the way, the corridor that would like this, But the African mind doesn't think like that. Is the white man preventing them from coming together and building I said, well, how are you going to build it? I said, look, you can simply let the Chinese build it and have a toll road, make it a toll road. They'll get their money back on tolls and so fees and everything like that, And you guys make maintenance. That's a trade-off, right? So bottom line, think of how your economy would grow if you had that, as far as like shipping and stuff like that. You got that whole that whole region would boom. But hey, look, but they'll tell you it's a white man, or the government. Every time they say that, I play the government video, the government. It's the government, Colin. It's the government. You understand, Colin? It's the government. I said, what? Did you say the government? Oh no, don't do it, Colin.
And brother, that's why I love. Yeah, Colin, that's why I love Marcus Garvey, because Marcus Garvey wasn't talking about the government. He was talking about self-reliance and self-determination.
Garvey didn't say the government. The government.
He said we're gonna build whatever we need to build, and that was the mindset I'm trying to explain to people. So whenever people feel about that energy, that is the energy of still relevance today. We still have to get back to self-reliance and self-determination and do what we need to do for ourselves. And and one of the things is while we're looking at the rise of Donald Trump, we can learn from that as a people.
Hey, check us out, Imani. This guy, Lil John's in the back chat. He showed me his picture, He's a 100% Negro, but he swears he's Native American. He's not gonna show you his picture, but I saw it. I took screenshots of it. I'll send it to you later. Yeah,
I mean, the thing of it is, what I don't understand about some of these clowns is that, okay, well, you don't want to show your face. Do you have a picture, like a profile, a business picture, a picture itself? It's like people have all of these other things outside themselves. I'm like letting y'all know you're not that important. You're not important at all. You may think that you know certain things in here. Ain't nobody coming for you. The CIA, the FBI, you're a waste of their time. There's no one that's looking at you. And even your boss don't even mind you getting on here and showing.
They don't care. As long as you show up for work.
As long as you show up to the plantation, my point to all of y'all some bunch of scared ass punks. Y'all can't even show a picture of yourself. Y'all think my address, my everything is right here. You know what I mean? is right here. I mean, there's nothing hidden. I have nobody that I'm running from. I'm not running from anyone. You know what I'm saying I'm a fair paying businessman and things like that. And if I can do that stuff and have all my public and business stuff out there, you as the person that plays around on your keyboard and is a loser and have nothing to lose, you should have some level, unless you really just an ugly, disgusting looking person. But at least if you are, show your picture when you were younger, maybe a baby, and you look a little better. I don't know. But it's like I just think that too much people come up with reasons and excuses for everything other than just running their mouth.
Hey, what's going on, but mommy? What happened to your YouTube station, man? You don't post videos no more.
He's trying to say FBA,
hold on for a second.
FBA ran you off.
If you, I'm trying. Number one, I post videos. I posted over 50 videos since I've been back from Egypt, mainly Egypt and Ghana. Now, if you ask me why am I not on live, I'm not on live because it's a waste of my time wasting my time with people who don't want to do anything. I'm a person, I'm traveling to Africa every few months. I'm gone. I'm struggling very hard to recruit people, to build a community, to build business. I don't have time to sit around and entertain people. So I'm just on here to support my brother Kala because there's a lot of haters and a lot of weak ass men that comes up here that don't want to show their face, don't want to put a profile picture up, and have nothing to contribute to what the brother has been fighting for. At least Kala can say, you know what, me and Bomani are connected. I asked him to do a trip for me in Liberia. He went out the way. He got a bunch of his friends and close people and went and made it happen, and also helping me do another one or something. So we're making moves and we're connecting and working together. But it's like, where's the support from everybody else for our brother other than coming on here and just consistently arguing and debating and this talking trash? And I mean, I don't know.
Hey man, that's good to know, man. I ain't seen you in a while. Good to hear from you, man.
Yeah, right.
I appreciate it. Yeah, my channel is live up to where I have nothing but videos of my Ghana, South Africa trip. Ghana and Egypt trip. And when I come back from South Africa, I'm have more South Africa trip. And when I hit Kenya, I have some Kenya videos up. But that's what I do. I do tourism. And then when we get to Ghana, we're going to talk about citizenship, more business, and more investments, and us working together to make sure that the Africans that don't have a vision don't stop us. And the Africans that have a vision, we work with them. Keeping it that simple and keeping it real. So I don't do a bunch of live anything unless somebody's offering me an interview. Other than that, I'm just here working 24/7.
Hey man, post a link because you ain't coming up in my Rex no more.
My videos are on YouTube. You can type in Bomani or whatever on the internet. Instagram comes up, Facebook comes up, the website comes up, my different pages comes up. I'm a person that have more stuff online than anybody else who claim to do this kind of business, and I keep it updated. And as a matter of fact, before I got on here, I was gonna publish a whole bunch of new videos and upload more photos of my experience.
That's what I'm saying. Post a YouTube link because I can't find you on here even when I search.
Well, dude, look for it.
Bomani Tayemba. That's all.
You're not one of the people that we blocked, so I don't know.
You blocked me?
No, I'm saying
if that's the case, that means you must have said something.
I don't know. Hopefully, you're not one of the people that got blocked, because that's what we do religiously. We block a lot of people. I block people on my phone every day. Because my point is always to get the serious people. But I don't know if you're one of the people. But if you're not one of them people, hey, you grab your phone, you type my name in, it comes up. Only other person you'll see other than myself is Bomani Jones.
Maybe I had the spelling incorrect.
Well, it's right there on your screen, Bomani Tayemba.
Yeah, man, good thing college started going live because you used to have a nice little show back then, man.
Yeah, we have a nice little show, but people drain your energy. They don't support you, and they think you're supposed to give 8 hours of your time. I tell people in the morning when I get up, and if I use that 8 hours, it's a whole lot of money that comes in and a whole lot of business get done, other than me just being drained of arguing with people and people who you know, I mean, the purpose of what we do is to get people to come with us to Africa. That's number one. Even what Kala is doing, he's pushing Liberia, and he goes to Liberia, and he doesn't want to go there by himself. He want to, and because it takes us going to countries to make a move. So if you're on here and then you're talking to people, and then they just want to hear you talk about subjects, and then there's no support, you move forward. One thing I know, the customers that call me in the morning and want me to do any kind of business for them, they pay very well. So it was a no-brainer to give up being live and then having people being disrespectful and not supporting you, then just to go meet fresh new people who, some of them people that you're doing work for, they're traveling to Africa with you and doing business. So Is it all about business and everything? Absolutely. For myself, the Pan-African nation building Black Power game has to be a business enterprise, because with the money and business that we make, we invest, we travel, we do things. If we're here being poor righteous teachers, only thing that we can offer you is just being on here every night and just talking to you, and then talking about subjects like we talk about Donald Trump, but we're talking about a vision of Africa in that conversation with Donald Trump.
That's what's up, man. Hey, what kind of projects you got popping off in the motherland?
A lot of tourism. Most people still need to get passports and come to countries. And then beyond that, in Ghana, we have a land community that we're building, as far as people building homes, and as far as us building out a community of a Pan-African community where we can, have a foundation on the continent where we can have a fusion of just different Black cultures. That means you're gonna have some of the best food and the best entertainment and the best sports and the best cultural connection, and also the best business energy.
A black cosmo culture.
Exactly, that's it right there. That's our solution for Africa. Our solution is, I don't have any other solution for Africa other than us coming in, building our Pan-African communities and working with our people in the country.
How's your community being received out there?
Oh man, you're talking about Africa, man. This is a fight, man. You gotta
no, in Ghana.
You gotta put up hey, it's a fight, brother. You gotta put up your bootstraps, man. Everybody think you're rich, so everybody trying to shake you down.
Where you at in Ghana?
Now I'm in the central region, in outside of Winneba.
In the country?
It's not really in the country. I mean, it's it's about an hour and a half away from Accra.
So you see how
it's right there in by the beach, by the ocean, 2 miles away. So you kind of see what people like myself are doing, trying to get tropical land where you have beach access, because you want to do an evolution of things. Like the things that we can do in Africa is that these things will only be dream here, because you have everything is established already, and then the people who are in established industries, they're not going to let a group of Negroes take their position. But in Africa, those positions are not even taken or built yet. So that's what we were able to do.
Is your local MP receptive to your guys' infrastructure project?
Oh, everybody's is interested in everything as long as they get paid. And I mean, I'm not trying to be funny. That's being real. If you want people to be down with you, you got to pay people. You got to take care of people and make sure they're good. So you got a lot of money that you come up with.
Prototype.
When I tell people that,
of what we call an African, or an African state, African territory of diasporans.
Yeah, that's what's up, man. So you got residences all over the planet, huh? What
he's not one of these planetary niggas. We're Black African nationalists, bro. So don't try to slip that in there, bro. We don't give a fuck.
Man. I was just congratulating him, man. You see,
you said over the planet. You're trying to make us out to be
state of Georgia.
I live in the state of Georgia, and my future community is right there in in West Africa.
How many passports you got?
Jamaican passport and a U.S. passport, and then they have me on the list next for the Ghana passport, because I'm one of the ones that missed out, because I can't get to the country like that, because I'm I was there in Egypt, and there's no way I can make it from Egypt to Ghana and and handle business. But my people there, they got me on the next one, so there'll be 3 passports. But I mean, I'm not worried about no passport and stuff.
You can't fly from Egypt to Ghana.
Yes, and I can't leave a group of people that I have that paid me a lot of money to take them there and make sure that their well-being is good, just to go get a passport from another country.
No. I mean, is there like direct flights, or you got to go to Ethiopia or something?
No, there's a direct flight on Egypt Air to Ghana every day.
Oh, that's pretty dope. That's pretty dope. You got a residence in Jamaica too?
Well, I have family that still live there, so
y'all got property out there?
Some family have property, and some are building on their property.
What does the Pan-African picture look like out there on the island?
You're asking the wrong person. I have no knowledge, and I'm being honest with telling you that I have no knowledge of how it looks in Jamaica.
Don't you think tours to Jamaica will pop too?
Yeah, tourism will pop in Jamaica. But people like myself, we specialize and we focus on one thing and not a bunch of things. Like the focus is taking. Like I went outside of going to Africa. I went to Brazil, and that was justified because of the African culture and trying to explain a situation of the history of what happened to the ships or what happened to the people that was stolen from West Africa. What are some of the most popular places that they went to? In Brazil was that location. So when we went to Brazil, you're kind of connecting that history of the ports, the ship, and so on. So outside of that, it's just Africa. I don't really plan on taking a group of tour people anywhere else. If I do anything in Jamaica, it's just me and my family, and me and some friends, or me and some fine, sexy lady that's hanging out in the tropics. Other than that, Jamaica is great, but there's other people working on what they're working on. I'm doing what we're doing because it's the best thing that I can do based on my knowledge, history, connection, and experience.
Hey, I got a question for you, kind of a historical question. So you say you specialize in transatlantic slave trade. Are you connected with any of these people groups that were broken up and shipped to America? Do they still exist? These tribes that were shipped to America?
You're talking about color, right?
I'm talking to you.
Why would I do that? Why would I?
So you said you met up with them in Brazil.
No, I mean what I'm saying to you is that you're doing tourism, and tourism, what it does, it's you're connecting roots and culture, history, and the way of life, which is what roots and culture is all about. So when you go into a country like Brazil, the history of the country was formulated from stolen Africans from West Africa, and so that's your interest in your business, is to share with people information as far as the history of the transatlantic European slave trade and what happened to our people. And that's why every country that I go to in West Africa, we have Ancestral Day and days where we go to Holocaust dungeons and places that show our homage to our ancestors, and also educate ourselves on how to formulate a plan so where we can build an empire. Because that's what you're doing. You're looking at the past struggles of your people, and then you're going back to the drawing board and saying, no, we don't ever want this to happen to our people, and we're going to build a black empire. And that's our mindset. And that's why it's rough for me on any of these live channels, because I don't get people that have the heart and courage of a man and a warrior to say, you know what, let's go do this and let's go make some moves. You end up finding people more fighting you because they feel like if they fight you against what you believe in, and they can justify them being weak ass men and having no energy to fight and do anything significant for their generation. And I'm telling people, I'm sorry that you wasted your life when you were in high school, when you were a teenager, and when you were a young adult, that you didn't do anything with your life and you worked these bullshit jobs and you made excuses and you complain about racism and white supremacy, which is a real factor and a real situation. But it's like a warrior goes out in the battlefield and compete. He doesn't sit around and accept defeat before going out there and compete. And that's what most of these Negroes do that come on here. So that's why people don't see myself doing live or anything. I'm just out there doing the work I need to do. And I'm out there recruiting corporate business people or business people who have probably no interest in Africa. But by the time I'm finished with them, they'll be down with Africa. And I feel like I'd rather do that than to deal with the fake ass wannabe conscious groups of people who claim that they know this and claim that they know this, only to use their so-called fake ass miseducation to justify why they shouldn't get up and fight and do anything in Africa and compete or basically contribute to anything, or basically even work with us as a people. That's why I take my position, brother, honestly.
So would you see yourself in opposition to the government structure, the current government structure there in Ghana?
Yeah, they have a new government in Ghana, and that new government was that government that started issuing out hundreds of citizenship several years before. Well, but going back to about close to almost by.
I'm saying, are you running any candidates to change the government?
Brother, I don't participate in politics. I'm from Jamaica, and I don't participate in Jamaican politics, American politics, or African politics. I don't participate in no politics. I'm a person that believes in being a business person, and you work in with whichever wicked government that's in place, and you play neutral, and you don't side with these people. You only thing you want them to do is to keep economy going, just like Trump is.
Who are you fighting in Ghana then?
I'm not fighting nobody, brother. I'm trying to create opportunity. I have people who call me on a regular basis, and they don't want to be here, and they want to be living in a country like Ghana and other countries. And so I tell them, I was like, yo, I need other people to work with so we can build towns and communities and create opportunities so they can live and get away from what they want to get away from.
Yeah, but you're talking about fighting white supremacy. Isn't there an expression of that in Ghana?
Brother, one thing I would not talk about is fighting white supremacy. I'll just basically tell you that the system of white supremacy and racism is what it is. You have to do two things. You can either work with the wicked system, or you can work with a system. The solution is work with a system. You work with a system by keeping out of the path of what's going on. You work with a system by taking advantage of what the system has to offer to do your own thing. It's kind of like people like myself. I will go work for a corporation only for one reason, to go learn all the things I need to learn. And what I'll end up doing, I'll end up making my business more dynamic and end up building something, so
yeah, that's what the Chinese do.
Yeah, exactly. You just gotta, it is a fight, but the fight comes in different ways. Some people just think everything has to be about guns and bullets and things like that. And and that's what I love about Marcus Garvey. Marcus Garvey, I think Marcus Garvey just had a sword and he never drew it. Thankfully, he was this innovative mind that was about.
Yeah. Joe Biden likes the guy. He gave him a pardon.
Yeah, that's something that that's something I remember being in the UNIA and working on with other groups of people there, and so they knew about it from a long time ago.
Yeah. Joe
Biden is a very smart man. He knows that he's a failed president, and he knows that he wants to have some level of respect from black folks. It was a great thing for him to do. I still,
Yeah, the lady.
And beyond him, I think it was the Black Caucus that pushed it, right?
Yeah. The head of the Congressional Black Caucus is the Jamaican lady. I think she pushed for that.
So it's in this situation or in this system, you get 1 or 2 wins, but the 1 or 2 wins does not equal freedom. So you still, at the end of the day, you still got to build something for yourself, and then you still have to figure it out. Just like how these people build these 13 colonies. I've watched ridiculous amount of documentary and studied the history since I've been here in this country.
That's what I'm saying. What have you learned from that to implement in Ghana? Shouldn't you be trying to colonize instead of going along, get along?
Yeah, I like your words. You're a very slick guy with colonize. Number one,
I mean, colonize is not necessarily a bad thing.
No, colonization is a bad thing.
No, it's not.
Colonization is a control of a nation of people. You're the minority, and you control a nation of the people. So us,
I had to get it. He's being slick.
He's being stupid. Me as a person, there's no colonization we're doing. I explain to people what we're doing. I'm a lifetime technician. I started learning the world of electrical technology when I was 13 years old in Transit Technology High School in Brooklyn, New York, close to the borders of Queens. In the greatest city in the world, New York City, and thankful for that. And that has made me who I am as this person. And and the blessing that you have as a person coming from somewhere else, the blessing has to be passed along, and we can't pass the blessings in Africa if we don't show up there. It's like it's like we can do these things. These are things that we have background in. You'll meet all kind of black people around America, and in the social groups, prior military, prior agent, prior person that works in this industry, that industry, and together the level of skills that we have. Because if you're the worker in the most dominant society in the world, or dominant country in the world, and you're the workers of a people, if you put your skills together, you can build your own nation. And those are the things that you always explain. But niggas are scared to go to Africa. Niggas make excuses. Yes, people like myself, I've shaken down. I've lost lots of money. I've struggled in certain situations, but it's the nature of the fight. You don't go to any war and then don't face casualties. Look at World War II. I literally, honestly, brother, when I look back at the history, I thought all of Europe would have wiped themselves out, and then the Africans would have repopulated Europe. Until I saw the end of the movie, and until, like they say, until you see the end of the documentary,
It rebounded.
That these people are not gonna die at no time soon. And the only thing that they figured out after a while, they started saying, we just killing each other off. Now Africa and the rest of the world is gonna be free because we don't have nobody to.
They think 100 years from now, 100 years down the road, they already plan. Like people always have this in Jesus. Carla, why don't you just instead of going to Africa, let's just take over one of these states? Don't you think the white man's thought about that? He got mechanisms in place to prevent that from happening.
What are they gonna take over? They're gonna take over Mississippi.
They're gonna take over. Yeah, some state was all Russian. One state, yeah, everybody was starving. The white man was starving out. You know. At the bottom, the only thing, also they haven't read the Monroe Doctrine, right? The Monroe Doctrine states that America has manifest destiny, has sovereignty over anything in the Western Hemisphere. That's why Haiti's poor right now. Monroe Doctrine, the United States feels it can intervene or do anything in the Western Hemisphere to justify its. They basically, this country's a threat. They try to invade Cuba, the Bay of Pigs. They grabbed Puerto Rico. They invaded Haiti in 1915. They ran into Mexico. They ran into Central America. They took the Panama Canal. All the shit they do. They took the Panama Canal from Colombia. That's part of their manifest destiny. Do what the hell they want to do because this is their property. So you think you're going to build anything in this Western Hemisphere to significance, you're crazy. Every black country in the Western Hemisphere is poor, for a reason. Because the white man is not going to let that happen. The only chance we have is Africa, where white people, America doesn't have any sway over, When I'm in Liberia, I can feel that. I can feel the fact that America doesn't exist there, I can feel it when I'm there. It's like, damn, it's like a weight lifted off people. I guess they feel like that in Ghana too, but I really felt like that in Liberia, And also, people who just slick term of colonization, right? You can't colonize somebody unless you have a mother country, you have a mercantile system set up by which the colony is only allowed to trade and do business. Sierra Leone was a colony. Why? Because the British controlled it inside and out. The Sierra Leone couldn't open businesses and whatnot. Everything had to go through the mother country. That's what a colony is. The mother country controls everything. You can't just do business in a colony, in a mother country. So the bottom line is that when have we ever had that power, Bomani? To go to Ghana and say, Ghana, we're going to colonize Ghana and we got a mother country. They're going to pay us taxes and shit like that. We're going to tax like the Boston Tea Party, the tax. We're going to impose taxes on Ghanaians' goods and services, So if we don't have the capability of doing that, then why people keep calling us colonizers? It's ignorant motherfuckers,
And that's what I'm saying. A lot of these guys are just ignorant and literally just think that they can come on here and test a world champion, and you have no skin in the game. You have been nowhere. You have done nothing. You have built nothing. So, I tell a lot of these folks, you should be privileged to even have a conversation with me. Other than that, people like yourself are a waste of my life, and I'd rather spend my time with quality people. But again, we're never on here talking about nothing. You're talking about the future of what we're building, which is Africa, which seems to rub people the wrong way, or people have an issue. And I'm like, it's just like that piece of trash, not Neezy, not Sleazy. He literally would get on here and talk about we should, a black America needs you guys. They need you guys. And it's like, yo,
why is he over in the Netherlands?
But I'm like, yo, brother, last time I remember you live in Virginia and I live in Georgia. We're here. But it's like, while we're here, do you have people calling you, hey, I got this great game plan, and they lay it out and they tell you how we can build revenue and create opportunities and create jobs for more black people and create more opportunities for us as a people and help our homeless poor or something. They don't come with anything, but then yet they think you're supposed to be here and just sit here and just waste your entire life. You know what I mean? Yeah, there's a whole life there on the African continent. It may not be as fancy as America or Europe, but it's a whole life that some of us actually like because we spend money and we travel there, we do business there. Some of us live there. And yes, it has a struggle, but we're also trying to be pioneers, trying to create something, because we can't all just sit around and be sitting ducks and be cowards and be weak men, which is the majority of the men that we end up facing. Have no balls. Big mouth with no balls, like most of these guys that come up here and talk with us.
Yeah.
Because think about it. Almost none of them can ever tell us what they're doing to change the scope of things. They're quick to ask us a bunch of questions, but almost none of them can ever say, hey, this is what I am doing, and this is these are the and I'm open to working with, and these are the groups of other black people that I'm working with, and these are.
Look, I told you, I said last night. I said somebody feel like they could do this mission better. Yeah, take it over from me. and I'll go retire, man. I'll go do something else, work on my business since I know nobody's going to do this. I'm stuck doing this, because nobody else is stepping up to do this. And this is something that has to be done. My soul will not rest until I get this mission accomplished. That's what drives me.
Absolutely. Some of us have to
I don't
be
know what
men
it
and
is.
warriors,
And
get out there and fight. I mean,
Okay,
men
so-
and warriors, and that's the
I
issue of-
believe in my heart, especially after what I witnessed today. Right, I witnessed what it means to have a nation. What Donald Trump did with those 20.
Yes, brother. Yes,
I
brother.
witnessed what it means to have white people or a nation. White America is a nation. They have their leader. He's doing for them. He's protecting for them. He's providing for them. And you said one in the inauguration, some Spanish lady got up there and talked about, what about the Latin nation? He goes, what about them?
Yes,
Trump's
brother.
he said, what about them? He goes, we don't need them. They need us.
And that's what I like about Trump. He come from a position of power.
Oh, yo, I couldn't believe he said that shit.
I mean, hey, he's the president already. What does he have to fear about? I mean, the thing of it is, I respect the fact that the guy is bold. I mean, he already before he was the president saying
balls the size of fucking
man saying Panama Canal needs to be taken back, and all and had his plans, and that's what a leader and a visionary of a people do. They provide a future for their people. And so when people like Dr. Umar and other people call themselves black leaders and call themselves all these things, what kind of future are you building and what are you saying? So it's like nobody wants to challenge them, but it's like, yo, I
will.
I mean, me and you are completely different. Me and you can sit there in his face and like, yo, man, you ain't all of that. Because you just and then he can come off and run his mouth off. And I'm like, okay, well, dude, okay, you have all these so-called degrees and you so-called help a bunch of black women and you so-called do this. You have built nothing tangible. You don't have a real movement of anything of any relevance. You're just someone who just pop up, show up, and reiterate what you have heard Malcolm X, Marcus Garvey,
tell us
King,
someone
and other great men
already know shit.
I mean, I don't think he has said anything that has educated any of us. Some people maybe because if you're a dumb, deaf, and blind Negro that have never studied and learned anything, Umar Johnson maybe have
like our brother Principe right
but
here.
If you're an educated black man like myself, he's just another Negro that runs his mouth and talk a bunch of fake ass black.
People like Principe right here loves Marcus. He's like, I love Umar Johnson because he feel like he's hearing something new. This is what I call a brand.
If you don't know the information in Umar Johnson, but then I'll tell people skip Umar Johnson, go listen to the best that ever done it, which is Malcolm X and Marcus Garvey. As a matter of fact, when you even on my website, you'll hear some Marcus Garvey speech and some Malcolm speech. Those are the speeches that you need to hear. And then when you hear that, you're like, okay, that's where Umar Johnson copy all of his stuff.
The best Garvey speeches that look for me in the
whirlwind.
God dang, man!
And but even though I haven't created literally an AI audio of it.
Oh, you really? I gotta hear that.
Yeah. It's on my page where he's talking about in 1925 when he was held here in Atlanta Penitentiary about 100 years ago, and literally just spit that speech. I mean, it was dynamic, and if you ever want me to play it, man, I can play it right here. All you have to do is just link me and I'll share it right away.
You just go to present on the bottom.
Yeah, so let me just go ahead and get that line up.
You got the whole speech, right? I like he says.
I mean, I got a speech from the book.
200 years. 200 years.
From the book. What I did was basically, when you're doing, when you're just building an AI audio, you're basically you're doing all. You can do all of the text, so you can have it create the text. But me personally, I wrote all of the text based on everything in his book. And so I have references and things like that.
The best line was you wait since on my face. He goes. I'll wait 200 years if necessary. He goes. In death I will be, in life I'll be the same. In death I'll be a terror.
Well, this is gonna be
liberation. Whoa. Yeah, that's fire, bro. Garvey was no joke, man. That was fire right there.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, revolutionary
poetry from Jamaica, man. I'll smack him in the head for saying shit like that.
Nobody like
Marcus Garvey on this platform, Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey, He's somebody, when black people saw him, they said, we finally got a leader. That was our leader. We didn't give a damn where he was born at. That was our people, man. That was our leader. All this ADOS FBA bullshit, man. Get out of here with that shit, And Baruti, when I say Pan-Africanism, I'm talking about Bomani and Pan-Africanism. We believe in the African diaspora coming together. And if Africans want to join us in our Pan-African struggle, they can be part of it too. But your Pan-African is I forget who I am, and I'm going to go into some tribal shit, and be under African rule and shit like that. I'm forget who I am. I don't believe in that version of Pan-African. Neither does Bomani.
It's unacceptable because the thing of it is, what I was explaining to the brothers earlier about building a community of Pan-Africanism. I was explaining the different nations and the different regions of the world where you have Black people from. So, if you have a group of people that's coming with you from Brazil, they're bringing, their great Brazilian food, they're bringing their great culture. As a matter of fact, their drumming and dancing is phenomenal. And, and then you have people from Trinidad, Jamaica, you have people from America, from Canada, and so on.
The Black cultures.
And then you have different groups of Black people from the African continent. You're creating the most diverse energy of Black people ever. So that should never be a problem on a continent that all of us that are coming there, our ancestors were taken. That's I would say that's poetic justice.
We have to build those communities because the average African, they use tribalism and their connection with Europeans to freaking stop that. So they think Pan-African, a lot of Africans, they see Pan-African as a threat.
Well, Pan-Africanism can only be a threat to tribalism.
Yeah, tribalism. They love that tribalism.
And a threat to all the other isms and schism like racism and white. But as far as this, it would divert. Africa needs to be diverse. The continent don't need to be this pockets of this tribal people who have no vision for unity anywhere, and everything is about them and their tribe and them and their language. Some of these languages, 90% of the languages in Africa need to be obsolete immediately, like as of like today, tonight.
Let Baruti hear you say
that's where me and you guys differ.
And then what you do is something like our brother in Rwanda, and then you consolidate the struggles.
Oh yeah, Paul Kagame. That's why I love Paul Kagame, man.
You do the same as great empires and great entities across Egypt. You do the same. You do the same thing, and you gotta actually consolidate. And consolidate means giving up things that we need to give up, and also you have to incorporate, which is the culture from the African diaspora. And then you have a phenomenal, incredible, diverse African culture. You won't have things that's just so tribalism to where it limits you and also turn people off. Because I have people that's ready to leave I have people, if I literally call them and say, "Hey, I'm sending you a plane ticket," they'll leave for Ghana that same day. They'll give everything up. Because that's
but you still have to operate with respect to the natives.
What? Well, I mean, what respect you talking about for the native? Listen here.
Like if you globally,
we were stolen. We were stolen. The Brazilian I'm talking about, the Jamaicans, the Trinidad, the African Americans, the Canadians, and all the other people I'm talking about. They're all people that will represent a stolen culture, and then that culture, they preserve that culture and also have learned other things, and then they're looking to contribute that to the continent to make it a more diverse continent, because you can't expect me to bring everything that I have and all the things that I've worked hard for on a continent that's not going to incorporate my unique culture of Jamaica, my unique culture of being in America. It wouldn't make any sense. And what will we be giving? Because the thing
nobody said that's an issue though.
All right, so what are you saying? Be clear about what you're saying, because sometimes I don't understand some of you guys because y'all just, I don't know what. So be clear, please. And then I'll play Marcus Garvey's speech. Brother, go ahead to be clear what you're saying, because you're saying what you didn't say.
Disciple. Go ahead, bro. Prince
Brother, go ahead. I'm trying to have an intelligent conversation.
He's an Afrodamus student. Go ahead, Prince B, man.
Yeah, you've already gone astray. You're following the wrong person. You're following a person that has no. But go ahead, brother. It doesn't matter. But go ahead. That's not a good thing.
While he's waiting to get his thoughts together, go ahead and play the video, bro. Oh, I got to put it up on the screen. I got to put it up on the stage. Okay, sorry about that. So this is who we follow there, Principe, the Honorable Marcus Garvey. Our version of Pan-Africanism, I don't know about this other goofy shit you guys be talking about.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know what they're talking about, but family, you can, and this is this is something that was created by myself in my Bomani Technology Studio. So it doesn't have Marcus Garvey voice. It's a poetry. It's being read as a poetry, and it's being read from like an English teacher background or British teacher background, or or so on. But it's something that we just create so people can follow the words in something clear voice that they will understand, so they can't say, well, I didn't understand what the words were, how it was said. But nevertheless, our family, let me play this great speech. Marcus Garvey letter from the Atlanta Penitentiary, February 10th, 1925. And in about 20 days, it'll be 100 years since he wrote this. And yes, he was right here in Atlanta Penitentiary. This is from the Philosophies of Opinion of Marcus Garvey, compiled by Amy Jocks Garvey, page 237 to 239. So that's why I got the reference from. It's in that book directly. I literally typed every single word, quote unquote, as it was from the book and use it for this video. And then I also have this exact speech on the website on the Marcus Garvey Vision. I have a few of his speeches typed up in words that I got from his books. All right, so family, here we go.
Greetings, everyone. Welcome to another educational video from the studios of Bomani Technology. Today, we are here to share with you another presentation on the philosophies and vision of the great Pan-African legend and organizer, Marcus Garvey. Please comment, like...
Hey, Carla, before we continue, can you clear the screen?
Okay.
Just, and then I'll just go back and get the first. There you go. It looks good. And...
Greetings, everyone. Welcome to another educational video from the studios of Bomani Technology. Today we are here to share with you another presentation on the philosophies and vision of the great Pan-African legend and organizer Marcus Garvey. Please comment, like, share and subscribe for more videos from Bomani Tiahimba. Let's get started with our topic. Marcus Garvey's letter from the Atlanta Penitentiary, February 10th, 1925, is an exceptional vision for nation building. These are excerpts from the actual letter written by Marcus Garvey while in the Atlanta Penitentiary, February 10th, 1925. This reference comes from the Philosophy and Opinions of Marcus Garvey, compiled by Amy Jacques Garvey, from page 237 to 239. Fellow men of the Negro race, greetings. I am delighted to inform you that your humble servant is as happy in suffering for you and our cause as is possible under the circumstances. I have been viciously outraged by a group of plotters who have connived to do their worst to humiliate you through me. But I fight for real emancipation and African redemption. I do not want to write anything at this time that would make it difficult for you to meet the opposition of your enemy without my assistance. Suffice to say that the history of this outrage shall form a splendid chapter in the history of Africa redeemed. A time when the black man will no longer be under the heels of others, but have a civilization and culture of their own. The whole affair is a disgrace, and the whole black world knows it. We shall not forget. Our day may be 50, 100, or 200 years ahead, but let us watch, work, and pray. For the civilization of injustice is bound to crumble and bring destruction down upon the heads of the unjust. My work is just begun, and when the history of my suffering is complete, then the future generations of the Negro will have in their hands the guide by which they shall know the sins of the 20th century. I, and I know you too, believe in time, and we shall wait patiently for 200 years if need be, to face our enemies through our prosperity. All I have given you. I have sacrificed my home and my loving wife for you. I entrust her to your charge, to protect and defend her in my absence. She is the bravest little woman I know. She has suffered and sacrificed with me for you. Therefore, please do not desert her at this dismal hour when she stands alone. I left her penniless and helpless to face the world because I gave you all. But her courage is great, and I know she will hold up for you and me. After my enemies are satisfied, in life or death, I shall come back to you to serve even as I have served before. In life, I shall be the same. In death, I shall be a terror to the foes of Negro liberty. If death has power, then count on me in death to be the real Marcus Garvey I would like to be. If I may come in an earthquake, or a cyclone, or a plague, or pestilence, or as God would have me, then be assured that I would never desert you, and make your enemies triumph over you. Would I not go to hell 1,000,000 times for you? Would I not, like Macbeth's ghost, walk the earth forever for you? Would I not lose the whole world and eternity for you? Would I not cry forever before the footstool of the Lord Omnipotent for you? Would I not die 1,000,000 deaths for you? Then why be sad? Cheer up and be assured that if it takes 1,000,000 years, the sins of our enemies shall visit the 1,000,000th generation of those that hinder and oppress us. If I die in Atlanta, my work shall then only begin, but I shall live, in the physical or spiritual, to see the day of Africa's glory. When I am dead, wrap the mantle of the red, black, and green around me, for in the new life I shall rise with God's grace and blessing to lead the millions up the heights of triumph with the colors that you well know. Look for me in the whirlwind or the storm. Look for me all around you, for with God's grace I shall come and bring with me countless millions of black slaves who have died in America and the West Indies and the millions in Africa to aid you in the fight for liberty, freedom, and life. The civilization of today has gone drunk and crazy with its power, and by such it seeks through injustice, fraud, and lies to crush the unfortunate. But if I am apparently crushed by the system of influence and misdirected power, my cause shall rise again to plague the conscience of the corrupt. For this again I am satisfied, and for you I repeat, I am glad to suffer and even die. Again I say cheer up, for better days are ahead. I shall write the history that will inspire the millions that are coming, and leave the posterity of our enemies to reckon with the host for the deeds of their fathers. With God's dearest blessings, I leave you for a while. These are excerpts from the actual letter written by Marcus Garvey while in the Atlanta Penitentiary, February 10th, 1925. This reference comes from the Philosophy and Opinions of Marcus Garvey, compiled by Amy Jacques Garvey from page 237 to 239. Thanks for joining another presentation on the philosophies and vision of Marcus Garvey, the great Pan-African legend and organizer. Please comment, like, share, and subscribe for more videos from Bomani Tyehimba. Join Bomani on the upcoming Africa tours to Liberia, Egypt, Tanzania, Senegal, the Gambia, Ghana, and South Africa. Visit his website for more details on Africa tours and investments at www.africa4theafricans.org. The journey continues.
We made USAA for homeowners who like being.
Yes, color Genesis. So that is
Look, we got a clown in the chat room. That's a baby boom. Name is the Big Cheese. You know, I think it's I should call him the Big Cheese Steak. You know. Anyway, basically, he's saying that Garvey was sent the colonizer. What the hell? These Negroes fucking are terrified of black nationalism. Well, get ready to be terrorized because we're only growing. You know, we're only growing.
Yes, Carlo. When you step out there as a man, as a warrior, and you're fearless, Negroes get scared, they tremble because they feel like something is gonna uproar. But it's like you can't just look at this as like you have a you have a decent quality of life where you can get a bucket of chicken here for a few dollars, and you can get a place and you can you have
or you go chase your snow bunnies and whatnot.
Or you can get to go to the basketball game or hang out or eat at fine restaurants and go hang out on a little vacation here and there. It's like that's a wonderful quality of life if you can do all the things that you want to do. But it's like we have to think about something bigger than that. And that's what I love about Garvey. I felt like he was like the only one in this Pan-African history that talked about building a nation, talk about righting the wrongs in Africa by us being a part of the future and figuring it out together, and by us doing what we need to do. But every time we talk about what we're doing, people talk about colonization. If I'm looking to bring brother, one of my greatest dreams I'm 47, brother, and I've been learning what I've been learning as far as a technician in different fields since I was 13 years old. So that is literally 34 years of experience. Am I supposed to literally just die with all of that experience?
And not use it?
I mean, you're talking about airlines, Navy. You're talking about logistics. You're talking about you're talking about things that you can transfer. So that was the purpose of building that community where you would have a headquarters where instead of just going out there to the city of Atlanta and then just wasting all your money to have a corporate office, you have a whole building in your own community, and you're operating you're operating international because now you have technology, so you can still service and do business with your customers and make American money in Africa. And then what you're going to do with that money? You're investing that money in the future of the country. You're investing that money into the children. You're investing that money into creating opportunities. If we can't put ourselves in a position of power when we come to the different countries that we're looking to make a move, then we can't do our work. So people, and that's why it's hard to have conversations with people with feeble minds and literally just have low IQ because they have not done anything in life. That's why part of the qualifications is you have to accomplish something. So I tell people like, hey, since you have done nothing with your life and you're about to be 30, join the US military and get out there and learn something. And maybe that will bring you to a world to where you can have something to contribute. Because first of all, you'll go from having no skills, because sitting around playing around on your keyboard and your computer and getting on your mic, your raggedy mic, and literally talking against us, what we're doing is not building anything. And we don't need that because that's not a contribution. So somebody asked me, why am I not doing YouTube live? Because I felt like outside of Kala, nobody was coming on and contributing anything. And that's why I still continue to connect with my brother Kala, and we still talk about the things that we talk about. And that's a shame if I'm looking at just one man out of a whole entity of people. And
there's 22 million black men in America.
Guys, brother.
So hold on. Why you guys don't you go on tours with hundreds of individuals?
Yeah.
Those individuals don't contribute nothing to your work.
Now, those individuals are the reason why people like myself are relevant. That's how that's how you make your money. You do all the work for them. When you're making your money as a tour leader, you're making your money as the technician that do all the stuff. You're making your money as the person who recruit all the people, and you're making that work, and you're thankful for that business of people. And then they're telling their friends, so you have no issues with the people that travel. As a matter of fact, I've never been able to thank them more than I've tried, as much as I've tried, because it's a blessing, because they now feel like, well, I don't want to work every day and then give everything that I earn back to the system. So let me go travel to Africa. I'm paying for my plane ticket. I'm paying for my food. I'm paying for my transportation, my tours, my hotels, and so on. That means you're spending that money on yourself. And then some people decide that they want to live and do business. So those are the people that we've been working with. But at the same time, too, we're trying to figure out how to make things work in Africa by trying to work with other groups of black people. But the issue is other groups of black people don't really want to work with you because they believe in something completely different. It's like when you're telling them about Pan-Africanism, having a Pan-African town, and how that will kind of neutralize the tribalism and give us a fair play to really incorporate other things in Africa, because the culture of Africa is one culture of Africa. The culture of the African diaspora is another culture of Africa. Because remember, when we were stolen, we took our culture, and some things we have passed on to this generation. Like the work ethics that's been passed along to me and my family has been incredible. We get that same work ethics from our ancestors that was stolen. And so we're not completely have lost everything. And some of those things we want to bring back, because I feel like the African continent has been lazy and not focused on what needs to be focused on. And we have been hungry of trying to make moves, and we're trying to figure it out and trying to figure out who to work with. But it's another struggle and issues. But at the same time, too, we're not going to just give up on that situation and say, let me figure this out in America, because it's even worse in America. You have a bunch of groups of people out there that me and Kala could not be a part of, and they're black groups, but they hate black people. They're self-hating Negroes, and we could, because they're gonna say me and you are radical. I'm sure Kala, just like myself, you've been kicked out of a few groups because it's radical about nation building.
You know what I say like this, boy? I remember you were cracking me up. You'll say, Carl, so you're a victim now? But I'm going to tell you, I am a victim, because I feel like because I'm a black nationalist, I'm hated in my community, right? But if I was Big Meech, a former drug dealer, murderer, whatever like that, they're having a big concert for him in Miami or something like that, Which all the headlines will be there. Big Meech is like that. A drug dealer.
I mean, shouldn't they be having a concert from MLK, Martin Luther King Jr.?
Yeah, right.
I mean, that's the person that's contributed a lot to us, not this other degenerate rapper. But that's how confused people are.
Yeah. And so my whole thing is, so therefore, since I'm a black nationalist, I'm hated, right? I'm basically the scorn of my community I love so much, I'm a black nationalist. They're like, people years ago was like, Carl, you sound so good, but give up this idea of an Afristan. I was like, no, I can't do that. Just that thing about the Africans that just scares me, Kala. Yeah, I know it does. Negroes, that whole idea that there's something else besides America scares niggas, Like, look at people in the chat room. Lisa Nicole said, Kala, you're not our lineage. Now, you know me, Bamani. Where am I from? Am I a Black American or what?
Absolutely, Black America
I'm
from
100% Black American,
from New
African
York
American,
City.
right? New York City, born in New York City, So I'm not anti-American. Let me say something, right? I think America. I just said tonight, I was very proud of President Donald John Trump. America, particularly white America, has a future. Black people could tether themselves to white future, but do you want that for the next 500 years, depending on another race of people completely? That's what it's all about. It's not hating America. It's like you living in your parents' house, right? At a certain point in time, you got to strike out on your own and get your own shit. Have some of your own. Yeah, you can come visit your parents' house, whatever for holidays, but you got to friggin' strike on your own. But now they're calling me a tether. Now I speak like a tether because I want something on my own. I said America's great, a beautiful country. I got a good life here. I have a business here. I got a life here, whatnot. But I know the right thing to do is we have to have, just like this, it's Jews. Remember we played the videos of the Jews?
Oh yeah, brother, billion times, and we explained that situation that we just weren't like trying to support like Zionism or whatever, but we're trying to explain the situation because most of the time people end up saying, well, you're a Jew lover, you this, and it's like I don't want to, it's like I try to let people know we're neutral as possible, but we're using topics and situations to explain what we need to explain, which is why we need to build a nation of our own and build on the African continent with our own people and build our own civilization and build what we need to build based on the things that we need. And then we always show how other people have done. Even when you talk about Singapore, a country that I've been to, and I've always wondered when I went there, I was like, why is this country so dynamic? Like I was literally impressed. I was in 1999. I was on a Navy ship.
That's when
and I went there, and I was just literally, and then then I started here, and you talking, me and you started talking about it, and I was like, yeah, I've been there. I've seen it for myself. It's impressive. It's like, what I mean, and you're just telling people that as long as you and your people have a vision and you're willing to work together and looking to support each other, you can make it happen. But the issue that we have, brother, we have too much haters. Like I talk about the haters from from the African diaspora and the haters from the African continent that literally, if they were more supportive, we could have been finished our community and been finished certain things. But that's the challenge that you have to deal with. So when people see us go through this challenge, they ask us why. I was like, well, if you want us to stay in America and do what you think that we should do, don't you think that's going to be a serious challenge? Don't you think that's going to be something that's going to be, I mean, it's like, I don't want to keep on going back to the drawing board of what you keep on trying to do that doesn't work. What we're doing in Africa is we can figure it out. And I explain to people that us building a Pan-African group can diffuse certain things, because now you're not just dependent on local people to do things for you or look out for you and local people to trust in. You have a Pan-African nation. You have people from that same country that lived abroad and now they're back, and then they're going to be real with you versus the situation that's going to cause the group that you're building to fall apart. And these are things that we have to literally study, and these should be real case studies. And when people talk about African study, African Union in a university, because people pop up these universities, and I'm like, these people get all these damn degrees in African studies, and it's like, where's the impact on the world stage in Africa? Some of them even got degrees of African studies and never been to Africa. It's crazy.
Yeah, I know. Have you been to Africa? No.
And the same thing on this platform, you ask people, have you been to Africa? That's one of the first questions you start asking people. And then when they said no, which is 90% of them, then ask them why. And then don't you know that the topics of what we have is dealing with Pan-Africanism in Africa,
and we can give you a tour. Look, tell me, like, I think everybody over the age of 30, right? I put it like this: if you save $100 a week, right, for 1 year, you got way more than enough. You got not only money for a tour, but you got an extra $300 in your pocket. That's well worth it. Then after you do this tour, you have a safe flight over there, have a good time in your life. Like now, you basically can talk about Africa because you've touched on the ground, And so therefore, I think I know the Black movement. Like when people brutally ask me about Pan-Africa, look, I'm first and foremost a black nationalist, right? Pan-Africanism, what I may say, I mean, I'm a black Pan-Africanist nationalist. That means my end game is a nation state, based on people that have my ideology, my experience, everything. That's a black nation, The people that come from Marcus Garvey and have a pattern about black liberation. Now, if you don't believe in that black people are enslaved or your ancestors were enslaved, you don't feel like there's some deal. Look, let me tell you something. The reality, brother Bomani, is like 12 years ago. You ever been on the Nairaland site, the Nigerian site, Nairaland, the forum? I learned back then, right, that Africans really don't see the world the way we do. I
Right.
was like, they was basically ridiculing. This one brother was like, "Yeah, we gotta do this," and all of a sudden they was like, "Who the fuck is this fool?" And all of a sudden somebody said, "I think he's called an African American," because the dude was talking about black power, peace and black power and love, like Umar Johnson. And these African Nigerians were fucking clowning the hell out of him. They're like, "Man, get that shit out of there. Go take that shit back to the American ghetto." Or some shit, I was like, damn. So basically, when we talk about a Pan-African community, it's basically people who understand the struggle, us. We have every right to link up together to protect ourselves. We're now a people. Us black people from America, the Caribbean are now a people. We're a tribe,
But Pan-Africanism exists in different forms throughout the
Yeah, but
black world.
hold up. Now this guy said, there's no way I'm an FBA. No, I'm not an FBA. I'm African American. I'm Black American. What are you talking about? I'm not an FBA. I'm not a fuckboy association.
Yeah, he's trying to isolate you from the Pan-African movement, because the Pan-African movement incorporates all forms of black people across the entire globe.
Exactly.
That's the only black movement that's inclusive of all black people. So if people want to push FBA, that's fine, but that organization is only pushing Black American supremacy. That's it. So they ain't gonna get us nowhere. They ain't gonna get us, and not because I'm from Jamaica. Even if I was from America, I would say the same thing, because what we have to think about is what's going to impact the world and put us.
Brother Bomani, right? Brother Bomani, you could tell if somebody's from the Caribbean. This person, like what said, we heard that Kyle's from the Caribbean, though. If I was, so what? But I'm not.
I mean, the thing of it is, most people usually tend not to lie about where they're from, unless you're a Nigerian that I run into. And then
Nigerians always lie about.
And then they tell me about do you know how much Nigerians I've met that told me that they're Ghanaian? So
or they basically be like 50 years old saying they're 19.
Well, the thing of it is, they run into an issue because I'm a person. I've been to Ghana 24 times. So if you tell me that you're Ghanaian, I'm asking specific questions.
Oh, I know a Ghanaian, but
and so most of them end up either they just end up just trying to play it off, and I'm like, okay, whatever, or they just end up just telling the truth at the end of the day. And a few people end up saying that I just told you that I'm Nigerian because we have a bad reputation, and some people tend to be whatever. And it's like, you're talking about a group of people that are brilliant, but at the same time too, when you have your president as the most corrupted leader, and then you have a bunch of scams going on that's triggered to Nigerian. Unfortunately, they get a bad rap. But I do feel like people in Nigeria, I'm not saying the majority of them, I'm saying a certain percentage of them are brilliant, great minds, or even some of the people that are literally scam artists. You have to have some kind of brilliant mind to be scamming all these American people that's supposed to be so-called smart. Like all these white people in America that get scammed by Nigerians. I'm not gonna say that they deserve it, because nobody deserves to lose what they have worked for, but that's the situation that you're dealing with. But it's like, until they prove themselves on a different scale, that and unfortunately people shouldn't have to prove themselves like that. But they're in a tricky situation. I know sometimes we give them a lot of hell, but that's another part of the vision of Pan-Africanism. You're trying to find the best people in all countries so we can formulate a plan of straight nation building. And this is what Marcus Garvey talked about. He talked about all of his great visionaries that will come out in the future and really adopt this, because he built a foundation where we can build on. Say there's no need for me and Kala to just reinvent the wheel. It's the foundation was built just like our ancestors who were repatriated to Africa and built Liberia. So all we're doing is building on a great legacy, and we're not taking credit for it. We're just building on it and giving paying homage. We're not Umar Johnson making it seem like he's greater than all these other people that have came before him.
The African is a manifestation of Garvey's vision. You know, the ultimate manifestation. And I have to really answer it now because it looks like everybody's kicking me out of the black community in America. You know, someone said, I think Carl's Afro-Cuban or Colombian.
Because the issue is, Carla, they want you for themselves, and they want you to be an FBA. It's just like we have Caribbean, we have
All right,
Caribbean,
I can't do
we have
FBA.
Caribbean community, and we have people who isolate themselves where it's just a bunch of people from Jamaica or the Caribbean. I am not parts of those groups. I refuse to be a part of any group that limits us as an African people, because we have all been displaced. We have all suffered the same trauma. You know what I mean? So it's like I can't look at you, Kala, as any different from one of my same brothers that grew up in Jamaica. You're we're part of colonizations and imperialism and all the other isms and schisms to where we have to where Pan-Africanism, which is a true ism, comes in place. And like Marcus Garvey right here, he talks about fundamentalism. This is his African fundamentalism essay, and this is what when I was creating this video, I titled it based on what you and I was talking about then, a vision of Pan-Africanism towards nationhood. And that's what I still feel, and I feel this way this nonstop for the last 20 years, because I feel like that's the solution. So when other people come up here with their low IQ and then they start talking to me, I'm like, yeah, brother, I'm a person that listens more than I talk. So explain yourself. But then when you're not like delivering certain points to prove what you're saying, then I gotta call that as nonsense, and just illiterate Negroes feeling that they can come on and talk to one of the most intelligent person in a movement that have been undermined. Like Omar Johnson is not your intelligent person. He's somebody that's very smart with knowing the history of all of these movements, and he uses it against y'all by talking all the stuff to make it seem like he's supreme. It's kind of like when you run into one of these poor righteous teachers, how they talk about they all of this and all of that, but then they have nothing. And that has to mean something. You have to build something. You have to have something going. That's why Kyle keep on explaining to me that he has his business enterprise. And like I was telling people, when I was working on that computer right there, whatever inauguration was going on, I was listening to that and moving around doing what I need to do. We are people who have created certain things for ourselves. And yes, we can live comfortably in America and then literally just forget about everything else. I could have stayed my ass in the Navy, and I'm sure I'd have been up in ranks as a senior officer, because that's my determination work. But instead, I decided to just be a civilian again and build business for myself. And then while this building business, you end up being incorporated into a Pan-African movement. And then you see the difference that we can make, because we give the best of our life to the corporations and the system, but we never tend to like give the best of our life to doing anything to build something for ourselves. And in the early 20s or mid 20s, that's what I end up doing. And that's why I can talk the way I talk 20 years later, because I've sacrificed and I've made the move, and I didn't make any reasons and excuses. And that's the issue that I have. I don't want to hear any black man else coming on here or come at any platforms where we're talking and give reasons and excuses why they refuse to fight, why they refuse to compete, why they refuse to do whatever. And if you're going to settle on us not doing whatever in Africa, all I will say is that explain what you're doing in America, and maybe we'll like what you're doing and join you, because I live here in this country, Kyle live here in this country, and we're always doing things in America. We have never stopped. But it's like we can't give all of our energy and everything, especially when most of y'all who talks about building this great black America are literally people who have nothing to show for it and have nothing to contribute. I probably said a mouthful.
Yeah, that's what I've been told. You've been saying everything I've been saying the last couple of nights. I say, look, don't worry about what me and Bomani's doing. Say what you're doing, and maybe I can help you or support you. I'm doing what I do. I pay for a website. It costs me a lot of money. I do this show every night and whatnot. And I said I'll make my website and my email address available to people. You can reach out to me and everything like that. So the bottom line, if you want a movement that's going to do something, it's hard work. A lot of black people want the easy route out. They think it's going to be some, and like, I can't promise you a reparations check. That's the whole thing. Something, Bomani, we were going good like 5 years ago, 6 years ago when the Black Panther came out. Remember that? And then out of nowhere, the movement was hijacked by Tariq and Yvette Carnell, and black people start talking about buy black. Remember the buy black movement? That was really getting off. Black people buying from each other, creating websites and apps with black-owned businesses and whatnot. Then I know where everybody started talking about reparations. We don't need to do that. We need to get reparations. All that shit just died.
Brother, that was a big shift, man, because you and I have always pushed supporting black-owned business, and we talk
And that shit died.
fluently about how the importance of supporting black-owned business, because people like myself, I'm a black-owned business that the only reason why people like myself are in business because black people supported me. It's not like I can say, like even my IT business, I can count the amount of white people that I've done work for. Like dead serious on one hand. in 20 years. In 20 years.
We get to the point where all black people are supporting you or not. Like that's what I'm doing my business.
And
like
that's why I have to give back. I can't say that I built business and black people supported me and I did nothing with the money. So we invested money in land, invested money in the future of countries like Ghana that we're familiar with, and investment in traveling to different countries and building programs. And that's why when you even reach out to me about Liberia, the first time,
I can't wait to the one day when we got it.
It's easier to convince people like myself because, I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, for me to travel to another African country and do a program, it's not the worst thing, and it's not going to be something that's going to hopefully don't kill you when but it's something where you get to create a program, you get to contribute and do something, and that's what it has to be. So it's like did it take a lot of my time, especially when I didn't have time? Absolutely, but I'm just proud of the fact that I was able to, you reach out to me and I was able to work something, and then you reach back out to me again, and I'm like, well, at least I mean, Kyla's being positive. You're looking at all the great things that we literally just enjoyed. And when I did look at it, brother, I looked at it as more so 90% of great things that we enjoyed, and then 10% of things that is usually on the average numbers of every journey you do that doesn't work the way that you really are happy about.
We did good for a country you never been to before,
We did good for the first time putting together a program with multiple moving parts. So you just end up just looking at things as positive. And that's what I tell people. I was like, yo, the reality of it is, it's a struggle and it's rough and you go through certain things, but at the end of the day, when you end up doing it again and end up going back and end up looking at it again, you see ways how you can make it work. And that's why I tell people I'm still in countries like Ghana. I'm still working with the system. And that's why I'm telling people, call me, please, before you go anywhere or you look to give anybody any money from especially West Africa, because them folks will dip out on you and they'll be in Ghana, and the next they'll be in Senegal tomorrow with all your money.
And I can't wait to, like I said, we could probably build Black Star pathways in Gambia, Liberia, Sierra Leone. One day the energy is going to be there,
Yeah, and in general, we should be more focused on building Pan-African communities. So, because if I'm telling you as a Ghanaian I'm building a Pan-African community, that means your Ghanaian diaspora and brother that lives here in America is invited, and that means you as a native Ghanaian is invited. But at the same time,
one thing we want to be clear about.
We're not excluding no complain about how the things work and how the things run, because we're doing it for the purpose of trying to, like, when you go to certain parts of Africa, the issue that you have is that, okay, so you're in a country like Ghana and you want to enjoy different aspects of black food, you're limited, and every other country you go, you're limited. So it's like, if you, like I mentioned, if you have people from Brazil, people from Dominican Republic, Jamaica, wherever, in the Caribbean and Central America and North America, you're able to share more of our unique, unanimous culture. And that way, I mean, I think that's the issue that we're dealing with. Is like, we limit ourselves in every place that we go to. Why do people think Dubai is a great place? Dubai is an artificial world that may disappear soon. As a matter of fact, hopefully sooner than later. But it's a place where there's not one person that I've ever met in my life that I talked to about Dubai that they didn't think it was just a great place. People have actually went and experienced it, because one thing that they're going to explain, they're going to definitely tell you this, it's an Arab nation, but then they're going to tell you about the diverse as far as the different cultures, entities. But in our case, the diversity is black diversity. It's other cultures to balance tribalism, balance the domination of just one set of things in Africa. So they're going to have to open it up. Like example, Eco Atlantic. They want to build Eco Atlantic, but it's like, it's like, what is your really vision of building it? What are you really looking to get people connected to? Are they going to come there to Nigeria?
They thought white people were going to come to that part of Africa. They were crazy.
Yeah, but they have to be.
Can I ask a question?
Inviting people. Go ahead, brother.
So I don't want to argue your point, because I feel like 80% of what you're saying I'm in agreement with. But I feel like I'm trying to get clarity. Are you trying to say that you're trying to build a city that is like similar to you to New York, as in New York City's different cultures are in New York City, Dubai, different people are in Dubai, but the exterior outside of Dubai and the Greater Arab Emirates, it's more everybody have their own unique cultures. Are you trying to build a city like that, or you are like Kala and Dollar Bill who are anti-tribal, who believe tribes should be in museums? I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm trying to understand
absolutely, but
your view.
I agree with both of them. Tribes should be in museum, and then what you're trying to build,
What?
you're trying to build the
Why
same.
do you believe?
You're trying to build the same diversity in the African nation. Only difference is it's people from all of the Americas mainly, and then the rest of the Black world. I mean, because we're the ones that's so.
No, but most nations you guys were naming, Singapore, Dubai, they're not anti-tribal. They just have a particular city where it's unique, where all the tribes can meet, but they have their own
They don't have
uniquenesses
tribes. They
that
don't have
manifest within
tribes,
their
bro.
own areas.
Yeah, I think
Huh?
Listen to that effort,
for
dumbass.
You telling me
Singapore,
the Arabs don't have tribes and
Tribes are like the Stone
clans?
Ages, bro.
I think
Tribes are
what
like
they
the
did,
Stone Ages,
they
bro.
do they have it on a small scale? Absolutely, but I think what they did was they dissolved those things because you can't build build a nation of power where you just literally just having a tribal
They're a
entity
tribal group. They have
limit
to
you.
amalgamate.
Like example, if most of the tribal issues that us as African diasporas deal with in Ghana, most of the issues that we deal with in Ghana is tribalism. It's basically people committing crime against us, and then they're being, it's being, they're being absolved from it because that's the person's tribe, instead of things being done to where people can get what they need to get done. And then the cause and effect of that is now you have people who could have been a great investor in your country and change the scope of things for your children and your family, but now you resided with tribalism. So I think that's why they literally don't push those things, because it doesn't get them anywhere. It doesn't build anything. People are coming for tourism and investment and business. They don't want to deal with foolishness. That's why people are always looking for certain safe countries that they can live, do business, and invest in and enjoy quality of life. And those countries on top of the list in the world, those are the countries that have more people going there and doing things there. And the better we can make things work on our African continent, because I'm a person that have a large network of people. I've taken many people to Africa, but I've joined many organizations. I'm consistently working for people, doing business with people, networking with people, and you're meeting people. And the thing that they all talk about in common is they're open to living in Africa if they can live a quality of life without dealing with the foolishness that they know that goes on. Like example, water out this day, your power out tomorrow.
And you want to go out there and
Then
water your grass without somebody putting bringing their goat in to eat your grass and shit like that.
And those are and that may be funny to people, but literally I have videos that showing people like literally a whole bunch of goats and cows and stuff all over our land. And I told people all the time, I was like, do not plant anything unless you're gonna build something, a wall or build a fence, something, because that's what the local folks are gonna have their, as long as they see nothing built there, they're gonna have their cows and their goats all over the place, and they're gonna cause ravage. So these are things that just goes on, and you deal with it, you learn the culture. That's what the most important thing for us to do when we go to Africa is to learn the culture. So part of what we do is Africa for the Africans is take you on a cultural journey to the African continent where you can learn the cultures, learn the country, connect with people, and be embraced into a world where you can kind of process things before you make moves. Now, a lot of people, they've made moves without, they may even consult with me, and then when they get jacked or run into things, I'm like, yo, I could have told you that. And then even the ones I tell, they're like, you being harsh on people. I was like, yeah, well, I'm one of those military guys that believe in being harsh is real and it's the right thing to do, because some people just are stubborn. And then when you're stubborn, at least I can tell you, hey, I did try to explain that to you and I was being real. And you got to look away from just how we talk, like, me and Kala, we talk a certain way. And I told people, I was like, it's just, this is how we talk. I mean,
we're rough, man. We're roughnecks, man.
We use certain language. We're not exactly the softest guys. I mean, we live in a world full of soft ass guys that are just so sensitive. Every little thing you say to them, they just start
like
crying.
Sensitivity. Remember that, Rob Kraft?
Absolutely. But yeah, Kyle, let me know. Did you like that? Did you like that video?
Oh yeah, man. I love that shit, man. When she didn't sound right when she said it. in death I'll be a terror to the foes of Negro liberty. I gotta
Can
get
I, can
caught
I, can I ask y'all a
for that.
question about Marcus Garvey?
Sure, go
Oh
ahead.
no, oh no. Okay, all right, yeah, go
Yeah,
ahead.
because I love Marcus Garvey, but he had an element of
What was it?
saviorism that prohibited his vision from being a actual vision that can be fully established. Because
So
if
what
you're
is
trying
it?
to follow it to a T,
No, I
he
mean,
practiced saviorism. He believed that
well, the thing is,
his group and his people was going to come save Africa rather than partner and coordinate
Bro,
with different
he was
nations and
right.
different
he
peoples.
was talking
He
about
was right,
partnership,
man.
but at the same
No,
time,
he's talking about savoring. He's talking about the savage this and the that is an element of
you
his.
have
He's
So
more
okay,
you
righteous.
have a savage element in Africa, and
Yeah, have you been to
people
Africa
who
before,
want to
bro?
There's a
disagree with that,
savage element in America. There's a savage element
No,
in the
not
Caribbean.
like
there's
that,
a
bro.
savage
There's
element
people
against the
chopping
white.
people up with machetes in Jamaica, bro.
The
There's people
savage
Yeah,
chopping
element
people up
against
in
but
the white
Trinidad.
America
people.
works though.
So we deal with a savage society, and so if the man is trying to get you to understand that there's a savage society that you have to deal with, just like I'm telling you, also people need to be real, because the issue with most black people who get messed over in Africa is they think everything is all rosy, and they go into a place where they think that people are less intelligent than them, and then what they don't
Africa
understand is
is smarter than you
I
think
can be
they
the
are.
dumbest person on the planet, but then I can master a trickery of being slick, and then I can outdo you as a person that's with this corporate education and then very successful business person. That's why you have the word called scam around, and that's what people who people literally value as lower than them end up doing to people who think that they're better than them. So
They call it street smarts in America.
yeah, so he is based. So Marcus Garvey is just basically being real about the situation, and I'm being real. You're gonna have to deal with a savage mindset of a high percentage of the people in the country, because that's who they are as a mindset. Now you're trying to come with something, a vision of nation building, a vision of, kind of talk about tax base, talk about, towns and cities and municipalities. Those are the things that you have to be willing to move forward to. Other than that, you're not going to survive on this planet and compete with the rest of the world, because you know what? Just like Trump talked about taking Panama, taking Greenland, and then negotiating with his folks there in Canada. That's what a powerful nation is going to do. If you're not ready to make your own move, they're going to literally consolidate you. And I'm a person that's built my world in the aviation world as an aircraft technician, and part of that as an aviation student and studying the history. And you can name the airlines, Eastern, you can name a list of airlines. They all have been absorbed by Delta Airlines, United Airlines, and American Airlines. So that's what you deal with. You deal with a domination. So if you're not willing to stand strong, you're gonna get dominated. So it's just a matter of who's going to dominate the future Africa. Who's going to be the next imperialism? Is it going to be the Russians, the Asians, or is it going to be the Americans? But we need to have what we need to have in place to be independent as a people. So we have to
I
be really
understand, but
clear about what we're getting into. We can't pussyfoot around it and play games and thinking that this is not a real situation. You're dealing with warfare. the already told people the stuff I've been through, and I'm still there propping up Ghana and still there making moves in the country, because we can never let any visionless people stop a vision of nation building and Pan-Africanism.
yeah, but you're talking about the common. I'm talking about like there's actual governments and organizations, and even African American governments or organizations in Ghana, Jamaican organizations in Ghana from all communities.
Yeah, but hold
There's
on. Let me say
Ghanaian
principally,
variations of Pan
I'm saying
African.
this, hold on. Let me tell you something, right? We're probably members of all these organizations, right? They got their own thing that they do. I would love to see like the Association of Africa be like we all come together and make that the front for the whole entire diaspora living there, and say with bylaws and everything that we obey, and they get to speak for everybody in there, that we sign a charter. They speak for everybody, but to get to that level, and they speak to the government on our behalf. We got to get to that point. And so that's as we go stronger in Ghana, we want to be able to send our own people to the parliament, and talk. That's the level we're going to next. It's African Americans in the diaspora getting into government, building municipalities, and having a permanent stake on the continent. So we can go from country to country. We got our own communities and everything like that. That's what the Africa is all about. People think Africa is just like us building a separate nations. Also, it could be a collection of territories that we control. We're the majority. The Pan-African states that we're the majority. We control. We have our own banks, credit unions, all the stuff like that we need. Fire departments, also a municipality. A municipal center like Jonesboro, Georgia. Go there. They got a city hall. They got this, that, thing. Fire department, police department, sheriff department, whatever like that. That's how a small town, a developer department, what do they call civil engineering department, permit department, license department, all these things, a revenue authority, that collects revenues, the property taxes and whatnot. That's what we're going to go. That's the next phase we want to go to, And so, we're going to do our part, If the Ghanaians and the Africans meet us the other way, we could build something great because as the more we build the Africans all across the Africa, and we're creating jobs for the local people, an opportunity to trade with us and sell to us, But if these people like, my good sister African guys want to keep us out somewhere, we should find some place in the Atlantic Ocean instead of Africa. I don't know what it is, the ignorance, the envy, jealousy. I don't know what it is.
But I'm being real with you, brother. If we can literally find something in the Atlantic Ocean and build our own,
we probably could.
Brother,
I wish we
that
could,
would be
man.
the greatest. I mean, that would be the greatest
whole
thing.
continent just sitting there,
Because we can just literally just say, hey, if y'all don't want us to be a part of the continent, God created this incredible land out of nowhere for us as the African diaspora that was stolen from
we could take
continent.
Greenland. How about this, Bamai?
No, I mean, literally, I'm trying to like participate into what she's talking about and have your own little mini continent or small country, literally out there, and you literally have everything that you need. And even if you don't have to trade with anybody, you completely have everything that you need. And that would be a blessing, but that's not reality. There's no more land being created, so we have to work with what we have, and that is the land of our ancestors, and that is where we should fundamentally make our move. Because what we're gonna do, we're gonna fight the people who work hard for these 13 colonies and build it into 50 states. That represent the most dominant nation in the entire world for like over the last several decades. I mean, are we supposed to fight against that? What you're gonna do? You're gonna have issues with Trump. Trump may be the best president for you, and may actually deliver things for you and create an openness to do something versus the person that I still love to death, which is Barack Obama, who consistently taught down a black man. I remember when Stacey Adams was running for the governor here. As soon as she lost, the first people that she want to lash out is on black man. After that, I said I'm done voting for these people. Like literally, I was one of the guys that was cheering on, even though that she's facing the person that she was facing with, that they're not going to give a state like Georgia to her. I mean,
giving all black women.
But at the same time, too, how about to say, I ran a competitive race. I appreciate all the brothers and sisters that supported me and everything. And that's the thing that I don't like about these people. They're ungrateful. So when Trump come out and say you thank black men or whoever you thank for putting them there, they have to understand they have to play some kind of game to be respectful to people. You can't expect people to support you and you have no respect for us. So so that's why I don't get into conversation with people about voting and things like that. And it's like first thing they're gonna say you're a Trump lover. I'm not a Trump lover. I'm a person that lives in this country with my family, and I want to see this country boom. Because with that, then people don't have to make excuses about coming up with money to travel or do business in Africa.
Exactly. We need that money. We need people making money.
Be like, well, I ain't got it. So he's like, at one point you understand, but it's like this COVID stuff is over now, dude. It's like, and if you don't have an education, you can still get one. There's technical schools. There's even one of the best jobs of all time in America is a truck driver. You go
or even do
it and you put that work in.
But Monty, check this out. When I came back from Liberia back in 2023, when I dropped my vehicle off for the next day, right, and I took a Lyft ride home, right, the Lyft driver's white guy, right, he said, man, I quit my corporate job, man. He goes, I'm going to Nashville. He said, I can make $800 a day. He said, man, the type of money, he said, I can make $800,000 a day working the airport in Nashville. So what I said, if you guys do that, all he does is he has the apps for Lyft, Uber Eats. When I said between all three of them, I make like almost $1,000 a day. So there ain't no excuse for people not having no damn money.
America was why immigrants love America, including people like myself. America is built for the hustle. I'm saying? You can come here as long as you, but you can't think that the country belongs to you or the country owes you anything. You just got to get out there and play your game and be the hustle. And the same thing for my brothers and sisters here is like, yo, the people have decided that this is the man that's going to run the country. And some people I'm honestly not looking forward to having conversation with, and I will end conversation with them quick because I know it's going to be a bunch of stupid stuff. It's like, I don't want to hear about Donald Trump being a racist, Donald Trump being doing this. I just want to hear about, hey, we're going to make the best of whatever government is in place, and we're going to do something for ourselves as a people. And then from the end of, and then on the other end, I want to hear from other people that call themselves Pan-Africanists, or they're into Pan-Africanism, that we're going to make a move in Africa, and we're going to build these towns and these communities, and we're going to leverage what we need to leverage and make these moves. And we're going to not make any excuses. And anybody that's not willing to compete on either trying to do what they need to do in America or what they need to do in building a Pan-African world in Africa, then I look at you as a weak excuse for a man, and people like yourself should not be able to reproduce.
Exactly.
I know that may be harsh, but that's real. Men like that need to die off.
These communities all over.
They have a men, they're just males.
You don't think y'all being too harsh on some of these guys, because I think a lot of the FBA cats they came out of the Obama years, when Obama basically was virtue signaling, but he wasn't actually doing anything to actually help them. So they have this kind of animosity towards foreign blacks or whatever. But I think they're just misguided. I think like they're not seeing the opportunity. They're not seeing their numbers as an advantage. They're not seeing that the different blacks are actually looking to them for leadership. And if they create an actual black agenda, they can actually. I think both your plans will actually partner up very well if they had an actual black agenda in America to increase wealth.
They don't have
coordinate well with your Pan-Africanist agenda. I don't think they're against us.
They're trying to stop us from building in Africa, so they could justify being up under the nuts of the white man. Look, massive.
Yeah, but then. Yeah, but it's not a proactive. Like they don't even have an agenda. Okay, how are we going to increase jobs? How are we going to increase investment?
They don't care about that. What makes
you know what I mean? I don't think the two ideas clash at all. I think they actually are cousins.
Right?
Black nationalism and
Donald Trump in 2020 said, "I will willing to put up $500 billion if I get reelected to the African American and our platinum plan." Black people said, "No, we don't want it for whatever reason." That's why, let me tell you something, Principally. I really don't give a fuck about what black people say. They can talk all they want in the chat room. We're going to keep doing what we're doing because Negroes, to me, that's done. After that right there, I said I was done with black people in America forever.
You're talking cheap, man. The sick and tired of these niggas talking, brother.
Yeah, so we're going to keep doing what we're doing till the Africa stands a reality. They did it. That was their last chance. That was the last chance for me.
And we have something that we're working for and fighting for. And, even if we, when people talk about Garvey, I was like, when they try to label Garvey with anything dealing with failure, yes, the ultimate mission didn't accomplish, but it's like at the same time too, when you have a big vision, that's not always going to be the situation, but it's like people don't appreciate what was done. What was done was a foundation for us to build onto. That's simple. When Kala explained the great things about the history of Liberia, and Kala saw a look on my face when he pulled up to Capitol Hill, and I saw like
they weren't playing games, man. You saw that executive mansion, right?
I was like, yo, man, and I'm thinking back in that day, I was like, yo, this was like ahead of everything else that was in the rest of the world, because I remember being in Jamaica, around that time, and it's like nothing looked like that. Nothing looked like that. It like symbols like black power.
Hey, yo, I was trying to tell them that last night when they was trying to. Principal was telling me about Haiti. It's not on the same level, bro. Liberia was on a different level.
What they built in Liberia was on a whole different level, and the influence that they had on the rest of Africa was
on the world.
So yes, the Haitian Revolution was incredible, but the Haitian Revolution ended up not going anywhere after they won, because they were subjugated by France, and then if they were that strong. At that point, the French was like the wickedest nation on the entire planet. They were
they got invaded by Germany. How do they still hold on to Haiti? And they got invaded by Hitler.
Yeah, that's the thing of it. The thing of it is a nation. At that point they were rough. That was 1804. That was in the 1800s. 100 years later, I mean, 150 years later,
Hitler ran up in there like he was paying the
Hitler
bills.
crew walked into France and
He
took it
walked
over.
right in there on foot.
I mean, brother, that's
God
funny.
damn.
They took over the former. At that point, they were probably still a world power, but he walked in there and took their world power. Just took it from them. I mean,
That was something else, man.
I mean, they literally took their heart. And then France was and then the British was so scared. I mean, who did they turn to? They turned to the investment of the 13 colonies that they built, and that's what saved their ass. The United States of America, the 50 states. So when people talking about world power and playing games and things, I mean, this thing is serious. I mean, you have to have a nation. You can't compete with anything else. And and you're seeing nations take over nation, but we're trying to explain to our brothers and sisters all over the world that we need to consolidate our energy on the African continent. And I'm not trying to go to Africa where I have to deal with a bunch of tribal groups. I need Pan-Africanism because Pan-Africanism is beyond just a philosophy. It's a vision. It's a solution, and also it's how we can really figure this thing out. But if we just because I mean, unless somebody come up with something else, and that's what Marcus Garvey represents, and that's why I want to play this other speech right here called African fundamentalism. This is the one that you're gonna love the terminology. But do you have anything to say about the last video? Because that
was great. That was really powerful, man.
Did you know that Marcus Garvey had that much books out? Because everything.
When I read philosophy, it's like
I mean, that was about 15 books I showed you on the play on the video. I'll just show
when I used to read philosophy with Marcus Garvey, right? It's like the words were like walking, the letters were like walking, standing up, looking at me. That's how powerful that was. It's like the words just jumped off the page and was like smacked me in the face. I was like, he goes, you know what powerful thing he said? He says, here the Negro sits in the world with injustice, right? He cries for it and gets injustice, but he's no more being heard than he was when he was on the bottom of a slave ship. That was powerful, man. I said, yeah, you're right. I read that back in my club years. Those are my club years. I pulled that out when my days when I was going out there partying, drugs, everything like that. And that just happened to me one day. I stood home and I pulled up philosophy. That put me back on the path. Like 5 years later, I got on the internet. I said, I got to fulfill my mission in life. Because that just shook me to the core what he said. He said, we must be liberated. It was from his speech at Madison Square Garden,
Yeah, but you guys don't think he has somewhat of a level of limited knowledge that there's individuals that are pro their own tribe, but they are also Pan-Africanists?
Principally, you understand something, right? The Africans, the reason why white people took over Africa because of what? Tribalism. They pit tribes against each other and whatnot, and they basically
simple. That's simple.
So and also check this out, Principe.
So tribalism
is what's holding Africa. Tribal identity.
No. Tribalism is different from just having a tribe. That's not the same. Tribalism is when you kind of look down on the other tribes and only want to big up your own tribe. But just you simply be proud to be your own tribe is not a bad thing.
Hold on. Let me tell you something. In Africa, you go to Nigeria, right? There's people who are brilliant that live in the Delta region, whatnot, because they have small numbers. They'll never have a public office, which means they'll never get rich. They'll never have access to education, only because they unfortunately are born into a small tribe. Now, if you go to a bigger tribe, whatever like that, things are thing. Do you think that's fair? That's what I said. Either you get rid of tribalism, tribes, or you get rid of democracy. That one or the other got to go. So, what do you want, Principe?
I think you have to incorporate both because even in America, there's a majority rule concept in America.
Hold on. First of all, it's not majority rule. That's mob rule. They're two different things. Majority rule means majority of people are agreeing on a consensus. Whereas basically when you look at white America, let's say you break a white America, you got Germans, Italians, but they all see themselves as Americans, right? And people are linked together based on ideology, not what your tribe, what you come from is, That's backward and stagnant, If you people are tribal, you know what happens right here? You can't have a democracy because all it means is people are trying to do a numbers game. That's mob rule, That's not mob rule, and they know why? Because it's easier to just produce fiat by fiat. That means you have the numbers as opposed to having ideas. Ideas get thrown in the garbage for popularity. That's called populism. You see what I mean? So Africans basically have been running around telling the world that they're democracy. They're not. There's no democracy in Africa. It's a lie. The worst thing Africans could ever do is have fucking democracy. So-called democracy.
Yeah, the democracy don't work the same, man. Because last thing I remember, they can say what they want to say about these people. These people love their country and they invest in their country and they believe that this is really their country as much as they have stolen it from another set of people, and and they're gonna do everything to protect it. It's not the same in Africa when different governments take over. They don't have the same mindset and philosophy as like a Donald Trump, and that's where they fail. They get.
But you kind of being disingenuous because they kind of lean towards the more Western bowing leadership in those type of countries. So Donald Trump can rise in America because America is like the zenith of the world in terms of world banking, world government, etc. There's less meddling in an American government than in Africa.
What's stopping the African president from rising and being the leader of the African nations and pushing the African nations in a different direction? Donald Trump himself is going to turn the European Union, he's going to turn NATO, and he's going to turn all of them in his favor of world domination. So what is all of our 50-something presidents in Africa doing and the so-called African Union doing to make a difference?
The African Union.
So that's
what you slowly seeing a shift towards more coordinated governments and trade that didn't exist 50, 30 years ago. So you're being disingenuous again. There's an increase in trade, there's an increase in reaching out to the diaspora.
Not making that much of a they're playing by.
No, but there's an increase. You have to admit there's an increase in reaching out to the diaspora. There's an increase in reaching out to CARICOM. There's an increase of these things that didn't exist 50 years ago.
I mean, you're talking about minimal increase. They're not focused. When is there going to be the focus? And that's what I'm saying. We have to help in that situation. We have to work with our people, and working with our people is doing our game plan on what we're talking about doing. That will give some level of leverage. And then at the same time, too, while we're building what we're building in Africa, we can work with the African diaspora and the rest of the world and do business and investment with them. I mean, transportation, not transportation. The world revolves around shipping. I mean,
through coordination, logistics,
logistics and technology. So it's like we need to have some kind of representation in Africa. So my greatest and biggest disappointment of Black people in the African diaspora is their lack of support for us doing that. And then they don't have a solution for what we should do in America other than we should work together with everybody. Man, Brother Kyle, look at all the people that they expect us to work together. Can we really work together with all
the LGBTQ, the POCs, the lesbians?
Confusion. That's why Pan-Africanism has to be our way out. And it has to be a Pan-Africanism that works.
I don't see anybody. Look, there's we're losing a lot of people to the MAGA movement, right? That's only the AOS FBA. That's not going nowhere. But the Black MAGA
they
movement.
Lost faith in those other people, so they just join another faith. Just like fake ass people who believe in religion. 1 minute they're Christian, next minute they're Muslim, next minute they're something else.
Yeah, I had an uncle like that. Everything was something else.
I mean, at the end of the day, even I say that about them, they're trying to find something. So whoever can deliver will receive them. And that's why we have to. That's why I despise that Umar Johnson make himself the face of Pan-Africanism, because that is a downright disrespect, because it's so many talented brothers and sisters out here pushing that movement that's really about that movement, and people like himself just make it look a shame. I mean, it's like an insult and an embarrassment. I mean, literally.
Yeah, but you gotta give him credit though. Like again, if you're more,
give that nigga credit for what?
Credit for what? Man?
No, if you're more like me, I'm more.
Give him.
I'm more on the basic principles of Pan African. I look at him as he's very watered down. But to the masses of people, he has been a.
All a man do is run off in bomber clock mouth and then literally deliver nothing and talk down about the real people that's out there doing the work and make people feel like that they should follow his command. It's like, who the hell are you, Negro? I don't care how much degrees you got in anything. You ain't never built anything. You just showed up in Ghana to get a passport and talk all the stuff. Let's even see what you do, because right now people are hunting you for taking a bunch of their money for donations and building no school and literally giving reasons and excuses. I mean, and
Yeah, I'll give you that on the school. The schools are
online
detriment.
and embarrass us and talk about black contractors, people like me who represent
Oh yeah, that was
the world
disrespectful.
of
Yeah,
black
He
that was
also
very
he talked
disrespectful.
about black
like
fathers.
people
Talk
like
about black
myself.
Umar is a fraud, man.
If it was really about that life, I would buy a plane ticket and come up there and do and and contribute all the skills that I can contribute and even do certain things. But he's not about that life, and that's the things that we're dealing with. We're dealing with a bunch of false preachers who claim to be certain things, and then that's what has weakened our movement. Marcus Garvey.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I see
Go
what you're
ahead.
saying, but I see what you're saying. But I'm saying to the non like intellectual, like for me, you, whoever we read, whatever. He didn't give us the knowledge, so we kind of see him, okay, whatever. But we see that he's watered down. But to the masses, he's viewed as some kind of awakener to some of them. So I give him credit for that.
Yeah,
But you're right. He
does
did
give
talk down to contractors.
but
He
ask
did
Khaled.
want people to work for free.
Oh, no,
Sorry. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
but
Go ahead.
I wanted to make sure you ask Khaled Genesis. Out of all the times Omar Johnson have had videos and educational information, how much percentage of the information that you have learned from him that he have taught you?
Not
And you
very
did not
much.
know? Little to nothing, right? Exactly.
Yeah,
No,
he
no, no.
just
But I'm
has all
saying
this
you
stuff.
guys are readers, though. You guys, I'm talking about the masses, like the common. Like it's
Hey,
not you guys look like you read.
this is what it is. A principle, like, but my best shows when I
Um,
shows for almost 2 years with Bomani, right? I really did
masses
my freaking
are
best. We just hold up, Batu. I used to think we used to think called African standard analysis, right? Bomani used to ask me questions about history and whatnot, and I would go. Bomani was amazed that I could break down almost every African country, tell you what's going on geopolitically, and specifics and nuances and stuff like that. I don't just say the Chinese are taking over Africa. That's all you need to know. Racism, white supremacy. I was like, okay, this is what happened right here. This is what's going on here. This is what's going on here. That's somebody who studied, right? That's somebody I respect. And also, I know enough about other countries, right, to give reference, right? See, Singapore did this. Remember one thing, Bahrain or Qatar? What's the one that had the natural gas, liquefied natural gas? But remember that we played that video.
Yeah, I want to say it was Iran or Qatar.
Qatar, one of those, Qatar. Yeah. But the thing I was trying to say is how we relate that Africa is. Africa got oil off its coast. That means you got natural gas, right? Liquefied natural gas is a refined product, right? That's value added, right? If Africa basically could, like right now, there's a problem in the Suez Canal, right? Suez Canal. I don't know what's going on over there, whatever like that. But there's shipping lanes that are being blocked in the Suez Canal for some reason, right? And also now that Africa has a chance, right? They said a lot of ships are going to go around the African continent. Can you imagine if Nigeria was ready to start supplying the world with liquefied natural gas? It would dominate Europe, North America, everything. It could basically supply natural gas to the rest of the world, but they don't have the friggin' vision. Look at Qatar. They're supplying natural gas to China. That's how far that is away. And then some of their routes are going through the Suez Canal and the Red Sea. So I'm saying to myself, we look at geopolitics, Bomani and I, and say, this is what Africa could do. Now, you don't see Umar Johnson pulling up a map and saying, or video saying, see, this is what happened in this country right here. This is what, and specifically talk about stuff. I do get the fact that, as people say, for new people, and they just coming into the movement, I guess he's good, whatever like that. But like him, Bomani and I have been out there so many years, he's not telling something, but people expect me to like, oh, Colin, Umar Johnson. Dude, Umar Johnson is good for you guys, But as I recall, I was out here longer than Umar Johnson. I remember when he first came along. He was like a listener of mine on Blog Talk Radio,
Yeah. Fortunately, me and Kala have been out before this guy, and unfortunately, he has made a fame for himself. But me and Kala are not talkers like that to where we go to public forums and talk down to black people and talk a certain talk and repeat what Marcus Garvey and Malcolm X said. We're just not like that. We're more genuine people, and also the day-to-day basis, the reality of it is that man, Kala Genesis, and myself, we have business to run on a day-to-day basis where we have customers and people to deal with.
Yeah.
So we can't just like run off and just, that's why sometimes I wonder, like, dude, do you have a business? Do you have a life? How do you get to just go hang out in Japan and hang out?
He
And
was
then
in a freaking
you're
sauna.
making a video of
Man.
your sauna instead of making video of what you're doing there. I mean, you're confusing us.
And he had some of them Japanese chicks coming there. Oh, Umar, and
Yeah, the Japanese women are very nice. I'm sure you love them. I mean, who wouldn't?
So he probably did.
But
So I ain't mad.
that's another story. With
I ain't mad at him.
just like he was in Dominican Republic, another favorite.
Oh yeah, man, he was like, remember that chick? He goes, damn. He was like, he was like, damn, man.
Yeah, brother. I know. I've been to Dominican Republic. I know he lost.
The way he said it, man. He's like, damn, man.
With this, especially when he run into all them fine Nubian sisters that he loved to talk about. I know he lost his mind there.
You see the one video? He looked out the window. He was like, "Damn!" He was talking. He's like, "Damn!" So chicken, she was so fucking. He had to catch himself. He said, "Damn!" And chicken walked.
Yeah, I mean, he just sounds so thirsty, like he never had women. I mean, it's like it's.
That's what I'm saying, man.
Some of us
Damn,
guys,
man.
it's a little simpler. It comes with the turf. That's the only thing I can tell people. It comes with the turf. So when you're moving around, and it's. So I understand his life. It comes with the turf, and he's gonna be like, "Wow." But it's like, yo, dude, you have a mission and a vision and a work to do. Enjoy yourself. I would never tell any man not to, because you're not going to stop me from enjoying myself. I was in Liberia having the time of my life.
Oh, yeah.
Regardless of whatever was going on, I was like, okay, y'all stay at the hotel. I'm going out to party and have a great time. And, I tell people enjoy life. But at the same time, too, we have work that we need to commit to, and we need to be serious. And I'm sorry that I don't feel the same way other Black people feel about Dr. Umar Johnson. I don't think he's a bad person. I'm just saying, based on my standards of Pan-Africanism and African nation building and revolution and us making a change in things, you have to do more than run your mouth. That's my point.
Exactly.
No, but he
at least acknowledge the people that's doing it. Umar doesn't acknowledge.
He don't give he doesn't acknowledge nobody. That's true. But besides the school, if he didn't have created the school, you don't think he created a level of intellectuals or individuals who didn't have those knowledge, and he brought them into knowledge?
Hell no.
No, I'm talking. No, you guys already had knowledge. You guys already read. You guys already read newspaper, current events. You probably already was into this kind of faking black family, black world.
Let me say this, right? I think Umar, right, is basically his movement. What he's trying to do is out of date. First of all, when he said, "I'm gonna build a school for Black boys," right? Okay, what he could have did was he said, "I could build a youth camp for Black boys for after school programs." Look, let me say this, right? You do not. I look at Umar, I look at his character, stuff like that. I guess people consider him educated, but do you understand what it means to be an educator? An educator.
Umar found a niche of how to fucking scam Black people. That's all.
Right, and also people understand. Do you understand what you're saying?
Yes.
Your boy. Look. Let me tell you something. What you learn in your formative years, right, is going to affect how you turn out the rest of your life. You cannot build strong men talking about white supremacy, blah, 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 or telling Black people history to make them feel better. Like, we built everything, blah, 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 Black people, that. You need to freaking teach people real education, real philosophy. They need to know about the world. They need to know how to read maps, know what a stock ticker is. It's some basic stuff. Fill out a job application. All the stuff that basically in life that they're going to need and everything. And learn how to read, write, do math and everything like that. And basically know social studies, social scientists, understand how the government works, right? Let me tell you something, Principal. It's embarrassing how many people in America, right, don't know all 50 states, right? Don't know how the government works, I say, ask them, well, how does the Congress work? I don't know. Do you know what Congress is? That's your lawmaking body of the country. How many levels of governments we have? What's that? You got federal, state, and local. Basic stuff, federal, state, and local. Okay? You ask them, okay, your driver's license, who regulates that? The state or the federal government? I don't know. No, it's the state regulates. Each state regulates driver's license. Basic stuff in life that people ought to know when they graduate or in school and whatnot. So basically, if you're not talking on that level and everything like that, and I don't see a lot of people doing that. You know, don't talk about people educated. There, people need to know how to read, write. I think everyone. But when I was 14, I was reading novels at 14. I used to read Harlequin romance, my mother's Jackie Collins novels and whatnot. I was an avid reader when I was 14. I did book reports on my own.
Principe, would you give Umar your money? Would you donate your money to Umar?
Did you send your daughter to get
I,
educated by him?
I did when I was a kid. When I was younger, I donated $20 like a long time ago. But
No, Principe, would you send your daughter? You have a daughter, right?
yeah, I got a daughter.
Okay,
So you
let's
wouldn't
say
do
he
it
opens his
now, would
school up.
you? I bet
He
you wouldn't
opens
do
his
it now.
school up. He
Nah, you
opens
want
his.
to see?
Let's
I'm
say
sorry. Go ahead.
let's say if he opens his school up right to young girls, would you think? And do you want your daughter to have the best education?
I do. I want her to have a good education. Go ahead.
Okay, now would you give Umar Johnson or anybody like him your education of your daughter? You know, there's no coming back.
Uh,
You know,
After
say
all
you.
these years, I kind of want to see the proof of concept. But I feel like he
Yes,
should have did
but
like an
no.
online, homeschooling type of thing. Like I feel like he wasted a
Well,
whole
he could
bunch of
have did,
time
yeah,
and
but
showed zero proof of concept.
he has to hire somebody
There-
who's an actual
There's
educator,
your
right?
answer, Principe. You wouldn't give me your daughter, so stop it.
You know what I'm saying?
No,
So
no, but I need time. I got to see what he do. 'Cause I feel like he kind of procrastinated for like 10, 12 years. You want to see proof of concept. Like he could have had the school in Africa and have people go there and actually live there for cheap. It's cheaper to live there.
it's one
So
thing
he
to
could have had
open up
people
a
live there.
building,
He
right?
could have had a
You know,
homeschool. He could have had an
do
online
school, you
school.
have to have a curriculum. You have to have a faculty. All those things, activity. You're literally taking people's lives into their hands because you fucking up, they could be fucked up the rest of their life. You don't play with people's education. That's the
That's
most
true.
serious
That's
thing
true.
every civilization is educated. Why do you think we spend so much money on building schools? Without education, a society will die. You know?
That's true.
Absolutely.
So could
Without
you tell
education,
somebody like
people like myself couldn't compete.
you know? So it's like I said. So bottom line, we gotta get serious, right? When people come around us, I'm educated. Now, if people said I'm gonna open up a sports program or a place where people can come and rap or learn some African dance, whatever like that, I'd be all for it. But don't say you're gonna take for a school for black boys or whatnot. You know, I mean, just stupid stuff. And then people taking him seriously. You know, I said, how far Black America has gone down that's who we take it seriously for. I mean, that this guy's actually been look. Now think about it. This guy's actually being taken seriously. You know, I
Yeah,
mean, it's
ridiculous.
Kyler, you got to be. People are looking for a black agenda, and they're looking for leadership. Like you guys are. You kind of minimizing the importance of those things. People looking to
people
the
look
Black
for a
Caucus.
savior.
Well,
People
yeah,
looking to
well,
the Pan
a
Africanists.
leader needs
They're
to
looking to FBA.
lead by example. And I mean, how much baby mamas this guy got?
A lot of them.
3 baby mamas, 3 children, just things like that. I mean, that's what was
Yeah,
confirmed.
that's his shaky
If
stuff,
I'm
man.
wrong about that, somebody let me know. And then he turned around and try to talk to black men about family and relationships and about Captain saving these hoes, women who used to think that they're the nicest women in high school. Next thing you know, they get knocked up by a bunch of guys and have a bunch of children. And then I'm supposed to have an established life and now try to go save these hoes. I mean, this is ridiculous, man. This is a clown.
Yeah, and then he said like this. He was when he was sitting there, he was like, he goes. They asked him, "Well, Omar, when you open school? It'll be open by Kwanzaa." That's why he's in Ghana. He's hiding out, man. His school is supposed to be open by now. He's hiding out.
In Ghana, getting a passport that he doesn't deserve because he does not live in a country, he doesn't have no residency, and he have never contributed or done anything to the country other than coming there running his mouth like he do everywhere else. I mean, and I'm not trying to hate on nobody or anything. I'm just saying these are the facts and these are the reality. What
I'm
people
sick
need to
of
do
hearing
is
about the Chinese.
get away from these
Chinese
works.
are buying up Africa.
I
Look,
mean,
the bottom line is this: we
hero
don't do it.
worshiping is you know is adultery. What is that word? Hero worship.
Idolatry.
Exactly. Thank you very much. Now, my English is not always that good in pronouncing certain words. I mean, and
Idolatry. Yeah.
that's what people are looking at him as, this figurehead that has produced nothing. And that's the issue with black people, is like we are worshiping people that have produced nothing instead of putting the pressure on people. Like, if you're gonna step out there and run your mouth, you're on a Breakfast Club humiliating us and make it seem like you're the greatest of all time, since Frederick Douglass, who was a former slave and achieved his freedom and ended up marrying a white woman. So I mean, how glorious is that anyway? And you're probably not even related to the guy.
And he said, "I'm afraid." So
Yeah,
people,
he's running around telling everybody he's related to Frederick Douglass.
and that's what people say. People, the Frederick Douglass family came and said, "We ain't related
Just
to this."
honestly surprised he didn't say that he's related to Marcus Garvey, because that, then I would have come
And
out.
he can't because Garvey's from Jamaica. If he can get away with that, he would say it.
Yeah, he would.
So he would. Frederick Douglass, Marcus Garvey. That shit with Tariq when Harriet Tubman, Frederick Douglass, Serena Williams.
Yeah, brother. I
Boys.
mean, people. I got a friend of mine that called me and want me to get on the show to talk against Tariq Nasheed, and I can't do it, man. I don't respect Tariq
That's so
Nasheed.
fucking funny.
Number one,
Though.
I don't respect Tariq Nasheed, but then people like, well, why do you talk about Umar Johnson? Because the reason why I talk against Umar Johnson is because he talks about Pan-Africanism, which is some of us dedicated our life for over 20, 30 years, like Colin more than myself. And we really believe in this movement. And to have someone come on this, make our movement a clown show, someone who I personally think is very intelligent, sharp, articulate enough to where he can be an inspirational figure of the movement and take the movement to levels where me and Kala and other people couldn't take it, because he has that charisma. But he end up getting sidetracked by these side chicks and these hoes that he's trying to save. I mean, the thing of it is, if he plays his cards right, I mean, I'm sure people would do what they would do, which I think that's in their heart. They were like, yo, this guy is really down with a unique movement. Let me anonymous him. And anonymous him means I'm gonna send him the funds he needs to make his movement work. And there's plenty of them out there that I feel like would have been open because he has that voice and energy. But look at how he carry himself. Look at how he talks down to other black men. Do you think they look at that as a situation where they would support that? And look at his clown show that he has done. So most of them is probably like, you know what? These Negroes in this movement called Pan-Africanism are all joke and all a clown because of him.
That's why I say. That's why I
He's
said
the only one that's making a mockery of this movement.
Pan was a mental illness. It is. We're bringing back the real Pan Africans. Right now, it's a mental illness because of people like Umar and other people like that just making it a mental illness.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. Pan-African come a mental pathology.
Yeah, because we don't put our foot down. That's the whole thing. If you listen to people like Bomani and myself, we're doing Pan-African work, not talk. See, we're not when you're just doing talk, it becomes a mental illness. Like people think like Pan-African means we go to Africa and let Africa shake us down and rob us in the name of Pan. But Bomani had me dying on that freaking tour, man. Yo, he's calling him up. He like, yo, he goes, I'm gonna delete my phone number.
the guy say what I said, man, because you know me. I just be real about shit. I be just going off because it just be so much of a disappointment. And I'm like, it's like I'm like one of them coaches, like, okay, so nobody want to compete. Do I need to put on a helmet and get out in the football field? Like that kind of
Yeah, but the bottom line is, Pan Africans will test you. You want to be talking about Pan African? Okay, Negroes in Africa will test your Pan Africanism, right? Oh, so you say you're Pan Africanist? Hey, I need money. Oh, I need money. Oh, you're big time Pan Africanism when not. They'll test your Pan Africanism when they'll put your Pan to the test. You gotta say, look, I'm a Pan African, but it doesn't mean I'm an ATM Pan African. That's what they see. They see you as an ATM. How much they can get out of you, or whatever like that. That's not what I signed up for. So we're gonna do the Pan African. We're gonna do it right. It's gotta be. We gotta get something out of it. The Pan African of old is we give, and we get nothing out of it. Them Pan African days are over, and that's what Umar wants us to do. He wants to go over to Africa, just like he wants us to simp for Black women in America. He sounds like he wants us to simp for Africans.
Well, the thing for this, now they got a Ghanaian passport that he 100%, 1,000,000% does not deserve. Let's see if he can earn his keeps by actually doing something for the country and for the people and making a commitment and building something there. Now, that is the challenge that he has not delivered in America, so I doubt he's able to deliver in Africa, which it should be cheaper to build a school and do the things that he claims he wants to do.
Yeah, I doubt it. I doubt it,
You
man.
can easily get land in Ghana and build a school for the boys.
Trust me,
whatnot,
every chief and their mama is gonna offer him land.
Yeah.
But then you have to decide what you're gonna do with it.
Just like Maya, I said last night. Do you know Gaddafi offered Farrakhan land?
That's one of the
No.
Basically, when Gaddafi was looking at Farrakhan's speeches, he said, "Oh man, these guys are being oppressed in America." So he went to the Nation of Islam. He offered them like to build like 3 or 4 states in Libya for Black America. Farrakhan turned it down.
Yeah,
that was a different
Gaddafi was the last hope to build this African Arab states in Africa. I mean, it was the last, and I mean, and then guess who knocked him off? Black people favorite president and favorite hater.
Barack Hussein Obama.
Barack Hussein Obama, and then is Secretary of the State, the wicked
Hillary Clinton.
the
We
wicked
came
emperor,
before he died.
Hillary Clinton.
Proud of herself. He died.
Man.
The greatest chance that we have to build a united Africa. So it's just one of those unfortunate things, just like when people want to talk about Marcus Garvey, they look at all other black leaders after him and how they were subjugated. The fact that Marcus Garvey was able to pull off what he pulled off is phenomenal. But yeah, Kyle, let me actually just play this thing here before you close out and all those things. So yes, family, this is Marcus Garvey's African Fundamental Essay, A Vision of Pan-Africanism Towards Nationhood. And this is one of my technology videos that has created this to educate our people.
Greetings, everyone. Welcome to another educational video from the studios of Bomani Technology. Today we are here to share with you another presentation on the philosophies and vision of the great Pan-African legend and organizer Marcus Garvey. Please comment, like, share, and subscribe for more videos from Bomani Tiimba. Let's get into our topic on the African Fundamentalism essay by the Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey. African fundamentalism was Garvey's quasi-religious manifesto of Black racial pride and unity. It attained canonical status within a short time after it was first published as a front-page editorial in the Negro World of June 6, 1925. These are the words from the Marcus Garvey African Fundamentalism essay. The time has come for the Black man to forget and cast behind him his hero worship and adoration of other races, and to start out immediately to create and emulate heroes of his own. We must canonize our own martyrs and elevate to positions of fame and honor Black men and women who have made their distinct contributions to our racial history. Sojourner Truth is worthy of sainthood alongside of Joan of Arc. Crispus Attucks and George William Gordon are entitled to the halo of martyrdom with no less glory than that of the martyrs of any other race. Jacques Dessalines and Moshe's brilliancy as soldiers and statesmen outshone that of a Cromwell, Napoleon, or Washington. Hence, they are entitled to the highest place as heroes among men. Africa has produced countless numbers of men and women in war and in peace, whose luster and bravery outshines that of any other people. Then why not see good and perfection in ourselves? We must inspire a literature and promulgate a doctrine of our own without any apologies to the powers that be. The right is the Black men's and Africa's. Let contrary sentiments and cross opinions go to the winds. Oppositions to race independence is the weapon of the enemy to defeat the hopes of an unfortunate people. We are entitled to our own opinions and not obligated to or bound by the opinions of others. If others laugh at you, return the laughter to them. If they mimic you, return the compliment with equal force. They have no more right to dishonor, disrespect, or disregard your feelings and manhood than you have in dealing with them. Honor them when they honor you. Disregard them when they vilely treat you. Their arrogance is but skin deep and an assumption that has no foundation in morals or in law. They have sprung from the same family tree of obscurity as we have. Their history is as rude in its primitiveness as ours. Their ancestors ran wild and naked, lived in caves and in branches of trees like monkeys as ours. They made sacrifices, ate the flesh of their own dead and the raw meat of wild beasts for centuries, even as they accuse us of doing. Their cannibalism was more prolonged than ours. When we were embracing the arts and sciences on the banks of the Nile, their ancestors were still drinking human blood and eating out of the skulls of their conquered dead. When our civilization had reached the noonday of progress, they were still running naked and sleeping in holes and caves with rats, bats, and other insects and animals. After we had already unfathomed the mystery of the stars and reduced the heavenly constellations to minute and regular calculus, they were still backwoodsmen, living in ignorance and blatant darkness. The world today is indebted to us for the benefits of civilization. They stole our arts and sciences from Africa. Then why should we be ashamed of ourselves? Their modern improvements are but duplicates of a grander civilization that we reflected thousands of years ago, without the advantage of what is buried and still hidden, to be resurrected and reintroduced by the intelligence of our generation and our posterity. Why should we be discouraged because somebody laughs at us today? Who can tell what tomorrow will bring forth? Did they not laugh at Moses, Christ, and Muhammad? Was there not a Carthage, Greece, and Rome? We see and have changes every day, so plan, work, be steadfast, and do not be dismayed. As the Jew is held together by his religion, the white races by the assumption and the unwritten law of superiority, and the Mongolian by the precious tie of blood, so likewise the black men must be united in one grand racial hierarchy. Our union must know no climate, boundary, or nationality. Black men the world over must practice one faith, that of confidence in themselves, with one cause, one goal, one destiny. Let no religious scruples, no political machination divide us, but let us hold together under all climates and in every country, making among ourselves a racial empire upon which the sun shall never set. Let no voice but your own speak to you from the depths. Let no influence but your own rouse you in time of peace and time of war. Hear all but attend only to that which concerns you. Your allegiance shall be to your race, then to your family and your country. Remember always that the Jew in his political and economic urge is always first a Jew. The white is first a white man under all circumstances, and you can do no less than being first and always a black man. Then all else will take care of itself. Let no one inoculate you with evil doctrines to suit their conveniences. There's no humanity before that which starts with yourself. Charity begins at home. First to thyself be true, and thou canst not then be false to any man. Nature first made us what we are, and then out of our own creative genius we make ourselves what we want to be. Follow always that great law. Let the sky be your limit, and eternity our measurement. There's no height to which we cannot climb by using the active intelligence of our own mind. Mind creates, and as much as we desire in nature, we can have through the creation of our own minds. Being at present the scientifically weaker race, you shall treat others only as they treat you, but in your homes and everywhere possible, you must teach the higher development of science to your children, and be sure to develop a race of scientists par excellence, for in science and nationalism lie our only hope to withstand the evil designs of modern materialism. Never forget your cause. Remember, we live, work, and plan for the establishment of a great and binding racial hierarchy, the founding of a racial empire whose only natural, spiritual, and political limits shall be liberty for Africans at home and abroad. Marcus Mosiah Garvey, August 17, 1887 to June 10, 1940. This essay on African fundamentalism was published as a front-page editorial in the Negro World of June 6, 1925. Thanks for joining another presentation on the philosophies and vision of Marcus Garvey, the great Pan-African legend and organizer. Please comment, like, share, and subscribe for more videos from Bomani Tihimba. Join Bomani on the upcoming Africa tours to Liberia, Egypt, Tanzania, Senegal, the Gambia, Ghana, and South Africa. Visit his website for more details on Africa tours and investments at www.africafortheafricans.org. The journey continues.
I wish people in the chat room would stop making this idea that I have prejudice against my Caribbean brothers. They're my brothers. We're the same people. I don't give a shit about none of that stuff. If you listen to that video right now and you basically feel what Garvey was saying, you're a brother of mine.
Absolutely, brother. I mean, he was talking about
a black man in the real world. I'm a black man. That's all you need to know. I'm not an African American. I'm not a Caribbean. I'm a black man. That's the way the world sees me. Nobody could say, "Oh, you African American," or "You Christian," whatever like that. They look at you and say, "Nigga." You know, that's all I need to know. You know, that I'm black. Now, if you ever been called nigga before in your life, then hey, let's join the party. You know. But if you think you're some tribe, whatever like that, go elsewhere. We're building a freaking
Greetings, everyone.
nation. A black power nation means we see ourselves as black. You know, all the other stuff is immaterial, whether you American, Caribbean. I don't give a damn about that. So I wish people would stop talking about that. I bring that, get that ADOS FBA shit the fuck out of here. Now, that being said, right, I do say that a lot of Africans on the continent do not share my values and culture and ways of life, you know, and the practices they do. So it's best that I build with people of like mind and like background. Most of us in the diaspora are similar in culture, you know, heritage, so we could build together. Now, Africans are welcome too, but you got to come here and be with us. You got to conform to what we're talking about, you know. You want to talk about it? If you want to be a Pan-Africanist, hey, you're more than welcome to come. But if you want to wear your tribalism on your shirt, whatever like that, and expect us to forget who we are to join your tribe or honor your tribe, that's not going to happen. You know, it's not going to happen. Because the bottom line is this: because we in the diaspora, we're now a tribe ourselves, basically. You know, or a nation.
But
You know.
you guys in America practice regionalism. You have
No, we
issues
don't.
with
No, we
block to
don't. No,
block.
we don't. No, we
Yes,
don't.
you do.
Oh,
No, we
baby,
don't.
You hold on.
No,
You
we don't.
yourself said that you moving from New York to Virginia was an issue
I
for the
know.
people of
Hold on. Let
Virginia.
me say something, Principe.
Out your
First
own
of all,
mouth.
let me say
East
this right.
Coast, baby, the greatest place on the planet.
Look, check this out. I live on the eastern United States. Now, of course, hold on. If I go for just
West
not just that,
Coast.
right? If you live in one neighborhood in Virginia Beach, right, or Norfolk, wherever like that, you go to another, people gonna feel a certain way. Of course, that happens. But when the reality is, right, I'm still the same people as these people. Yeah, people. If you're from New York, you might have some things towards people in Jersey. But that's not serious. That ain't like people gonna kill each other or like this. Like, let me give you an example. When George Floyd was to the neck, did everybody outside of Minneapolis say, "Yo, fuck that nigga"? He's from Minneapolis. I'm in Houston. No, everybody was mad. You see the difference? You know. So the
I, s-
bottom line.
I s-
So when you say we got regionalism, it's not that serious. It's not on the same level of tribalism and shit like that. You know, people always got
no,
regional competition, you know.
but if you have the same tribe, why do you have regionalism? If
We
a
don't
house
have
of
regionalism. We don't
if
have
a
that,
house
bro.
from Nigeria goes to Niger, he's gonna be welcome. But if you go to from New York to Virginia or
What
Virginia
are you
to
talking
Cali or
about? Yo,
whatever,
Principe, what are you talking about? We're not here. Black America is the most homogeneous group of black people. I can live anywhere in Black America and fit right in. You know, I could go to Georgia. I could go to South Carolina. Those are my people. I go to Gullah Geechee area. I go to Florida. I've been to all these places, you know, and I see my kinfolk, my people. You know, Black America is Black America. I go to Brooklyn. I go to Queens, Long Island, Connecticut. Wherever there's black folks, I'm there. You know, we don't.
have you ever seen what some of the people from Georgia talk about when they talk about out of towners moving to their city, messing up
Well,
their culture?
that's every look. That's look. That let me tell you something, Principe, right? All over the world, right? That happens, right? You go to Hong Kong, right? Hong Kong people basically dislike the rural people coming from rural China flooding in post World War II. They call them country bumpkins. That happens, you know. They're sophisticated. They're like this. The people of Singapore people are Chinese, but they resented a lot of Chinese that came from the mainland, you know, and flooded into the country. That happens, but they're still the same people, you know. That's class, more class than it is anything else. Yeah, black people have different little cliques and whatnot, you know, sets and everything, but the bottom line is this: as far as identity, we're still all African Americans, you know. You know, you want to
They
make
call they call y'all New Yorkers uncultured, man. They call
no,
y'all
how
uncultured.
you gonna call it New York? New York is a freaking culture capital. I don't know where you
Nah,
come from.
they say y'all rude. Y'all don't greet people, man. I'm from New
Oh,
York.
yeah,
Y'all
yeah.
don't.
The
Some of y'all
South
don't
is
do that, man.
The South is fucking rude. What are you talking about?
Nah, they real nice, man. I've been down to Georgia. They're very homey. They're like the Caribbean
Yo,
people.
Southern people are something else, bro. They act like that. There ain't no such thing as Southern hospitality. Just that New York people just got it different way. You know, this is how it is in the North, right?
Nah, New York people cool. I love New York, man.
Oh, this is the problem difference between New York, right? New York could be a place, right? You go into like the sub shop, right? People don't talk above or whisper, whatever like that. You don't let people hear what you're saying, or that. In the South, people, as soon as you walk in the door, man, people, the motherfucker don't know you. Hey, you know what? You look like my such a cut, and you're like, motherfucker, what are you talking to me for? You know, Niggas just come up out of nowhere, and that rubs people from New York a wrong way. And people think we're rude. No, we just don't like people in our face. Like that. That's how we are in New York. And people, you can be in New York, you can see somebody falling out dead on the street. People just walk around on top of them. Nothing to see here. Let me keep going. That's New York. When the South is a little different. People basically want to talk to you. They want to speak to you. They want to greet you all the time. New York people just, you don't say anything to them. We don't make eye contact, whatever like that. So that's the only difference. But that had nothing to do with. That's had to do with a city versus country dynamic. That plays out all over the globe. Everywhere in the globe, the rural areas and the big city people have two different ways of doing things. Same people like in London. People in rural parts of London, of England, when they go to London, they got to put on a different face. Cousin, this is what we don't do here. When you look at people, you don't say this, whatever like that. I remember even in the movie Way of the Dragon, Bruce Lee came from China, and his cousin was telling him, this is how you act with foreigners. You just got to be friendly. You got to smile. And when Bruce Lee smiled at the girl, whatever like that, and he put his arm around her, whatever. And he was being, hey, but that's what people do when you go to a new place. People tell you how to fit in, whatever like that. That's no big deal. Why people always make it seem like Black America is so different from everybody else? When you go to another place, yeah, how is it up here? You go to Detroit. Oh, up here, you got to stay off this block. You got to do this. See those dudes over there. Don't fuck with them, whatever like that, That's how it is every place, man. It ain't like the anything different. We're not two different tribes or races and whatnot. That people have different ways of doing things in different areas. That's all. The difference is we can always assimilate fully into the local culture. Like me, I'm like a Virginian now. I first came to Virginia. No, I didn't get along here. Nobody accepted because I didn't grow up here. That's how it is. I didn't grow up here. I'm from New York. But now, since I've been here for 30 years, I'm a part of the place. That's anybody else. With tribalism, and I could live in one tribe, live in a place. You could live like an Igbo could live in Hausaland for his whole life, 50 years, and he'll still never be accepted. As one of them. Me, I'm a regular Virginian right now. So that's what I'm saying. There's a difference. I could go down to Georgia, and he would get it with Monty. But Monty's from Brooklyn. Now he's down there in Jonesboro or whatnot, Georgia. You think he has any problems? No, he just blended in with the local culture. He got in where he fit in. That's what the difference between Black America and everybody else.
Exactly, brother.
But this whole house was living next to Igbos in Nigeria, though. That's making it seem like
they'll never be an Igbo. They'll never do anything together.
No, you're making it seem like they don't live next to each other. There's whole regions of different tribes living next to each other.
They catching up, with the modern world. That's all. They catching up.
No, but he's making it seem as if these tribes are just he's so adversary towards one another that once they see each other they're fighting. That's not the case.
I'm not saying that. But hold up, but for a fact, right? These people do business and do favors based on tribalism. That's what it is.
Everybody have favoritism towards their own people to a certain degree.
That's what I say. But that's hold up. Me personally, this is the way we see it in America, right? If you're Black, those are your people. That's the difference. If you're Black, you're my people. We're the people, right? And in Africa, they're gonna look at your tribe. Well, he's not our people. I can't.
Hold on. But you from New York, like I'm from New York. The small hats, they look out for their own people. The Italians, they look out for their own people.
I know that.
The Chinese, come on, man. So are these people backwards and need to be put in museums?
When I was growing up, right, in Queens, right, and all the people I knew, my parents' friends and whatnot, most of my parents' friends were from the islands. Jamaica. I got cousins that from the islands. Half from the islands and whatnot. Me. Well, so therefore, all the Black people that I knew went to different. Our church, we had Jamaicans, we had Haitians. We had Trinis, we had all these people in our church and everything like that. And the bottom line is this: they were all Black. So Black. The barber, whatnot, the one barber on Springfield in Queens, whatnot, it was a Jamaican guy. Whatnot, you go to his barbershop, right? You know what he had a picture of out there in the thing? A big picture of Marcus Garvey with his uniform walking at 125th Street carriage. That was right there. He's a Garveyite, He has his own barbershop everybody goes to right there in Queens, So we have Jamaicans in our community, whatnot. Everybody, it's like a cosmic. Like my dream of an Afghanistan is like Queens is like the best example I could give of an African, because we have all different types of black people and we have the same culture. You know, the New York culture. Like the Afghanistan is going to produce their own culture. You know, when you mix all those people together, Trinis, Jamaicans, Black Americans, Canadians together, a new culture is going to emerge. You know, but people want to hold. If people want to hold on to their tribal identity, they can't be part of what we're doing. You know, as simple as that.
Hold on, but New York is a different tribe. The different peoples make the uniqueness of New York. The Haitian, the
Yeah, I
Jamaican,
know,
the
but what I'm saying
African
is,
American.
you
So
don't
it's
seem to get it.
for them to just.
What you're doing is you sound like friggin' Afro dumbass. You know, you're not a tribe.
Professor.
Black. You're part of the black community, the black experience. What happens is these people, and I know the only reason why you guys do that is because you guys think you're going to get closer to white America. You might distinguish yourself from black America. That's all it is.
How am I distinguishing myself? There's a distinction. There's a mild uniqueness in the different cultures.
Say these different people. Look, the bottom line is this: all the black and most of the black people in New York, right? They always go to the same clubs, hang out the same spots or whatever like that, listen to the same damn music, whatnot. Basically, black is pretty much black. You know, you socialize with the same people of similar background. That means you are the same people technically. You know,
We all are kin, but we're not the same. Like Bumani.
You want to be like, oh, we're different because I'm from. Nobody gives a look. Like Rakim said, it ain't where you're from, it's where you're at. You know, if you're in New York or not, you're in New York. You guys need to either do one thing. If you're gonna become a part of New York, embrace it and become part of the vibe of the culture, or just what you need to do is if this is not too much for you, right? You guys need what you gotta do is go back to your own country. You know, that's what I feel.
Hold on, you wouldn't say that to them Europeans in South Brooklyn, man. So like I said, you got this bias towards black.
What I'm saying,
Bumani understand what I'm talking about. A Haitian ain't no Jamaican.
Hold up. You gotta understand something. When you see white people in New York or not, they're still part of the white community. You know, that's the whole thing. White people are white people in New York. Yeah, they may have a Dutch community here, or a German community here, Italian community here, but for the most part, they're white. Because you'll see all these people when you really look at it or not, you know, except for like cultural day, like Italian Day Parade, Columbus Day Parade, white people are fucking white people. And the bottom line, you know that because when you look at the police force and everything like that, you'll have every different type of white person in there to knock you upside the head with that billy stick. You know, it could be Italian, Irish, German, Pole, whatever like that. That's the American, you know. And traditionally, Black America was the same thing. You could be Jamaican, Haitian, Trini, from the South, whatever like that. You're still black. That's what it is because America.
Who? You're making a different argument though. I'm not saying I'm not black. I never said I was not black.
You understand something, right? America is one big race war. That's it. It's not about tribe. It's not about culture. America is all about race. Like I said today about Donald Trump's presidency, that was white America saying, "We're back. This is our fucking country. You know, you can go to hell if you don't believe it." You know. So what I'm saying, like now, what is black people? Black America, unfortunately, for you, like you immigrants, are going to move more closer to MAGA culture and everything like that because you guys basically have not built anything with us, so we can have black solidarity. So that's why there's a division between black people.
How they've hold on. This is a false equivalent. We voted mostly along the same lines as African Americans, which is Democratic.
No.
Like 80%. Like, what are you talking about?
Black America has never had an agenda in like I don't know how many decades. We don't have an agenda. Most of our agenda in Black America is taking care of everybody else.
Vote blue, no matter who is the black agenda, and majority of foreigners voted alongside African Americans. It's a false equivalency. Only 20 to 30% of black people voted for
black people. We just basically believe in flat blackness. We just say you're black, we're like this. That's why in black politics in America is really dominated by Caribbeans. You know, most of the black politicians, you know, are Caribbean lean or Caribbean because Black America doesn't really matter, and we don't have any real agenda. But seriously, now the Haitian immigrant situation and the immigrants, like it was the lady that has the Congressional Black Caucus is a Jamaican lady, and she want to push the Garvey exoneration. So the bottom line is this: Black America, basically politically in America, don't really have an agenda. Why? Because we had nothing really serious to rally around. You know,
Come on, man. Come on, not tonight, man. That's cap, man. Y'all have housing needs.
we
You
don't have
have
no damn. What fucking
education
look, let me say
needs.
something, Principe. What fucking housing needs we have? Are we homeless? What are you talking about?
You never heard of gentrification, bro? Are you
Yeah, but
serious?
that's not a housing. It's nothing the government could do. If people basically in a neighborhood, right, and you have a neighborhood, let me tell you something how it works. Gentrification works, brother. Is we have a thing called redlining, right? Black people had houses for. I have family in New York. Their houses paid off. You know, their houses since the 50s. They paid off in New York, right? What you have in gentrification is, uh, because you don't basically get the money and the loans to do upkeep and everything like that. You black houses basically because of crime and stuff like that has a net loss in value equity, right? So people end up selling, right? As soon as white people start going in, they get loans to fix the property up. And all they have to do is do that. Next thing you know, black people start selling the house or whatever like that. And the neighborhood becomes all white. But the thing is, though, that white neighborhood has value now because they got new loans to remodel the place. And also because it's mostly white, that means the crime and the police is going to be there, whatnot. So that means the value of the property and everything is going to go up. So that's why I have gentrification. As long as Black America have crime and black flight, the biggest thing of gentrification, brother, is black flight. Black people will say, you know something? They're like, let me give you an example. We moved out of the city, right, in the 70s because a house was broken into, right? It was in church, right? My father said, I said, we're moving out of here. Boom, boom, boom. Like a few months later, we're in upstate New York, a nice neighborhood, right? Then to come to find out, our house was broken into by my Uncle Billy. Years later, we found out I was the one who broke into your house. We out fucking moved through another state, upstate New York, and it was my Uncle Billy that broke in and stole our alarm clocks. It was a digital alarm clock. It was new back then. Digital alarm clock. That was something new. You know, I remember my parents just got them. They were so proud of their digital alarm clock when that was stolen. A couple other things stolen when that. That was my cousin Billy, my Uncle Billy, you know. So, but the bottom line is this: what I'm saying is, black people moving out of black neighborhoods, right? Because of crime, people playing music loud, shit like whatever it is, you know, just blight is what happens with gentrification, you know. That's nothing gonna stop that, you know. Black people, as soon as black people get a good job, principally, right? They get that good job, they got a job with the city. Now they can afford a house, right? And they gotta see this house, new house for sale in the suburbs or not. Guess what? They're out of there. You know? So that's what happened with gentrification, you know? So how would you propose to stop that?
Again, that goes back to a political need of organizing the community and having a black agenda.
There
So
is
I
no
don't.
community. There is no community. Black people are individualists. There is
No,
no
but you basically snore. But hold on. If you look at the old Harlem, you from New York, I'm from New York. Old Harlem was created by elite
brother,
black
let me
people.
say principle, right?
If you
People
guys
are
are
only
going
in
to
Harlem.
leave, then how are you going to expect the
People
Caribbean
were
and the
only in
African to
Harlem.
build up?
Yeah, check this out. My family's from Harlem. People were only in Harlem because they couldn't go no place else. In the 1960s, black people, they opened up Freedom Bank. Black people were able to get loans for whole sections of Queens and Long Island by tens of thousands, plus people coming from the Caribbean moved out to Queens and Long Island and whatnot, you know, because we had the opportunity, you know. Should we have stayed in Harlem? We bought houses, and white people moved out and became neighborhoods like Queens and Glassboro, Sutton Boulevard, all that became all black, you know, overnight. You know, Roosevelt, Long Island, all that shit became black overnight. You know, why? Because black people took up opportunity. It'll happen again as long as basically the idea of as long as we have black unemployment and shit like that in this country, you're gonna have gentrification. The only thing that's gonna stop gentrification is we have a nation of our own with our own infrastructure, our own land, everything like that, whatnot. And the bottom line is black people, and we have our own way of dealing with crime and everything. Can you imagine living in a place where there's no crime? You can walk down the street, whatever. You don't have to worry about shit. You're not saying, I got to move my family out of here. It's so bad. No, because we got police and shit like that. That's what it's going to be like with our own nation, you know? But as long as we live in America, and the bottom line is this, we got crime and everything, and blight, everything. People keep moving out of these black neighborhoods, fleeing from these black communities, moving to the suburbs or whatnot. And they're like, the hell with these communities. People are like, oh, stay there and build your good. But people are like, get the fuck out of here. Or my kid in the
Yeah, but
village.
but isn't that part of the problem? The elites of the
Hold
Europeans, the
on,
elites of the
bro,
Indians, the
let me
elites
tell
of
you
the
something,
Chinese
right?
are building.
I used to think like you thought, right? I used to ask my parents, why'd you move us out of the inner city and whatnot, blah, blah, to these white people and whatnot. Now, at my age right now, I realize why they did it. Your neighborhood was going nowhere. So my parents had a chance to move me upstate New York. It was a predominantly white, but I was able to go to a nice school. School had pools, 3 pools, driver's ed, everything like that. Rich area district, in upstate New York. My friends when I was a kid, right? My white friends, all my friends and everything got Porsches and Corvettes with their 16th birthday. That's the area I grew up in. That's what I grew up around. I grew up around privilege, and so therefore that's why I say when I talk about doing this black nationalist stuff, I believe that black people deserve the best. You could take that, but I don't believe in half-ass shit. I believe if we're gonna build something, we're gonna have the best. I think we should be able to one day give our kids that sort of life the white people gave their kids. What I've seen growth. I used to see white people say, "Oh, see, I just got my new Corvette when Daddy got my Corvette when or new Porsche, and shit like that." I'm like, "Look, man, I had to freaking work with my first car, So,
I hear you, but my thing is that even if it's not wrong with you guys moving out, but the logic is that you still are the leaders of the group. You're supposed to still create some kind of programs and the thinking of the group help mold the thinking of the group.
how about this?
You know what I mean?
How about this? I'll wait until we have a nation of our own. Then we can create all the programs we want.
Yeah,
I'm
but
not trying to build none of these fucking communities up. Why? So it can be fall apart in another 10 years. I'm ready to build. I'm ready to say, look, if I'm going to build something, it's got to be a nation of my own. As simple as that. I'm not putting anything that we control it from top to bottom. That's what I want. Just wasting our time dealing with America and the same old shit. We could never live in a
I hear
country
you.
and be out top of it as long as there's. You cannot look. Not to sound racist, nothing like that, but I really do believe if black people are going to do their best, they need a land and nation of our own. That's a Garvey philosophy. We need a nation of our own. Everything else is basically just bullshitting and playing games and whatnot, or people bloviating, talking about your stuff and doing absolutely nothing. That's what I believe. When you start talking about a nation of your own and whatnot, and I would like to love people to know who's studying government. I know how government works. What kind of government? Do you believe in parliamentary government, bicameral Congress, what like that? These are the conversations I want to see people start talking about in the black world. But black people don't even bother learning how governments work, right? You live in a world where black people are completely. It's like a dog. He doesn't know how to hunt because he knows master is going to provide the food for him. Long as you go, hey, Fido, and he comes in there and got the bowl of food. He ain't going nowhere. That's how the white man got you in America. You was dog, because all he had to do is dangle a couple of jobs in front of you, let you host his halftime shows at Super Bowl, whatever, and you happy, because he provides for you like a dog.
Snoop Dogg.
Yo,
I'm actually
Colin,
taking
man,
shots at
that is
Snoop.
Colin, that's an incredible analysis.
Yeah, it's the truth though, man. Bottom line is this: black people basically talk. Every time I look at these people like Lil Jon in the chat room and Lisa Nicole. Lisa Nicole's a female dog. I mean, not like that, Lisa. I'm not gonna call you. What I'm saying, you're like a little puppy dog, Lisa, because Master's gonna put that bowl of food out for you to eat. Because you don't even have the mind to do a real dog. Like I said, there was one breed of dog that I found out about. They said this dog is like 80% wolf. He has a tendency to get out there and hunt and everything like that. Some dogs like that. Dog is really just a wolf. But dogs that have been domesticated don't have any ability to like hunt and everything like that. And so they know the master's going to always feed them. Think about it. A wolf doesn't have to worry about somebody. They go out there and hunt. They're on their own. But the domesticated dog, like the domesticated Negro, it's going to be fed. That's why he's loyalty. You know, he's man's best friend. You Negroes are the white man's best friend. You know. So yeah. So shoot me. You know, I'm just calling you like it is, man. I understand we do it like I gotta get out there and work in the white man's world too. You know, I gotta get out there too. I get it. You know, but you at least ought to be able to have the dream and the vision, saying, "Is this all there is?" You know, I'm the white. Could I do something for myself? You know, is this all there is? Every black man in the world, in America, in the West, slave center, should dream about an Afghanistan. If you don't have that as your dream, I can't respect you as a man. You know, because I don't know how what you talk about, right? The white man's feeding you. I don't hear nothing about no black people. We got our own business when that. You only got that whatever you got in America because the white man provided the infrastructure and the structure for you to have that, and he maintains that. There's a system in America that maintains police, courts, all that stuff like that. The infrastructure of America allows you to have whatever little thing you think you got. You know?
No, but it requires discipline, man. A lot of people haven't achieved what everybody on this panel achieved because they didn't have the level of discipline. So you can't just negate everything to the white man. This,
what I'm saying is, Principe, right? The bottom line is this, right? You're Haitian, right? To actually, for you to be a man, right? You have to go to Haiti, right? And make a living and thrive in Haiti. Now you're a man. You made a stand in Haiti. You know, you turn the country.
Yeah, but if you ask a Haitian from Haiti, they'll say that it's because you went to the West and you got the white man dollar. Now you went back and now you built up your nice house.
That's the problem. That's why the Haitian could never talk to elected Black Americans.
Well, why is that? There's no difference. What's the difference?
No, difference is we were born here. You know, a different land.
If you go to Africa tomorrow, you're utilizing the American dollar that you gain here to go utilize over there. You benefit from being in the West.
Hold on. This is why we don't want the BRIC nations, because we know that dollar's potent. You know, and we don't want anything to happen to it just yet. You know, we need to do it. Yeah. So yeah, we're able to buy property in Ghana and places like that with the U.S. dollar. You know.
Yeah, so you're no different than me. If I go back to Haiti tomorrow, is basically the money, the change the exchange on the dollar is what allows me to have my $50, $100, my $10,000 is equivalent to buy and build a house.
What I'm trying to say is, you know, we both have to rise above the white man's shit, man. You know, does Haiti even have their own currency?
Yeah, it's called Haitian good, Haitian dollar.
It is. How much is it worth?
Nothing.
Well, it fluctuates from day to day due to the fact of the instability. So certain days it go higher, certain days it go lower.
It answers the question is it's worth nothing.
Y'all gotta do something about that shit, man. You know,
like 1 to 100.
And the country is done, man.
No,
like I said, man.
And you had Jonathan Miller up here telling me how the wonders and glory of Haiti, that he's gonna go there. You know,
yeah, he's gonna go there.
Bro, Haiti is more
one of those Kenyan snipers.
Yeah, Haiti is more aligned to stand on its 2 feet in 10, 15 years with the assistance of Africa. You know, I think they're very capable of doing that. So I'll take my chances of going back 10 years from now.
1804 has been a long time.
Yeah, man. It's like
no. Hold on. Haiti has been isolated for over 100 years, man. Jamaica is under the bosom of the Queen, bro. Jamaican show love, but they don't align with us.
You're not offended, but
we isolated in that region.
You're not offended, but you gotta pay to play.
You said what?
Sometimes you gotta pay to play.
Again, but you can't. Haiti is trying to do trade. Haiti is one of the first Caribbean nations trying to fuck with the African Union. They've been trying to extend their hand to do trade because they know they're isolated in that region. You're trying to make it seem like, oh, we just, we're not.
How's that coming along? When your country's been blackballed from every entity in the world.
Again, like I said, slowly but surely, we're going under the bosom of the AU. Which is what I want.
Do nation building in Africa.
They got rejected.
We're able to but Kenya is coming to Haiti.
If we're
Benin
able to
is
do what
just
we need
signed a
to do,
treaty and agreement with Haiti.
you can trade with, with Haiti. You can do moves in business. But that's the issue. Is like if none of us have any power, we can't help the rest of us and leverage anything. So that's the tricky situation you're in, and that's why when me and Kala talk about what we talking about, that will give us leverage. Kala, does not make sense on what we're talking
Exactly.
about.
We need leverage, man.
You and I talk about all of these things, and we talk about every single solutions and every single this ways, and we look at different things, and we end up coming out with what the same solution, right? The same situation that has to happen.
Again, I'm not against you guys' plan. I think your plan is very efficient, but you got to go back with respect for the tribes. That's what that's what I tell you. You can't go back with some kind of superiority ideology over tribes.
Simplicity, like this. This is what I'm gonna tell you. Like I told you last night. Look, we have nothing to apologize for. As simple as that.
Why should the victims apologize? I mean, what?
But you're not a victim, man. But Rudy, aren't you like
we lost our legacy, we lost our birthright, we lost our.
What tribes do you descend from, Rudy? What tribes do you descend from? Are you like Ashanti, Kamasi, Igbo, Fula?
I'm Kala.
Yeah, but you're from the kingdom of the Congo, just like I am. Half my blood is from the kingdom of the Congo. They warred against Angola. They only wrote letters talking about emancipation and ending slavery because their people got taken. They have no issue when they were selling other people.
Hold up. Personally, that's a lot of bullshit. Once basically we crossed the Atlantic, right? That means we'll pull from the soil. Blood on the soil, we pull from the soil. That's gone. Whatever tribalism and tribe, whatever like that, is gone. And I would tell every black person in America, we have no specific allegiance to any tribe.
So how you're you're from a tribe that was an aggressor. You was warring against other tribes, enslaving people. One day they have a revenge against you and they enslave you. How are you a victim?
Hold on. How does that make any sense? That's what other people try to say. We were victims. So the bottom line is this: you telling me that millions of people across the Atlantic because they were bad people in Africa, right? They deserve.
No, they're not bad people, but I'm saying there's certain tribes that were aggressors and there's certain tribes that were victims. You're a mixture of both of those two.
Hear what he's saying? We were aggressors out there. That's why I added to you.
You're a mixture of both the victim tribe and the aggressor tribe. Am I lying?
Because we were allowed and aggressive, Bomani, right? We got sold into slavery. Okay, G, thanks a lot.
No, aggressor tribe was like the Oyo State. Oyo State was warned against.
That's not very nice.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
That's not very nice to say to people who are suffering and trying to make a difference that they
No. I'm saying the reality. You know very well in Jamaica, the Ashanti is mixed with the Fula. The Fula is mixed with the Igbo. The Igbo is mixed with the Komasi, all this kind of shit, right? So there's certain tribes that were aggressors. They mixed in with tribes that they were being aggressive too, right? All of them are mixed into one in these regions, right? You go to Haiti, the same thing. There's the Dahomey. They talk about Dahomey. Dahomey was a victim people. They used to sell the Dahomey people. They used to war against the Dahomey people. The Dahomey came together with different tribes, came and created the Dahomey nation. You started warring against the Oyo. Now they say, they were aggressive and violent tribes. No, these people were victims who stood up for themselves, right? So and both of these people are mixed into one new people in America. So you're both the aggressor tribe and the victim tribe. That's why I say you need to have a level of reconciliation because all those things that happen,
basically, you're saying it's our fault. We and who told you that? After dumbass told you that shit?
Yeah, the thing of it is, our brother, you should get a PhD in that philosophy because you just broke it down. You have solved the world problem. Congratulations.
It's not a solving the world problem. I'm saying as when you're going back to Africa, we have to understand that that's what happened. We are a mixture of those different types of energy that happen, from the victim tribe to the aggressor tribe.
Thank you for
that's all in your DNA.
So simple. Thank you. You're broken at science.
That's not simple. That's just the reality, dude. You're trying to be a victim, but I'm saying that you're not just you're both the aggressor tribe mixed in with the victim tribe.
What is the point?
How do you even prove that you are a mixture of the aggressor tribe and the victim tribe? How do you prove that?
Bro, if you go look at your DNA, you're not one tribe. You're not, I'm just a simple such and such tribe. You are a different variety from different regions, which means that you're a variety from different stories is all in your DNA. So some of the
But
tribes that's in your DNA were victims. Some of the tribes
if
that in your DNA was the aggressors.
if the aggressors tribe sold your ass, you would not be mixed with them.
Bro,
Yeah,
have you ever heard of the story of what's that guy name? Yasin. You ever heard of Yasin Bey? Even I think Mars Def changed his name to Yasin Bey. Yasin Bey was
yeah.
a man who was selling people, and then he got caught up, and his children are in America. You tell him his children didn't mix with other slaves while they were in America? Because when he got enslaved, he created children in America. His children were still in America. So you telling me his children and his DNA is not in America?
That's way after the fact.
How's that after the
But
fact? He was selling people. He got caught up. He came to America. He created children. His bloodline is of aggressive people. His people was warring against other people, enslaving other people. He just happened to get caught. You telling me he's not his bloodline don't mean nothing?
you talking about something that happened after the fact, though.
After what fact? Tell me. Well, I don't understand. I don't understand. Well, after what fact?
After he was selling people already, then he got caught. It wasn't like he was mixing
Yeah,
with the people that he was selling. He's mixing with
that's
the
my
people.
point. My point is in Americas, in Haiti, in Jamaica, in Trinidad, in Brazil, the different tribes that were warring against each other fused together and created. And in my country, they call them Creole people. Like my DNA is 99% African, but I am a mixture of different tribes, right? So I'm a fusion of different tribes. So all these tribes that was warring in Africa, they when they came to Haiti to do the revolution, they had to become one people, right? They had to become Creole, right? That's why I'm
Yeah,
damn near 100%, but I'm not of one
yeah,
tribe
but
at
I'm
all.
talking about after the fact of the sale. Before that, the aggressor tribe was not mixing in with
I
the
said
people that they were selling.
we are a fusion of these different tribes. You are a fusion of these different tribes.
Yeah, you
That's
could be
my
a
point.
fusion of different tribes, but not the aggressor. The aggressor is the one that was selling you. They wasn't
And
mixing
also,
with
and
you.
If he
also,
happened to come here too, how you're not a descendant of that,
Principally, what it sounds to me like,
Why would the aggressor come here if they were selling you?
bro? It's similar to when
You talking
somebody
about after the fact, right?
yeah, after the fact. So if you
Okay,
warred against
all right.
another tribe and they came back and got at you,
but Principally,
you're
hold
gonna
on,
be here.
Principally, here's the problem, right? What you're doing basically is absolving white people of any responsibility because all the slavery basically was white people coercing different black people to fight each other for their own benefit. You know, doesn't matter who was a victim. I think all black people on the coast were victims. You know,
Yeah, but you ever heard of the proverb that says when two brothers fight, a stranger inherits the land? You ever heard of that ancient
no.
African proverb?
All I know is principally right. It sounds to me like you're basically excusing white people and basically like look. The white people it basically went around the world saying they were enlightened. They said they're civilized, everything like that. And then when you corner them about slavery, the first thing they do is blame Africans for slavery, right? Then I would say to how I come back at them, I say, if you do you believe your country, the West, was civilized, the light of the world, then what were you doing involved in the slave trade? And even if what were you doing on the coast of West Africa, bringing people here? If you think it was wrong when well, I don't know, Africans were selling them, but that don't mean you have to buy them. What does that say about yourself? So basically,
Exactly.
slavery fucking
No,
discredits their whole claim. The slave trade discredits their whole claim about American exceptionalism and Western civilization and stuff like that. It just discredits them. That's why they want Black America gone. You know?
yeah, but you mixing two different things. They're the ones who would want labeling people 3/5. They was the ones who, if you look at French
Well, okay,
science, they was talking
I
about
know
how
that.
Africans were less human and the Negroid dome and the
What I'm saying,
Negroid cranium and all this kind of stuff. They're
what
the
I'm
ones who was doing that. So,
What I'm saying is
huh?
African. This is what I said last night, right? I said I personally don't believe black people ever built any advanced civilization on our own, and because we can't ever maintain it, right? Look, I said last night on the show, right? I got dropped some science and jewels on you last night. I said in every culture, right? Ancient culture, they had what they call emissaries and scholars, right? You know what these scholars, emissaries did? They would collect data and information about surrounding kingdoms, far away places. You know, Marco Polo wanted to connect with Asia, with Kublai Khan. You know, his ventures, right? And he learned about Japan and everything like that. Do you know when Marco Polo went to see Kublai Khan? You know, Kublai Khan knew much about Venice, thousands of miles away. He knew all about Venice. Why? Because they basically Chinese had sent people over there to study the people at thousands of miles away because they were developing trade and everything. Thousands of miles away. Same thing with every other thing, like Persia and all the people. They knew about what was going on in other countries, that potential threat. Why didn't Africans understand that the Europeans were looking for a source of labor and stuff like that, and they could have saw that the threat to them was not the friggin' tribe that they were warring with, but it was actually the Europeans off the coast who were coming from a far away and everything. That's what the Greeks did against the Persians. They said, you know something? The Persian Empire is growing. Soon they're going to come here. So we have to prepare for this day. You know, the Greek scholars started preparing for this day. And then what happened was King Leonidas of the Spartans said, okay, we raised the child. We're going to fight the Persian threat. And the Persian threat eventually came. Why would they prepare for it? Just like the city of Troy, because they're well prepared because they had scholarship and they studied, you know.
Persians whooped Sparta's ass. That's the part you missing out.
What?
You said they was prepared and they got their ass whooped.
No, the Spartans destroyed the Persian threat. You don't know that history? The Spartans won. They destroyed the Persians. 300 men destroyed the whole Persian army because they had this one little tiny way into Greece, right? And they said if we hold them off in that strait, it's like a little narrow strait between two mountains, you know, right? They couldn't get in. The only thing the Persians couldn't sail their ships around Greece because it was too rocky. You know, Greece was known for its rocky coast, you know. And so the Persians basically couldn't. The only way in was this little narrow strip between two mountains, and the Spartans basically held them off, right, and
The
killed them.
Spartans held them off at first, but
What?
they wanted. I said
No,
they held them off in the beginning.
Greece was never conquered by the Persians, bro. That did not happen.
Man, you better go back and read some more history.
Hold on.
Yeah,
They
Greece was never conquered by the Persians.
conquered
What
Greece.
the hell? When was Greece ever conquered by these people? Man, they just make up history.
They make up history as they go along.
Sparta.
You know, and all of a sudden the Romans came a thing and basically enslaved them all. Romans took over Greece, Persia, all that shit, you know, Mesopotamia, all that shit, you know. Another place was Japan, right? Do you know for 250 years during the Tokugawa era, Japan expelled all foreigners except for a couple of Dutch on one little tiny island, right?
Yeah,
and they were basically
never colonized.
They were importing books from around the world, right? And translated to Japanese. They knew all about what was going on. When the United States showed up there in the 1850s, they asked them, you know, we know about your slave trade of blacks across the Atlantic Ocean. They're like, whoa, you know about this? They knew about the American expansion on the West, you know? They knew about the Europeans' colonization of Asia, India, and the Philippines. They knew what was going on all around them, even though they're isolated on the island, because they kept their scholarship class was kept. Without a scholarship class, you're nothing, you know? The scholarship class tried to go to the samurai and the shogun and say, look, these people are a threat. We got to modernize our country, right? Or they're gonna take us over. The shogun didn't listen to it, you know. Oh, these people are far away, but they knew the scholarship class were reading how they had big ships and all stuff like that they could reach our shores soon, you know, and take us over because they got big ships with guns on them and everything like that, you know. So this is what the Japanese were prepared for when the Commodore Perry showed up in 1853. They were well prepared for the West, you know. They were ready for them, you know. But if you're not ready for them, Africans were simply not ready for anybody when they showed up. You know, that's the truth.
So, hold on, can you explain how 80% of Africa is still black, while America is not?
Okay. Well, 80% of Africa is still not developed either.
No. But you're
That's true.
minimizing the fact that Africans didn't allow the Europeans to do whatever they want when they came to the
Well,
shore.
every last single country. Do you know? Hold on. Do you know how brutal the Europeans was in the Sahel region? That was probably one of those brutal campaigns in history. They literally slaughtered tens of thousands of people and to conquer Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso, all that stuff like that.
Yeah,
That
but
was
what year? What year was that? Didn't they have to wait till the
like in
machine gun?
the early 20th century.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
1900s, exactly. Late 1800s, 1900s. They
So
for over 300, 400 years.
And what I'm saying is this though, and also Europeans really had no need to conquer. The only places in Africa that they settled was Eastern Africa and Southern Africa, because West Africa the climate wasn't conducive, right? Trust me, if they really wanted to settle in Africa, if they could, they would. But malaria,
They did after they had an advantage of weaponry.
the only thing that kept them from Africa, West Africa, was they would get sick from malaria and die. You know, it was called white man.
So there was no slaughterings. You never read about the slaughterings that would happen to them.
No, not really slaughtering. There was no, like I said, no killing of white people made in the film.
I could show you proof, man.
Look, bro, the Africans did not fight against a white man.
I could show you proof.
The only people that
show you proof that says otherwise, man.
The white man was Queen Azinga. That was it. She was like the only one, a woman, and the Maasai. You know, they're the ones that put up a fight against it, and the Shantis had a war.
The Ghana of the Fanti didn't do that as well.
No. The Fantis were freaking.
The Fula didn't do that as well.
These people were slave traders. They were weak. They didn't fight.
Yeah, man.
Oh man, you don't know your history, bro. The Fula didn't do that.
The Fulani did not do shit, bro. Come on.
Oh man, all right.
The Fulanis waged war against the Hausa, Uthan Danfadio, and waged a jihad against the wrong people. You know, they didn't fight the British. They fought their own people in some friggin' jihad in northern Nigeria. You know, so.
No, but I'm talking about in Fudajala. They didn't fight and keep the whites at bay.
How were at bay? The white people came and colonized them up until like 2 years ago. West Africa.
They came in the late 1800s, man. You're skipping through history, bro.
You know, I'm saying you guys always talk about these you make a stand here, but the bottom line is white people, when they come and the bottom line is they basically came up in West Africa like they're paying the bills and whatnot. You know, they walk up there like it's somebody's house. You know,
they did.
But I can't be glorifying Africa like that, man.
But what Prince is not saying that is a lot of times these bigger tribes were selling the little tribes away, and a lot of us come from these little tribes. But in order to go ahead and just be like, we all come from the Hausa, they just name all the bigger tribes on these DNA tests. Reality is most of us come from these smaller tribes. And it doesn't make any sense that these, especially certain ones that I know of, maybe the Oba Calabar, the King of Calabar, the Oba Benin, these people come out, they apologize, and they say, let's find ways to make amends. And then Prince, you come up here and say, but no, we part of both of it. Like, bro, cut it out.
I'm talking about reconciliation. You
sound like an Afro dumbass disciple right now.
Yeah, you can't be doing that now.
All right, man. All right.
Imagine telling people, listen now.
Everybody just came from the bigger tribes.
And you got the another
like, damn, man,
you're a mixture of both sellers. What?
I got educated by Afro dumbass. You know, that's Afro dumbass logic. You know,
that's not good logic.
After dumbass tell you that shit, man.
Bro, is a part of oral history, bro.
Oral history.
They hate it, dude. Y'all got the victimhood of history. I don't know that.
History. What about oral history? It's all bullshit. You know why? Because every time you talk to like 5 different Africans, you're gonna get 5 different stories. You know, oral.
Yeah, that's true. No library, Colin. No tribal library.
That's what I'm saying. You know,
nothing
written down.
No tribal no tribal scholarship. Nothing.
Is that Dave the Mulatto?
Yeah, I'm the mulatto. Yeah, the mulatto.
Yeah. Well, he know about this, man.
Well, he has a PhD in Negroology like I do. You know, we know Negroes, man.
Nonsense.
Now, interesting though, Prince.
Prince, at the end of the day,
Because
we
Colin,
were
when I went to
sold,
Liberia, I
right?
asked those questions.
Even if you
Man.
want to say that they were warring tribes with each other, why would you sell us to white people?
That's true. You can't let
Why don't you keep? Why don't you keep the slaves for yourself and let them man your land and make your
A slave is more valued than a friggin' mirror or a bucket of fish, man. Come on, man. You know.
And that's the only part where Colin can be right
And
sometimes
that's why I
about
always
we
ask too,
Africans were
Colin.
dumb back then.
Colin, I asked
Because
that
based on
question.
that fact, they couldn't create anything. They had no industry, nothing. They couldn't create nothing, produce nothing. The only thing that they had of value was people.
I asked that question
That's
too.
all they want from Africa, the human body.
I asked that question too. I said, so if I'm a king at that time in the 18th century or 17th, and the slave trade going, I said, but why ain't keep some of the slaves to build your kingdom up and come powerful and send some people out and learn and shit? They ain't say nothing. Bullshit. It's all bullshit.
Bottom line is, what's old is in Afghanistan. That'll even the score. You know, so however that's going to happen, if it could be a collection of territories in each country and whatnot, or one state, whatever it takes, man, that's what's going to have to heal the wound. Other than that, we have nothing to reconcile and talk about, bro. We really don't, because we're the victims in this shit. You know,
shit, that shit can happen, Colin. Man, they give you some the size of.
We need something about the size of the state of New Jersey. That's all we fucking need. You know,
even Jersey,
a tiny state like the size of Jersey. That's all we
Jersey be good too.
Well,
that's about 10 million. You could be 10 million population.
About 20 million. You know,
20 million. Build cities up, right? Yeah.
Build cities and whatnot, towns and whatnot, counties, everything like that. Yeah, we can do it. That's all it is. But the bottom line, we just need to stop having opposition to us all the time, and then it can move forward. You know. Anyway, brothers, it's been a good night, good show. Okay, well, one last thing. I'm going to ask everybody before I go. What's the future? Donald Trump, white America.
Oh man! Oh, Kyle, I was watching the inauguration today.
Yeah, it was crazy, right?
Yeah, they got it back, man. They got it back, man.
Yo, you saw him signing those executive orders, right? And then pulling it out. I said, damn.
Yo, it wasn't even Martin Luther King Day. It was Trump Day.
Check this out.
You out of your damn mind.
No, I'm just saying.
Did you see that one part?
Y'all gotta stop y'all cooning here.
No, I'm sorry.
Y'all spent all day. Y'all spent all day watching the inauguration.
No, I'm just saying, like,
the bottom line is, I just wish to God one day I could see a black man doing that on my behalf. He gave white people. He was like Donald Trump, like Santa Claus today. He gave them 200 executive orders.
He was signing so many. Yo, you know how many executive orders he signed today?
200, man. Shit.
200.
Everything they wanted, man.
A whole pack of
Did y'all at least listen to one Dr. Martin Luther King speech? Did you at least do that?
I've heard them all, bro.
I've heard them all. I've been listening to that shit since I was a kid.
Did you? I mean, did y'all at least? They had the Martin Luther King parades, the celebration events. Did you go to any of that? Y'all stayed home.
I love Dr. King, bro.
Dr. King's birthday was actually a week ago.
Y'all need to take our black nationalists and sit into the side. And pick up the red, white, and blue.
Dr. King's birthday was actually on the 15th.
Yeah. Did you celebrate then?
I don't look. I told you, Jonathan. I don't celebrate shit, man. I don't celebrate.
You don't celebrate shit.
But John, hold on,
But you sat there and watched that inauguration, didn't you,
the inauguration, because that's the country I live in. You know. So what?
Yo, hold on, Jonathan. Jonathan, why didn't those people go sit down and create a black agenda and present it to Trump? Wouldn't that be powerful on Martin Luther King Day? To have a black
agenda very
presented?
powerful. You know they wasn't gonna do that.
Yeah, so but that's what we need, though, man. We need an MLK plan or something like that presented on MLK Day.
Hey, hold on, Dave,
the black agenda.
Dave, when you ask me a question?
No, I'm just saying, like, it's crazy. Like, I'm on the top.
Yo, the bottom line is, look, Jason, did you see Mississippi Valley?
I'm just like you saying. I'm thinking about what about us? That's the part I'm thinking about. What about
I know.
us?
That's what I'm saying. Hey, did you see?
And we're nowhere in the picture, bro. We're nowhere in the picture.
Valley band. You heard those Africans like drums in there, man? You heard that shit?
Oh yeah. He brought the
Holy
historical
shit,
Black
man!
College out. Yeah. They was
Holy shit! You hear those
they was
drums?
playing. They
I was
got
like,
Oh,
yo,
talent.
so
They
that
y'all
got
was
were
like
part of
talent.
the
powerful, man.
inauguration. What y'all complaining about?
That was powerful, man. That
That
was
was
powerful.
powerful. The drums,
Those drums were
the
powerful. You know,
drums,
that was
man. The
African
drums, the
drums. You know,
horns, the
and they were doing the
trumpet.
step show, whatnot. You know, that was powerful. That was Black America right there. That
Yeah,
was
man.
showing that Black America is around. You know, I was like, holy shit. You know, that was a real statement right there. Those drums.
Oh man, I enjoyed the band.
That drum band was nice.
Yeah, I enjoyed the band. I ain't even
They
gonna
really
lie.
turned out, bro. They really turned out.
They gave
Anyway,
them a lot of
Tyler,
criticism
you
too.
are a real American. Don't say anything different.
no, I'm like this. I'm just
I'm
like this.
enjoying
Look,
this.
look, if I was watching a Japanese thing or a German thing, I'm like that. I like watching Russian shit. Well, I like watching things like that where people talk about a nation. When I say to myself, I would like us to have something like that one day. You know, where I have a president that could do shit like that. You know, we have nothing. You know, so all I can do is sit back and look at white. Look at the look at the title. Hold on, look at the title of the show. It says,
Yeah, I'm just thinking about what about us?
Sure.
Because everything he was doing today was just for white folks. I'm like, damn,
That's what I'm
we
saying.
gonna
So
do?
the bottom line, white America's future is secure. I said, what about us? And that's why I said I thought I was gonna get it.
Think about what about us?
I said, what about us?
But Kyler, you could have had this topic tomorrow. Today was honor Dr. Martin Luther King Day.
Look, I don't give it. Don't tell me tell me what I do.
Don't tell me you don't give a damn about someone that died for it.
I felt like doing this topic today. How about that? You know, I felt like doing this. This is what I felt like doing. You know, I felt like I was something to tell me I had to do. I said, white America's future is secure. That's the first thing that came to my mind when he did that shit, the executive orders, right? I said, that's what I want to talk about today. I said, now what about us? You know?
He reinstated the COVID workers, the government workers that got fired for the COVID shot.
Everything people sitting around talking about. You could tell Trump everything that people were angry about.
Departing like about 1,005 of the January 6th got.
Everything people were talking about all these years, whatnot, he took care of one day. The climate, the Paris Accords climate thing, getting rid of the electrical vehicle mandate, all shit like that.
He took us out of the World Health Organization.
I was shocked about that, man. I was really
y'all turned the day about one of our leaders into that inauguration.
This is what they did to us, Jonathan. This is what they did to us.
Hey, I gotta mute Jonathan.
He's
trolling, man. He's being a fucking idiot, you know.
No, but this is what they did to us today. This is what they did to us.
Bottom line is this: I'm looking at this situation. I'm like,
I
would love to see. Imagine if Barack Obama got up there and signed executive orders.
Kyler, word on the street, it might be a divorce going on with the Obamas.
I heard about that. I heard Obama's daughter denounced him or something like that. I don't know which one.
We hearing.
Where you heard that from?
On TikTok, one girl said Obama's daughter. I don't know which one said she criticized Barack Obama, her father, the way he was talking to black men, and then his other daughter Malia changed her name to Malia Ann. I don't know which one did that shit. You know.
I don't know. I gotta look into that.
Yo.
Guys, they said Barack Obama. Barack Obama's dating
Tyler. I want to say something. If the Obamas I just hope it's not true and it happens. If it happens, it's gonna take the whole news cycle for the whole year.
Yeah.
It's gonna, and then it's gonna put a black eye. It's gonna put a black eye on the black community.
Exactly.
African Americans are gonna get the blame for this. We're gonna get the blame
How so?
for this. Yeah, they're gonna say, what? I've never seen a president get divorced, bro.
True.
That's true.
Have you ever seen George Bush, even Clinton with all his bullshit?
I know, right?
You know what I mean? Like, come on, bro.
You know,
that shit gonna put a black eye, not even just on. It's gonna first put a black eye on African Americans. It's gonna put a black eye on the whole black race because it's gonna be like,
That's
yo,
true.
you
That's
see
true.
it?
That's true.
Just the optics of it. You know
True.
what I mean? Just the
Yep.
optics. Like, damn, see, we gained their power, and they messed up the country, and then now the
Broken
household
family.
messed up, and the
True.
family
Check
broke
this out.
up.
Oh, check
Yeah.
this
You
out.
know,
This
it's gonna
look,
make us
today's
yo.
inauguration, today's executive order signing, the 200 was a complete repudiation of Obama, Biden, all that shit forever.
Yeah.
You know, they just completely
They
wrote
buried
Barack
it.
Obama
Yeah,
out.
they buried it. Yeah.
They wrote Barack Obama out of history. It's like he never existed. You know.
So what does this mean for Black America? Do we benefit from this or what?
Well, this is a whole.
For me, Kyla, I would prefer him not even going to the inauguration of that.
I know. Check us out. This is what I would say about this. Bomani and I opinion about this. We're like this. Reality is America is now again a white country, and the bottom line is
like Kyla. Look at the optics of it, right? You got George Bush, he there with his wife. Clinton there with his wife. Trump there with all the white people. Biden there with his wife.
by himself.
And Barack, a former president.
Barack didn't come with his wife
by himself.
No, she didn't want to come. She didn't want to be
with
him.
There by himself. You
Oh.
see the optics of it. You see the optics of it.
Yeah,
that's crazy, man.
Yo, it looked crazy. I was looking at it. I'm like, yo, this shit don't even look right. Yo, you shouldn't even care. You should boycott it. Be on some nigga shit for once, bro. Just like, fuck it, I ain't going.
Yeah, I didn't watch it, so you know I don't know nothing.
Black Girl Magic lost today, bro.
Oh, man.
Damn.
But like I said, I would just didn't that one Hispanic lady say, "What about Brazil?" Like she go, "What about him?" Some Latino lady. That's another thing. They thought they were so powerful and whatnot. He said, "What about well, don't you understand that they need us more than we need them." I was like, "Damn."
Dave, what that symbolizes like that gender war between Black America, like Barack.
It symbolizes no, it's not just that. It symbolizes a lot of things.
Like a dysfunction, you know what I mean?
The black male being single.
You understand me?
The women not buying.
It symbolizes a lot. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You gotta understand, like Obama, he's not just a representation of himself.
Yeah,
He's a representation of our race, bro.
Yeah, Kyle, I didn't know that, man. You didn't mention that before.
He was himself, like, yo, I watched that shit today. I'm like, yo, this shit don't even look right. I'm looking at I'm looking at the Clintons. I'm looking at Jeff Bezos with his wife, and
that's almost symbolizing like a destruction of Black America.
Yeah.
Black America, like I said, what about us?
It look like we're going
White America had a big victory today. Black America, instead of getting on here fighting movie about Martin Luther King, which I don't want to freaking hear. I've heard all the speeches. I heard all the so-called icon. I'm sick of idolatry.
Think about it on Martin Luther King Day. Those kind of optics.
I want to hear how Black America is going to come out of this shit. You know,
yeah, that's
it looks bad, brother. I don't like it. I don't like it. For me, I don't like it. And this, like I'm looking at this topic with Tyler. You always coming with the amazing topics.
Oh, that's why I said when I do a topic. When I took a topic, like look, they do like 4 topics. Look, which is gonna be the best one relevant, right?
Think about it. We have no cabinet positions in Trump cabinet. Like not one black person got a cabinet position.
And look, also we lost out on the platinum plan, right? Because Trump was ready to give us a platinum in 2020 if we voted for him. And the bottom line is this: we lost that. We lost all political. There's nothing we have to bring to the table. He can't get reelected again. So we let these black leaders fucking lead us down to the point where then people will say, look. The bottom line is, I'm sick of hearing that shit. This man's in power. He got all these powerful people, and we're serious about building something. We need to work with him and all these powerful people that's in power. You know.
And Africa on their own. So we gotta see how Africa's on their own these next 4
I don't know.
years.
I don't understand what people what's there to talk
all
about.
All the black countries, they're on their own. They on their fucking own.
Yeah, so I'm like this. We're sitting here in America, and we don't basically take advantage of, like Bomani and I will say, just get your skills, get your trade, get your whatever you got to get up, make the best of it, right? And then take your money and let's build Africa. That's the only thing advice I can give anybody, But complaining about Trump and everything like that, white America does not give a shit about what happens to Black America. Really, it don't.
Kyler, you got to admit that, African Americans can learn from the African leaders who play neutral rather than strictly picking
we
a
can't
side.
learn anything from African leaders because they're all failures, man.
No. They usually play neutral. They're not against Trump. They're not for Trump. They're not against Kamala. They're not for Kamala.
We're like that too, man. We're like,
no, come on, 80%, man.
Most Black people, like I said, the political situation in America, Black people, but when it really comes down to it, you really talk to Black people, we don't really give a shit about this political system because Black people have nothing vested in the system. We have nothing.
Most Black people I know don't even like to vote or don't vote.
Most Black people don't even participate in the system, man. So there's
but they do complain about their policies, though. They love to complain about.
It doesn't really matter about the policies, right? Look, first of all, let's talk about that, right? Okay, what policies really affect?
I think Kala is more Black. Most Black people don't vote because they don't feel like they got anything to gain from it,
and they don't have anything to lose.
Yeah,
there was individuals complaining about the gender thing, right?
What gender?
Although Trump changed that,
gender
right?
thing don't bother me.
No. But for years, Christian Blacks, Muslim Blacks, complain about how that they're changing what was once, two genders.
I know, but hold up, check this out. That was not a specific Black issue. That was an issue that transcended race.
Again, but I'm saying they were complaining, but they didn't vote.
Nothing specific that Black people say we got to vote for because like this. Black people basically our issues became mainstream: abortion, illegal aliens, or against illegal aliens. There's no specific Black agenda anymore, so we have nothing to really rally around.
Yeah, it's nothing to rally around.
There's nothing to rally around, So that's why people don't get mad at me if I'm watching the inauguration because none of this shit matters to me. We're gonna do our trip. We're gonna invest in Africa. We're gonna be building our shit. We're going forward with what we're doing. So you can sit here.
I like the hands-off approach from Trump on Africa.
Well, he doesn't. Trump has no agenda for Africa. He's not going to put the LGBT.
And this is a golden opportunity for Africa.
So that's great. So Africa is going to really come up because of Trump. That's all I care about.
Golden opportunity for Africa to come up. It's a golden opportunity because it's golden opportunity right now. This next 4 years, it's a golden opportunity.
Johnson goes.
All Black.
There is a Black agenda. I would like to
all
know.
Black.
I did a show.
Look, Kyla. I ain't even gonna lie. This might even be the best time to get that stand popping. Really.
Bottom line, there's nothing else. There's nothing else.
Really in the next 4
like
years.
This or.
Like you said, white people gave up on us, and we give up on them
about
too.
what we do.
So
all they care.
Yeah. So we do that. They're gonna be happy. They're gonna be like, yeah.
Or you guys are building something, whatever. They don't give a shit what we do.
We got free range to do what we gotta do.
That's why I said. That's why I'm loving this shit. I'm loving this shit. My only opposition is gone. The Black liberal Democrats are destroyed.
There's
nothing really.
Yeah, man.
There's nothing really standing in my way now.
And now I'm waiting to see how the midterms are gonna look in the next 2 years.
Hey, the Democrats ain't gonna win. Because the whole thing is this, though. The Democrats.
I think it's going to be a flip. If everything go right the next 2 years,
check us out. The bottom line, the only way the Democrats win if they get Black people to show up and Black people are simply not feeling this shit no more. You can't get Black people politically. We're becoming more apolitical, in this country. Apolitical means that you don't have any politics one way or the other. And that's how a lot of Black people feel in this country. It'd be apolitical, and all the issues, right? Republicans are basically popular with Black people right now because things like the transgender, stuff like that. You know.
He put a ban on the transgenders,
Yeah, he
sports.
recognized two genders. These are
Thank
things that black
God.
people
Thank
basically,
God.
you know, and
He
also
put a ban on censorship, but they can't censor us no more.
and not only that, right? He declared the border. Like black people underestimated the fact that black people felt some sort of way about like being replaced by all these illegal immigrants coming over here, being disrespectful to black people in America. So black people in America are really happy about the border and stuff like that. Even the fact that there's I mean it's not right when that, but there's a lot of black people are like saying, yeah, they can't wait till the raids start happening when they're deporting people and stuff like that and everything like that. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff that Black America is going to benefit from, you know.
Oh man, the raids.
Yeah. Honestly, I'm not basically
It's just gonna
I
happen
don't basically
tomorrow.
look,
No, you know, but
I'm not looking to seeing that black people getting deported, whatever like that.
you
You
gonna
know,
send them off to die. They're gonna die. They're gonna go back home and die. They don't
well,
want
that's
to
what they're
go back.
saying. If I go to Haiti, I'm going to die.
Oh man,
That's sad, man. That's sad. Man.
But is Dave going back home too, or what's going on, man?
Who?
Is Dave going back home?
Dave's African American, man. He's one of
Man,
us.
please, man, please. Man.
Let me say
Man,
this. Let me
please.
say it. Yo, Principe,
I'm
let me say this, right?
homegrown.
Check this out. Let me say this, Dave.
I know you hate on me.
Principe, let me say this. Dave, let me say this. Look, I said last night, and Elvis got mad at me. I said if I had to rewrite history again in 1945, before I had people like there were my people, the American Liberians are my people. Before they built modern Liberia, right? Before they built modern Liberia, it took 30 years from 1945 to 1975, where I documented Wealth of Liberia. 30 years, right? I would have fucking told President Roosevelt, let's bring us back to America because these motherfuckers gonna, you know, saying, and let the native people figure out how to build a country. They wouldn't have done it, you know.
I took over the country if you left in 45.
Yeah, we would let them take it over.
Somebody want to invade it, either the French or the British want to took it.
Yeah, British and French did. Let them. They'll say let them freaking speak French or British or whatnot, and we gone and whatnot, you know. But the thing is, they were so treacherous, right? They waited till we built the country up, and then they took it up, made their move. You know, that's the African way. You know, you wait. But Dave, as far as I'm concerned, is Black American. He's
African American, bro.
He's African American. He's one of us.
I thank my father and my uncles every day for my mindset. Oh no.
Yeah. So the bottom line, bro, he's one of us. You know, the butcher call
he eat fufu with collard greens, bro. I don't think he's one of you, bro.
He's one of us, bro.
He eat fufu with the collard greens, bro. I never heard of that, man.
I don't even
go. He's one of us, bro. I don't care what he's. He's one of us.
Call my uncle. Remind me of one of my uncles down south. You know what I mean?
And like I said, I got I talked to my auntie Berlin tonight. That's my wife. She mad at me one night. She always called Auntie Berlin. You know, I got Liberian aunties, man. So I'm integrated to American Liberian culture and society and whatnot. You know, so we're all one people, bro. We're all one people. Those are kinfolk. Kinfolk in Africa.
We all family, man. We all one, man. It's just like-minded, you know. We don't.
Yeah, we think alike.
We don't. You know, I don't like a lot of people come here with the mindset.
Yeah.
I don't understand, homie. Sometimes.
I just got Lil John calling me a racist. I'm not a racist, man. Anyway, fellas, I got to go, man. It's been a long night.
Good night, Kyle.
I'll be back up. But this topic, you guys like the topic? Trump presidency, you know. I think we said all we need to say about Trump. Hey, it is what it is. A new day is
God bless, man.
You know, they got their country back.
Oh yeah, they got their country back, man. They are so happy. Oh man.
They are happy, man. White people are happy, man. They might leave us alone.
Hold on, but Carla, don't you believe the collective of black people are free according to you? You believe the liberal was holding
We've
black
always
people
been
back?
free, but what's freedom? Like, say, what's freedom if you have no place to go or what?
No. Black liberals hold black people back.
Yeah, so
liberals
it should be his.
I'm sorry. Constant struggle or not that don't exist. Instead of us building and being happy. They want us to sit here and be in this struggle cow, struggle mule.
They hold us back.
Yeah. So what are your predictions for the next 5 years or 4 years?
My position is I'm gonna freaking grow rich and do good. I'm gonna travel to the continent. We're gonna build this Afghanistan. We're gonna do all the shit like with the Bomani's community, and we're gonna build hundreds of more communities like that. We're gonna hold up. I'm gonna take Dave up on this offer about Sino. We're gonna build a Black Star community over there.
I like Sino, man. Look,
if you can make it happen, Dave, you got my email.
I can make it happen.
Dave, you're on the news site.
Ain't nothing in Sino.
Dave, let me talk, bro.
Ain't nothing over there.
Look. If you got the land, the map, whatever like that, show me what you're talking about, and me and Bawani will look into it.
I will put it together.
You put it together. We'll build another pack. In Liberia, we're gonna build them in Angola. We're gonna build them all over the place till we friggin' have complete independence on the African continent. We got our military, we got everything. We got all shit like that we need. And everything. Make this friggin' transition. That's our future, man. Let the white people have their shit. America is now for the white people. We're gonna build Africa. We're gonna do it the right way under our being Bamani's leadership. So, all the people out there, you want to rock with us, man? Hey, we're here. If you don't, I don't know what to tell you. Keep following Umar Johnson doing nothing, but sending me money, All we want is people to listen. That's right. We ain't asking nobody for no money. We're just saying, just fucking listen, just listen, listen and take instructions and whatnot and follow orders, and get down with the get down, get in when you fit in, Check us out, Jonathan. Umar doing more than college. Well, Jonathan, join Umar, man. Go join him, man. Go join him. Go join him, man. Go join Umar. You more than likely to go join, get something done, man. Umar's whatever he's doing, man. Join him, Jonathan. Get something popping. Anyway, fellas, it's been a good time, man. I had a good show tonight. Y'all take care, all right?
Man. Good night, man.
God bless, man. Free Elvis, free Jonathan, man. God bless.